Chapter 251. Killing an Arhut, but no despise, when Hephaestus exerted his mighty means. In an instant, the formation formed by the 18 Arhuts was broken. Not good. After the 18 Arhuts were struck away by Hephaestus, their complexions changed suddenly. Needless to say, how powerful the 18 of them are together. Although there are only 3 quasi-sages, if 18 of them fight together, they can fight with 6 or 7 quasi-sages. But now, the formation they formed was easily destroyed by Hephaestus. This could not help but make all of them face change. The 2 Arhuts subduing the dragon and subduing the tiger came to Hephaestus in an instant, wanting to fight Hephaestus. Seeing the subduing dragon and subduing tiger who came to his surroundings in an instant, Hephaestus circulated the power of the whole body, so he wrote the 2 of them fighting together. But his goal is not subduing the dragon and subduing the tiger. It was the Arhut sitting deer who was about to attack him, and he had already sensed the fragments of the Rahu spear on Luohan's sitting deer. Under such circumstances, he naturally wanted to snatch the fragments of the Rahu spear from sitting deer Arhut. It's just that the Arhut subduing the dragon and subduing the tiger beside him is always there, fighting with him, and he can't get away for a moment. At this moment, the Arhut sitting on a deer also came in front of Hephaestus, and then the 3 Arhuts each resorted to their own powerful methods. Wants to bring Hephaestus down with great speed. At this moment, the remaining 15 Arhuts of the great Arhut Golden Immortal formed a formation of 15 Arhuts, and once again charged towards Hephaestus. Hephaestus is one enemy against 18, and he still does not lose the wind. Among the 18 Arhuts, 3 are still in the same realm as myself. You must know that Hephaestus even broke through their Arhut formation, not to mention that the 18 Arhuts no longer form a formation. Although being a quasi-sage level subduing dragon and subduing a tiger, as well as being a deer and Arhut, are also very powerful. But it still did not exceed Hephaestus' strength expectations. Before the battle, Hephaestus had overestimated all of them, and when the battle happened, Hephaestus knew. I had overestimated the combat power of this prehistoric world too much before, but underestimated the strength of my clone. From a single point of view, the monks in the prehistoric world are generally stronger and more powerful than the gods, but it is impossible to be ridiculously strong. Facing Hephaestus, this clone derived from the origin of the saint level, although it is also equivalent to the quasi-sage level. However, it is no longer a quasi-sage level. Seeing the opportunity, Hephaestus hit Crouching Tiger Arhut with a divine power, and immediately pushed back Crouching Tiger Arhut, who was entangled with him by a few steps. Immediately after seeing the opportunity, Hephaestus took the dragon subduing Arhut forcefully with a move, and then used the divine power all over his body to beat the dragon subduing Arhut until he vomited blood in an instant. Flew out. After eliminating these 2 enemies, Hephaestus concentrated on dealing with Arhut sitting deer. The fragments of the Rahu gun in the hands of sitting deer Arhut were his goal. Seeing this, the 15 great Luo Jingshians around used formations to forcefully trap Hephaestus. But compared to that, Hephaestus' strength is simply too powerful. The moment they wanted to trap Hephaestus, Hephaestus easily broke free from the formation. Their formations are completely regarded as playthings in front of Hephaestus. It's not that the 18 Arhuts are not strong. It's that Hephaestus, the original primary avatar refined from the source, is too powerful. Its combat ability has already surpassed Hephaestus as the master. The 2 Arhuts subduing the dragon and subduing the tiger were repulsed by Hephaestus, leaving only 1 Arhut sitting on a deer, and the pressure doubled for a while. Hephaestus saw the opportunity, and divine power entered his cuff in an instant. Within the Chiankuan in his sleeve, he snatched out the fragments of the Rahu spear in an instant. Arhut sitting deer didn't even have time to react, but found that Hephaestus had directly snatched the fragments of the Rahu gun from his hand. For a while, he couldn't help but let the deer sit on the Arhut, and he was very angry. This is equivalent to holding a piece of gold tightly with your hand, and before you have time to react, someone breaks your hand away and takes the gold away. This is simply a shame. The sitting deer Arhut was very angry and cast a powerful spell on Hephaestus. But facing his spell, Hephaestus was still able to deal with it freely. You must know that the 3 of them teamed up, and the 18 Arhuts teamed up together, and they are not their opponents. What's more, it's just an Arhut sitting on a deer. After Hephaestus put away the fragments of the Rahu gun, he said to the 18 Arhuts, "My goal has been achieved, and you have no value to use. Now it's my turn." As he spoke, more powerful divine power burst out from Hephaestus. Originally, this mighty Hephaestus became even more powerful in an instant. All of a sudden, each of the 18 Arhuts couldn't help but change their expressions. handled Hephaestus cautiously. But Hephaestus directly took advantage of his current strength and decided to get rid of them all as soon as possible, so as not to cause trouble. The reality is indeed like this. If things happen too much and the time is delayed for a long time, it is really easy to cause more incidents. Hephaestus was unwilling to delay any further. Ever since, he has basically given out his full strength. The 18 Arhats are no match for Hephaestus at all. In an instant, many Arhats had scars on their bodies. An Arhat at the level of a big Luo Jinxian once again organized other Arhats to rush towards him. Hephaestus looked at the Luo, Li Hao, man, grabbed him by the neck, and sent several other Arhats flying out. Immediately afterwards, he shot him to death. Seeing this, the other Arhats couldn't help gnashing their teeth one by one. Monster, we will never die with you. Hearing their threat, Hephaestus didn't take it seriously at all. That's right, this is the gap in the supremacy of strength, if they are all powerful people. Maybe Hephaestus would retreat 3 steps, facing their threat. Maybe he would really take it to heart. But now it is obvious that none of them are his opponents. Under such circumstances, their threat is naturally pale and powerless. Naturally, Hephaestus didn't take them seriously at all. So Hephaestus said to them lightly, "Then you all go to accompany him together. Suffer death." Saying that, Hephaestus killed them. Chapter 252. Repelling the 18 Arhats facing Hephaestus' attack, the remaining 17 Arhats were all very vigilant. The power of Hephaestus has surpassed their imagination. In their opinion, Hephaestus could be easily eliminated, but the reality disappointed them. Boom! The powerful attack of Hephaestus hit Dragon subduing Arhat at once. Even though subduing Dragon Arhat was mighty, but faced with this blow, he was still powerless. With just one blow, he spit out blood from his mouth. Puff! Seeing that Dragon subduing Arhat was injured, Hephaestus naturally wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue him, leaving him no room to fight back. Seeing this, Arhat sitting on a deer hurriedly stopped Hephaestus, for fear that Hephaestus would kill another Arhat again. Now these Arhats can't tolerate any damage. One of the 18 Arhats was killed by Hephaestus in this way, and another one, especially a quasi-sage level Arhat. Even he will not be able to face the Buddha at that time. There is no way to explain to the Buddha. However, an Arhat sitting on a deer was obviously not an opponent of Hephaestus, and he couldn't resist a few moves from Hephaestus' attacks, and soon he was sent flying like an Arhat descending a dragon. 667 Haha. You are nothing more than that. See how I will kill you all. Hephaestus looked at these wounded Arhats, and said to them with disdain. Seeing this, the Arhat sitting on a deer said to the rest of the Arhats, "Finished formation." Many Arhats heard the words of sitting deer Arhat, and each of them couldn't help cheering up, regardless of the scars on their bodies from being hit by Hephaestus, and quickly formed a formation. Do you still dare to join forces? Court death. As soon as Hephaestus finished speaking, he took advantage of the fact that they hadn't formed the formation, and in an instant, he knocked out the 3 quasi-sage level Arhats. He mainly aimed at these quasi-sage level Arhats, and only the sitting deer Arhat, subduing dragon Arhat, and crouching tiger Arhat could make Hephaestus catch his eye. Hephaestus doesn't look down on other Arhats at the level of the great Arhat Golden Immortal. You know, he can even hang up and beat dragons and tigers. These are just Arhats at the level of the great Arhat Golden Immortal, so when facing Hephaestus, they are naturally not enough. The rest of the Arhats couldn't help but change their faces when they saw BHCC Faith toss flying the 3 quasi-sages away so easily. Only then did they realize that they had no chance of winning against Hephaestus. Everyone's eyes once again looked at sitting deer Arhat. As for sitting deer Arhat, seeing other Arhats looking at him one after another, they couldn't help but think for a while. Then he looked at the Arhats who were all injured and said involuntarily, "Withdraw." As soon as the voice fell, a golden light flashed, and these Arhats disappeared from Hephaestus' vision. Watching these Arhats leave, Hephaestus did not catch up directly. Since they are willing to go, let them go. After all, Buddhism has 2 saints, and Hephaestus was unwilling to offend Buddhism to death unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, he will have to fish in troubled waters during the great tribulation of conferring gods. If he offends Buddhism to death, it will be troublesome. At that time, if you are targeted by Buddhism, you will have no way to fish in troubled waters. Looking at the corpse of the remaining Arhat, Hephaestus directly began to refine him into his magic weapon, forge him into an artifact. As for why Hephaestus did this, it is naturally to teach Buddhism a lesson. Leaving the life of an Arhat is to warn Buddhism that he is not easy to bully. Now that an Arhat has been killed, the body of the Arhat cannot be wasted. So Hephaestus directly refined his corpse into an artifact. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating the item. The system will reward you. 6-character mantra. Looking at this 6-character mantra, Hephaestus was very satisfied. As expected, as long as he refined the dead R-hood into a magic weapon, he would definitely get their Buddhist skills. Although he still doesn't like this 6-character mantra, but after obtaining the Buddhist magic, he will have a better understanding of Buddhism. Now he has made an enmity with Buddhism, although it is not until death, but according to the character of Buddhism, he has already targeted himself, and he will have more chances to fight Buddhism in the future. After Hephaestus finished all this, he turned his gaze not far away, and then he said to that direction, "Don't hide, come out." After hearing the voice of Hephaestus, as expected, 2 figures appeared not far away. At this time, the 2 figures looked at Hephaestus with a hint of fear in their eyes. As for Hephaestus, after seeing these 2 figures, he immediately knew who they were, and these 2 people were naturally Jin Guangxian and Lingyao Fairy. As for why these 2 people appear here, it is self-evident. Seeing Hephaestus' eyes, Jin Guangxian and Lingyao Fairy smiled awkwardly, and then said, "We are ashamed of our friendly approach. Farewell." As soon as the words fell, the 2 of them left directly in a panic. Seeing their appearance, Hephaestus did not catch up, although he knew that these 2 people were also trying to fish in troubled waters. But his fighting power is not fake, and when the 2 of them saw his strong fighting power, they had no other thoughts. Hephaestus had already offended Buddhism, so naturally he was unwilling to offend Jujiao again. After all, if I offend these top sects one after another, it will be a big trouble for me to walk in this prehistoric world in the future. Therefore, Hephaestus watched them leave without catching up. At this time, Lingyao Fairy and Jin Guangxian ran nonstop all the way, for no other reason. Hephaestus' combat power was too powerful. The 18 Arhats teamed up, the 2 of them must not be rivals, and even fell into a hard fight. But Hephaestus, who was surrounded by the 18 Arhats, easily repelled the 18 Arhats. This kind of powerful strength, as long as the 2 of them are not fools, they will naturally know that they can't afford to provoke them. When Hephaestus found them, both of them were surprised. Fortunately, Hephaestus didn't catch up, otherwise it would be troublesome. The 2 of them knew that if they faced Hephaestus with their current strength, they would definitely die. Chapter 253. The curiosity of heaven at this moment. God Haoyan's face was gloomy, and the reason was very simple. The 2 people he wanted to kill were Yang Jian and Yang Chan. Now, he has been accepted by Chan Jiao, which makes him very depressed. But there is no way, although he is very angry with Yang Jian and Yang Chan. If these 2 evils exist for a day, they will lose face in heaven for a day. However, who would let there be saints who explain the teachings? Who is the saints who explain the teachings? Needless to say, God Haoyan knows very well. The current Haoyan god knows that he cannot be offended now. Alas, count those 2 evil beasts lucky. That's the only way. Haoyan god sighed lightly, very unwilling. But even though he has the backing of Hongjun Daozu, who is above the saints in the heavenly court, Hongjun Daozu can't be invited out with a little matter. Under normal circumstances, as long as there is no catastrophic disaster, Daozu Hongjun will not pay at all. Therefore, on the surface, his heavenly court has the greatest power, but in fact, his heavenly court's power is the smallest. First of all, he does not have the backing of saints in heavenly court. As for the interpretation of the 3 religions by other sects, including Western religions, they are all backed by saints. These saints are not like Hongjun Daozu, they don't move around much. If you offend these saints really dare to kill you directly and come to talk to you. So even if he is the Lord of the 3 realms, the Lord of the 3 realms on the surface, he would not dare to offend these saints. Because of this, he can only swallow this breath in his stomach. And as for the 2 evils of Yang Jian and Yang Chan, he can only turn a blind eye and close one eye. There is nothing I can do. Report to your majesty. I inspected the world yesterday and found that the 18 Arhats of the Western religion were fighting with a man, and all 18 Arhats were repelled. And an Arhat died. At this time, an immortal suddenly came before his majesty Haoyan God, and told his majesty Haoyan God what he had observed. Oh, is there anyone in this world who dares to provoke the Western Church like this? How is it that you don't give the Western Church face? Who is it? God Haoyan asked clairvoyance very strangely. At the same time, the many gods in Ling Xiaobao Hall are also very strange. Although the Western religion is still so barren, ordinary forces really dare not provoke it. The reason is very simple. The current Western religion is backed by 2 saints. Which of the 2 Western saints is not of famous existence? Under such circumstances, who would have the guts to provoke the Western religion? Even when many gods in the heavenly court meet the 18 Arhats, they have to give some face. Even if there was a conflict with them, they would not dare to kill them. For a while, the gods in the heavenly court began to discuss. Hey, who is so bold? It's amazing. Even Western arhats can be beheaded, and alone, beheading one of the 18 arhats is really powerful. I don't think they are ordinary people. They are extremely powerful. 18 arhats join hands, and 1 or 2 quasi-sages can't get close. Now it's in the hands of only one person, and an arhat died. It's incredible. But they know that the West is the Western religion, so there are 2 saints, but even 2 saints can't support a row of noodles. Although his heavenly court is relatively weak, compared with the Western religion, it is also extremely weak. There is no other reason, and there are only 2 saints who can support the platoon. The reason why they dare not provoke Western religion is actually very simple. That is, Western religion has 2 saints. Your Majesty, I don't know who that man is. The immortal said to God Hephaestus. At this moment, God Hephaestus also became curious about the identity of Hephaestus. So he said to the gods below, quickly check the identity of that person. If he can defeat the 18 arhats, he will have a certain reputation among quasi-sages. We can definitely find out. The gods withdrew and went to check the identity of Hephaestus. In any case, Tianting can be regarded as the master of the world above the bright side, and their intelligence system is naturally not far behind. After the gods withdrew, it didn't take long for Hephaestus' identity to be revealed. But in the end, nothing came of it. When they went to court again, many immortals faced His Majesty the Hephaestus god without saying a word. After a long time, a white-haired old man with 60th complexion and old age said to His Majesty Hephaestus god, Your Majesty, I have searched over and over again, but there is no trace of that person. It seems that this person appeared out of thin air. As for the Western sect, Saint Juanti is already very angry, and the specific actions are not known yet. Asking for flowers. It is said that it was also because of this mysterious person that he killed an arhat of the Western sect, and also took away 2 fragments of his Western sect's Rahu spear. At this time, the entire Western religion is already murderous. Hearing the 66th immortal said this, God Hephaestus couldn't help rubbing his brows. It's so strange. Such a strong person suddenly appeared in the world, and we didn't know it at all. Could it be that he is a clone of a certain power? A strong man who appeared out of nowhere can indeed make Hephaestus god suspect that he is a clone of a certain power. There is no other reason, except that some powerful avatars can suddenly appear so powerful, otherwise as long as you are a master. As long as you stay in this prehistoric world, and want to hang out in this prehistoric world, your message will definitely be left behind. Point 0. Because a master does not become famous suddenly, he has experienced difficulties and obstacles along the way. More or less, there will be some information left in this world. Heavenly Court's intelligence system is not much worse, and because of this, as long as you leave some information. Basically, everything in the Heavenly Court can be found. And what can be found by the heavens is the kind of strong man who appears out of thin air, and that kind of strong man is usually the avatar of some powerful people. But now Hephaestus god is not sure who is the clone of Hephaestus, or what kind of superior person it is. So, he said to the 60th old man, Tai-bai, you can help me find out a little bit more and find out who this mysterious person is? Or, what kind of person is this? No other requirements. It's fine if you can't find out whose avatar it is. At the very least, let me find out his name and race. I would like to see what this mysterious person is capable of. How dare he offend Western religion like this? Hearing this, His Majesty Hephaestus god said so. Tai-bai Jinxing quickly took orders and said to His Majesty Hephaestus god, The minister obeys the order. Immediately afterwards, he retreated to check the origin of Hephaestus. For Hephaestus, a strong man who appeared out of nowhere, the entire heaven was full of curiosity. They all want to see who Hephaestus really is. Chapter 254. Plan. When Hephaestus went back, Master Yuding was waiting in Jinxia Cave. Seeing that Hephaestus came back, Master Yuding said to Hephaestus, Friend Taoist Demo, I don't know where you went before. Why did you come back now? Hearing the inquiry from Master Yuding, Hephaestus naturally wouldn't hide anything. So he told Master Yuding exactly what happened before. When Master Yuding learned that Hephaestus had killed an arhat of the Western religion and forced the 18 arhats back, the first is astonishment, and the second is to be surprised by the strength of Hephaestus. Right now, there aren't any outstanding masters in Western religion, but the 18 arhats are an exception. Although there are only 3 quasi-sage level masters among the 18 of them, it is no problem for the 210 people to join forces and face a quasi-sage. But Hephaestus killed 1 arhat and forced them to retreat, leaving 17 arhats. What an honor this record is. Taoist friendliness. However, you have offended the Western religion, and I'm afraid life will be difficult in the future. After all, there are two saints in his West. Taoist Yuding expressed his worries. That's right. Although the overall strength of the entire Western religion is far behind that of his teaching. However, there are two saints in his West. Although their master and Laozi are brothers, after all, Sanqing has separated now. The three Qings are brothers on the surface, but in fact, many things have been separated from each other. Of course, if they encounter the same interests, they will still join forces. But compared to the current two Western saints, there is no such close relationship. It is also because of this that even if they explain the overall strength of the 12 golden immortals, they completely crush the entire Western religion. That is also generally afraid to offend them, Western religion. What's more, killing them is an arhat taught by the West. As for Hephaestus, after hearing the worries of Master Yuding, he didn't take it seriously, and then said, "It's okay, fellow Taoist. Although there are two saints in Western religion, I haven't completely offended them yet. It's hard for them to shoot easily." That being said, Master Yuding is still full of worries about Hephaestus. After all, he offended two saints. Hephaestus is not like him. At least there is a saint behind him as a backer. In his view, Hephaestus is just a casual cultivator who suddenly appeared. Although the strength is strong, but there is no big background. But when he saw Hephaestus' confident expression, he hesitated to speak for a moment. In the end, he didn't say much. After all, seeing Hephaestus' nonchalant expression, seems like he really has a way of coping. As for Hephaestus, I really don't care. He came into this world relatively cautiously, but that doesn't mean he is also weak and deceitful. Anyway, his body is equivalent to a saint in the prehistoric world, so he also has a little self-esteem. It's just that he came to this world out of his own interests. He needs to please some sects. He needs not to offend some sects. But it doesn't mean that anyone can bully him, and it doesn't mean that everyone can clean him up. If the Western religion still dares to continue to do things, then don't blame him for being merciless. When the God-conferring calamity begins, at that time, if he really wants to target the entire Western religion, except for the saints who are difficult to kill, Hephaestus is confident that he will kill them all. Fengshen Xuanjia, in his previous life, was basically a dead person who stopped teaching. There is no other reason. The two brothers of the leader of Tongtian joined forces with the two saints of the West and went to cheat the leader of Tongtian together. Because of the teaching rules of the Master Tongtian, there is no discrimination in teaching, and it is the largest sect in the world. There are all kinds of species, and the achievements are remarkable. A large number of monks will inevitably die in the catastrophe of the conferred God platform. This sect does not want its own monks to suffer too much damage, but if so many monks don't die, apparently, even saints are in danger. Even saints may die. Under such circumstances, it is obvious that the Master Tongtian is the best person to be cheated. Of course, among them, all sects and sects have already suffered countless casualties. But compared to Master Tongtian, it's all drizzle. When Hephaestus came to this prehistoric world, a variable appeared in this world, and this variable area was him. His body is also a saint, which means that Hephaestus also has the ability to play this game of chess. Although his avatar is also a pawn above this Fengshen Quanji, but his main body can be used as a chess player. Compete 1 or 2 with the saints of their prehistoric world. Conferring the gods to measure the calamity requires many monks to respond to the calamity, and it also needs many monks to fill the vacancies in the heaven. Hephaestus didn't mind making a move now, and asked him to send 2 more people from the Western cult. After all, the current Western sect is still extremely weak, and it was only after the conferred God quantity tribulation passed that it enriched many disciples from the Jia sect. It can be said that whether it is the heavenly court or the Western sect, in the eyes of his later generations, he has gained a large number of disciples from the Zhejiao. Only then have they developed even more powerfully. The heavenly court in the previous life, as well as the Western religion, all made their fortunes by eating the corpses of the Zhejiao. At the beginning, masters such as Taoist Duobao, Taoist Randang, Puxian, Sihong, and Kongxian were all Western religions that Fengshen joined. One can imagine how powerful the current interception is. The number 1 religion in the world is not just bragging. After thinking so much, Hephaestus suddenly thought of himself, and had some capital to cooperate with Zhejiao. Back then, because he just came to this prehistoric world, he didn't have much karma with this prehistoric world. Therefore, it is necessary to get in touch with a sect, and in the future in Fengshen Liangji 4.1, at least have something to rely on, so as not to be targeted by the guest sect together. Lost this original junior avatar in vain. But now, he has been relatively good with Chanjiao. As for Jiejiao, after thinking so much, he suddenly has the capital to negotiate with him. That is, he knows the general trajectory of the world's next development. At the same time, I also know who will betray the Jujiao and who will be traitors after the God-conferred tribulation. As for him now, as long as he waits until the conferred God-quantity tribulation is activated, he can give a general reminder of the interception. After his reminder comes true, he will go to Master Tongtian to exchange for more refining resources. Using the information I know, it is still easy to exchange some more refining resources from the hands of the saint. Most Tongtian cult masters are also willing to exchange for it. Chapter 255. Visit Tongtian. As for the teaching, he didn't know when Yuanshi Tianzuan would be able to leave the customs. If he leaves the customs, he still has to visit Yuanshi Tianzuan. After all, he can be regarded as an outsider no matter what. Facing these local strongmen, local saints, they have nothing to hide. So, out of courtesy, I still have to pay a visit. After all, if they insist on treating themselves as heretics and obliterating themselves, that would be too troublesome. My own body is still in Chaos God's domain, and I want to fight against God. Otherwise, if the body comes here, I won't be so restrained. Thinking of this, Hephaestus felt slightly regretful. But in the end, he put away the regret in his heart and said to Master Yuding, "Since you are such a fellow Taoist, I will continue to teach Yang Chan." Now Yang Jian's progress is also rapid, but Yang Chan is not behind in my hands. Fellow Taoist, don't let my apprentice, Yang Chan, overtake Yang Jian at that time. Daofa will lose face when he reaches 17. Hearing Hephaestus' joke, Immortal Yuding immediately said, Yang Jian's talent is awe-inspiring, but he is much higher than Yang Chan. If fellow Taoists can call Yang Chan, he will be even stronger than Yang Jian. Then, even if Pindao loses this match, he would do so willingly. After that, Hephaestus exchanged a few more words of greeting, bid farewell to Master Yuding, and continued to teach Yang Chan. When Yang Chan saw Hephaestus coming, she seemed very excited, walked up to Hephaestus, and yelled sweetly in front of him, "Master!" Hearing Yang Chan's shout, Hephaestus felt warm in his heart. This is called a female apprentice, which is much better than a male apprentice. If I teach Yang Jian, he will never be able to make my heart so warm. Thinking of this, Hephaestus said to Yang Chan, "Chaner, let's go, because the master is teaching you a supernatural power." Hearing what Hephaestus said, Yang Chan's eyes lit up, and then she said to Hephaestus, "What great supernatural powers will master teach me? When it teaches you, you will know." Immediately afterwards, Hephaestus taught Yang Chan the 6-character mantra obtained by refining Arhut. After Yang Chan got the 6-character mantra, her eyes were full of doubts, and then she asked Hephaestus, "Master, where did you get this Buddhist secret method?" This Buddhist method cannot be passed on to the outside world, especially the 6-character mantra. It is quite powerful. Hearing Yang Chan's question, Hephaestus naturally wouldn't tell her the truth, and then said to Yang Chan, "Don't worry about it. As a teacher, I have great supernatural powers. What supernatural powers can't be obtained? You can rest assured to practice. Teach as a teacher. Do your best for your teacher. Let you surpass your big brother Yang Jian." Hearing Hephaestus's foolish words, Yang Chan was so smart, so she couldn't believe it. However, hearing Hephaestus' last words made Yang Chan's heart warm. She knew that this time he had worshipped a good master who was willing to teach her. She is very happy. Yang Chan is very happy. There is such a good master. It will not be long before such a good master exists. You can save your mother. Thinking of her mother who was crushed under the Peach Mountain, Yang Chan felt a sense of anxiety in her heart. After teaching Yang Chan this supernatural power, Hephaestus left the Jinxia cave again. There is no other reason. He is going to stop teaching, at least to meet the saints of this world. And he also wants to exchange some more materials for refining the weapon from this saint. He needs to refine more artifacts and learn more about the exercises in this world, or else in the end, he really won't be able to teach Yang Chan. After all, he is not a local cultivator, he is not a local monk. For this local cultivation method, various categories. Various spells are not very clear. He can't make up some money from the east and the west, so he can call Yang Chan. Moreover, according to his speculation, it will not be long before the conferred God Calamity can be opened. If the conferred God Emperor Tribulation is activated, it will be too troublesome. Although he has already fought against the 18 Arhats, he doesn't know a lot of monks in this world. In the future, it is inevitable that Tin will fight against the top masters of all sects and sections. With the strength of his avatar, of course he can make an achievement. However, in the face of some weird secret techniques among these sects, Hephaestus has no confidence at all. It's like Liu Daojin's Nailhead 7 Arrows book and his immortal slaying flying knife. It is well known in later generations, and it only greets people above the primordial spirit. Although Hephaestus has confidence in his saint-level primordial spirit, he has no confidence in the primordial spirit where his avatar is. But there is no foundation. After all, this avatar, all objects, whether it is the soul or the body, is basically a weakened self. If his body came to this prehistoric world, even if he stood still and let Taoist Liu Yu's nail-headed 7-arrow book be nailed casually, he would be powerless to kill him. But the most important thing is that what he came to this world was his avatar. This also made him less confident. That's right, he just lacked self-confidence, and it would be too troublesome if his avatar was crucified. It is impossible for him to create another clone of the original Junior 793 in a short time. That is, a clone of the quasi-sage level. It is impossible for him to just let go of Hong Huang's interests, and he also hopes to rely on the new world of Hong Huang world. Get some good items and supernatural powers from it, so that you can deal with the invasion of God in the future, or directly destroy God. That's why Hephaestus insisted on visiting a saint. He doesn't expect the saints here to cover him, although he is a little confident now, thinking that he is invincible under the saints. But in the face of the saint here, it is simply vulnerable. Just like the avatar of Hephaestus is facing the main body of Hephaestus, it is completely vulnerable. Hephaestus naturally knows how powerful the saint level is. If this avatar of oneself can catch up with the saint's line, it can obtain a large number of supernatural powers in a short time. There are also various refining equipment. This is what he has been working hard for since he came to this world. If I can obtain a lot of supernatural powers and spells, as well as various refining equipment before this clone dies, that is of course excellent. Then his avatar is considered to have died in this prehistoric world. For Hephaestus, his own interests have been maximized. Even if he is gone, it is worth it. Chapter 256. Explain the plans of educating the immortals. Qianyuan Mountain, Jingguang Cave. At this moment, Master Tai looked at the brothers around him and remained silent. He is very clear about why these brothers and sisters of his came here. Immortal Huanglong said to Immortal Tai, "Senior brother, I heard that someone snatched the fragments of the Rahu gun from you. Is there such a thing?" Hearing what Huanglong said, Qi Jingzi, Manjusri, and Puxian all looked at Tai. It seems that the real Tai must explain it clearly. Master Tai knew that his brothers came here to inquire about Hephaestus. Because of this, he felt a little embarrassed. The reason why he competed with the Western sect and the GS sect for the fragments of the Rahu spear was because the three saints had their own preferences. Lao Tzu, a sage, likes alchemy, and his own master likes refining weapons. As for Master Tong Tian, he likes it. This is the formation. Yuan Shi Tianzuan is proficient in the way of refining weapons. As his good disciple, Master Tai naturally wants to obtain the fragments of the Rahu spear and go to please his master. As a result, he failed in the end. When he failed, these brothers of his were naturally eager to move, and they all wanted to give this thing to their master. But he had made peace with Hephaestus before, after all, so he felt a little embarrassed. But after thinking for a while, he finally nodded and said yes. That's right, my magic weapon was indeed snatched away by someone. Hearing Tai Junren's confirmation, the others hurriedly asked, "Brother, do you know who it is?" After thinking for a moment, Master Tai decided to release the news about Hephaestus. Compared with these brothers and sisters of his own, Hephaestus' relationship is much farther away. Because of this, he has a closer relationship with these brothers than Hephaestus. Although he received Hephaestus' artifact and made peace with Hephaestus, it was only him who made peace. There are so many senior brothers of their own. Since they want it, they can let their senior brothers pursue it arbitrarily. If he doesn't pursue it, it will be done. Ever since, Master Tai revealed all the news he knew. Brothers, if you meet Imo Changfeng, please don't mention my name. After all, we have taken his artifact and joined forces with him. Personally, I don't pursue his past anymore. Taoist Tai instructed his fellow apprentices. As for Master Huanglong and the others, upon hearing what Master Tai said, they nodded quickly and then said, "Brother, don't worry. Our fellow apprentices will naturally not betray you. We came here only because we don't know the details of Mo Changfeng. You must know that the 18 arhats taught by the West will fight together. It's really surprising that this guy's strength has not been tested." Hearing Qi Jingzi and the others say this, Immortal He couldn't help but change his face. You mean that the 18 arhats taught by the West couldn't do anything together to get Mo Changfeng? Is he really so powerful? And he can kill an arhat? Is he really that good? Seeing the appearance of Master Tai, they all nodded. Taoist Manjushri said to Master Tai, You may not know this. We only learned about it recently. Now the most popular ones are 7 meat and 8 vegetarian. It's just that we haven't shot directly yet, but we brothers also want the fragments of the Rahu spear. So, we want to try that Mo Chongfeng's skills and see if we can take him down. Hearing what Manjusri said, Master Tai couldn't help frowning and said to the crowd, "Are you really so confident? He can repel or even kill an Arhut. His strength cannot be underestimated." Hearing what Tai said, Huanglong said, "Didn't we want to ask Senior Brother if you know his details? But we didn't expect that he didn't fight Senior Brother Yu at the beginning. Since this is the case, then we are going to give it a try and see if we can take it down." Master Tai shook his head and said to them, "You don't know? Mo Chongfeng is now in Senior Brother Yuding's cave, leading his disciples to practice. If you come to ask for it, isn't it a bit out of order? Brother, you don't need to think too much about it. We have already inquired about it, and someone has seen it with their own eyes. Mo Chongfeng has already left Jinxia Cave Bing. Now is a good time to make a move. If you miss this opportunity, it will be too troublesome." Taoist Huanglong said to Taoist Tai. Taoist Tai just wanted to say something, but he was blocked by other brothers. "Senior Brother, we have made up our minds. No need to say anything. We must go to capture Mo Chongfeng, but I hope that Senior Brother can keep it a secret for us. Don't leak this matter to Senior Brother Yuding. After all, he is soft-hearted. If it is leaked to him, he's trying to block it. All of us don't look good." Hearing what Master Huanglong said, Master Tai didn't have much to say, so he could only bow his hands and say, "Let you go, but don't report my name. After all, the two of us have just entered into peace. If my name is reported for no reason, it will make me speechless. As for the rest, you can do whatever you want." Huanglong, real person Qi Jingzi, and the others nodded. They naturally knew that it would really embarrass Tai if they just reported the real person Tai's name. They are not fools. They just came here this time to ask about Mo Chongfeng's details. Now most of them have understood Mo Chongfeng, and they will not call out the name of Tai real person for no reason. "Okay, Zhao. If that happens, Tai will lose all face. Brother, don't worry. We brothers, we will definitely not embarrass our brothers. We will go now." After saying that, Master Huanglong and the others flew away directly into the clouds, chasing after Hephaestus. As for Tai Taoist, he looked at the direction of their departure, full of worry. Although the Arhats taught by the West are weak, but when the 18 Arhats join hands, even he thinks he is not an opponent. But Mo Chongfeng was able to repel the 18 Arhats and kill one person, which shows his strength. But now these senior brothers insisted on looking for Mo Chongfeng's bad luck, which made him a little worried about the safety of these senior brothers. These brothers of mine are naturally very powerful. However, Mo Chongfeng, who came from nowhere, is quite powerful. Under such circumstances, even if it was him, he felt a little unconfident about his fellow apprentices. Chapter 257. Bo Palace. Hephaestus went all the way, just as he was walking nonstop all the way. Suddenly he saw a city, and when he saw the words above the city, he stopped for a moment. "Chintang Pass. Li Jing should be here. Let me go in and have a look," Hephaestus thought to himself. Immediately afterwards, Hephaestus entered the Chintang Pass. He didn't stop all the way, he walked straight to Li's mansion. His whole figure paused, and then he came to the top of Li's mansion. At this time his whole figure disappeared. Ordinary people can't find traces of Hephaestus at all. As for why he came here, the reason is very simple. He wants to see if Li Neza is born. If Li Neza is born, it means that he is not far from Fengshan Xingzhu. If Mrs. Li Jing is pregnant, it also means that she is not far from Fengshan Liangji. He stayed quietly above Li's house, observing the movement inside and outside the courtyard, and soon he saw a woman with a big belly walking back and forth in the courtyard. When he saw the woman, Hephaestus nodded in satisfaction. Presumably this person is Li Jing's wife, that is, Neza's mother. Judging by her appearance, she should have been pregnant for a long time. It won't be long before Li Neza will come to the world, and after he comes to the world, he will start to be a monster everywhere. 380 was finally subdued by Taoist Tai. Looks like it could be as short as 1 year, or as long as 2 years. It won't be long before the God-conferred altar tribulation will begin. Hephaestus looked at the pregnant Mrs. Li, sighed, and left directly. He just wants to wait for the heaven and earth chaos to ensue, and at this time, fish in troubled waters. He didn't directly go down to say anything, and he was not familiar with Li Jing's family, so he didn't want to add more suspicion if he went down for no reason. If so, it is better to leave directly. Thinking of this, Hephaestus left here directly and headed towards Bo Palace. Soon, Hephaestus came here, outside Bo Palace. "Tell your saint that Mo Chongfeng is visiting." Hephaestus said directly to the boy at the door. When the boy at the door heard the name Hephaestus announced, he couldn't help but be surprised and immediately reported it to the inside. Soon, a large number of disciples appeared from Bo Palace and instantly surrounded Hephaestus, who was standing outside the gate of Bo Palace. Looking at the appearance of these disciples, Hephaestus couldn't help asking, "Why are you doing this? Why do you surround me?" But at this moment, these disciples who stopped teaching looked at Hephaestus with raised eyebrows, and then said to Hephaestus, "Are you here to find fault? You snatched the fragments of my master's Rahu gun before, and now you are looking for my saint. Are you reckless, or do you really want to challenge the majesty of my teaching?" Hearing what these disciples said, Hephaestus understood. It turned out that so many people knew about the fact that he snatched the Rahu spear fragments from Jin Guangxian and Lingya Ferry. I didn't expect his reputation to be so loud, and he hasn't recruited much yet. These disciples already know his name in this prehistoric world. If you get out of the way quickly, call me the person who is currently in charge of your teaching, no matter if it is Taoist Duobao or whoever it is. You can come out. As for you, you are not qualified to discuss with me. Hearing what Hephaestus said, many members of the Jiejiao became angry immediately. One by one, they took out their weapons, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, surrounding Hephaestus in the middle, as if they wanted to strike right away. But just when they were about to make a move, a majestic voice suddenly sounded. "Stop it all." When everyone heard that voice, they all, BHBB, couldn't help but stop their hands. When Hephaestus saw the person coming, he couldn't help but saluted, and then said to the person, "I don't know how to call you friends." Hearing what Hephaestus said, the man looked Hephaestus up and down, back and forth. Then he said, "I'm not the Virgin Mary, so I don't know what's the matter with this visit." Hephaestus couldn't help being a little surprised when he saw that this nun was the famous Virgin Mary, but immediately, he was surprised. Immediately afterwards, he said to the Holy Mother of Wudong, "I came here this time to make a deal with you, and secondly, I want to meet the Tontian sage. I wonder if it is possible?" When the Holy Mother of Wudong heard what Mo Changfeng said, she couldn't help frowning. She felt that Mo Changfeng had no self-knowledge. Could it be that he could see a saint whenever he wanted? What's more, Mo Changfeng didn't have a good relationship with him, and he even snatched the fragments of the Rahu spear from Jin Guangxian and Lingya Ferry before. Now, on the other hand, they say that they can cooperate with them, and that they have to meet the Tontian sage. Even the Holy Mother of Wudong thinks it's a bit impolite. Aren't you a bit ignorant of yourself? How can a sage see anything he wants? What's more, what deal do you have with me? Although your strength is superb, you are only a quasi-sage at best. I will catch a lot of quasi-sages like you. Why should I trade with you? Hearing that Our Lady of Wudong questioned himself like this, Hephaestus was not angry at all. He had already expected that he would encounter such a situation when he came to the Intercept Church. After all, although he is a quasi-sage, there is still a saint in this sect. Jiejiao can be said to be the largest sect in the world, and there are all kinds of monks, precisely because the leader of the Tongtian sect teaches without discrimination. It was the unprecedented number of disciples who caused them to stop teaching. It is also because of this that they have a large number of disciples and a large number of masters. What's more, although Hephaestus is powerful, he is only a quasi-sage at best, and he really has some difficulties in meeting the saint. Holy Mother, don't look down on others. Do you know that there will be a catastrophe in your church in the future? With my help, you will be spared a few crises. Surely you couldn't have expected this kind of thing at all, right? Because of this, I want to talk to Sage Tontian for a while. I wonder if the Holy Mother can agree. Listening to what Hephaestus said, the Virgin Mary still couldn't believe it. After all, what Hephaestus said, some people feel like talking big. Those who are also quasi-sage level powerhouses, you know that they have tribulations, so there are so many quasi-sages in their sections. Why can't I see that there are hardships in cutting off teaching? It is also because of this that the Holy Mother of Wudong still does not believe what Hephaestus said. Chapter 258. Reveal a little news, fellow Taoist. Is it a little too much? If that's the case, please leave, fellow Taoist. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. The Holy Mother of Wudong was naturally very upset when she heard what Hephaestus said. After all, if one day a person suddenly comes to your door and tells you that there will be disaster in your home, he is here to save you. Anyone would be extremely upset. If it wasn't for the strength of Hephaestus, if she knew a thing or two in her heart, she might also take action to drive Hephaestus away. But now she knows that Hephaestus is powerful, and she can't drive him away. She can only let him know good or bad in words. I hope he can leave wisely. But Hephaestus still didn't seem to intend to leave, and the face of the Holy Mother of Wudong turned dark, and she wanted to do it immediately. But just at this time, Another person in charge came from the Jijabio palace. When the Holy Mother of Wudong saw the person in charge, she stopped thinking of doing something. You said that my teaching will go through calamity in the future. Tell me, what number will our church have? Our Lady of the Golden Spirit said to Hephaestus. I don't know how to call you friends. The Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit. When Hephaestus heard the name of Our Lady of the Golden Spirit, he couldn't help but nodded. Immediately afterwards, he said to the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit, who told someone to stand outside. Hearing what Hephaestus said, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit hurriedly invited Hephaestus to Bio Palace. After everyone arrived in Bio Palace, the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit once again asked Hephaestus, I don't know friends, but do you know what kind of hardships I will face in the future? Can you tell me a thing or two? Hearing repeated inquiries from the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit, Hephaestus knew that he had to reveal a little bit. Otherwise, these people would not trust him at all. What's more, will you let yourself go to see the saint? I don't need to tell you so much, but there is one thing I have to remind you. This future catastrophe will be a catastrophe for you. 9 times out of 10, you will die? I wonder if you have a premonition in your heart. When Hephaestus said that she was destined to be murdered, the face of the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit suddenly changed. Then she looked at the disciples around and said to the disciples around, back off. When the surrounding disciples heard what the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit said, they had no choice but to retreat obediently. In fact, she has already sensed that her doom is approaching, and this kind of vague feeling makes her very upset, especially when Hephaestus said that in the future there will be murder and catastrophe. In an instant, he fell into what Hephaestus said. After all, only she can know this kind of murder in her heart. If she doesn't tell others, how will other people know that she will be murdered? I wonder if you can talk to me in detail. Our Lady of the Golden Spirit asked Hephaestus urgently. But Hephaestus shook his head, and then said to the Virgin of the Golden Spirit, it's useless to talk to you. I need to see the Tongtian sage. Only talking to the Tongtian sage will make a difference. Hearing that Hephaestus was going to see the Babel saint, the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit couldn't help but shook her head and said to Hephaestus, it's not that I'm stopping you from seeing your master, but that your master is currently practicing in seclusion. I don't know when your master will leave the seclusion. Hearing that the answer of the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit was not far from that of Master Yuding, Hephaestus felt a little puzzled. Why are these saints retreating? Just when Hephaestus had some doubts in his heart, he suddenly remembered the reason why these saints could not retreat. Those sages could feel the imminent slaughter, and because of this, these guests had to retreat and deduce how they would proceed in the future. At the same time, it is also necessary to retreat to find ways to overcome the catastrophe. After all, if one fails, even a saint will fall because of it. Under such circumstances, no one dared to relax, and no one dared to take it seriously. What's more, what about the sages who are more aware of these catastrophes? Presumably they are all looking for a way to overcome the catastrophe. Thinking of this, Hephaestus simply stopped worrying about seeing the saints, and these saints will not leave the customs in a short time. If that's the case, then I won't go to see the saint. But if you have a congenital treasure, then tell your saint, asking for flowers. It can be used as an exchange with me. The condition of the exchange is that I can tell you some information about the conferred God Emperor Tribulation. If the treasure you give is generous, I can even combine the information from the entire conferred God's festival. It just depends on whether you are sincere or not. As for the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit, after hearing the magic weapon that Hephaestus wanted, she couldn't help being stunned. It's a congenital treasure. It's the treasure of the town's education. If it's not a last resort, it can't be exchanged with others. How could it not surprise her that Hephaestus opened his mouth to ask for the treasure of their township? But think about it, what Hephaestus said next. The Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit will be relieved if Hephaestus can really tell them that cutting off the religion and enshrining the gods is the 10th part of the catastrophe. It is possible for them to cut off part of the teaching, and to be honest, it is really not impossible to give him this treasure of suppressing education. Since that's the case, I can tell my master, but to be honest, I can't make the decision, so I want to tell my big brother Taoist Duobao. Only he can take charge of this kind of thing. The Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit did not directly refuse, but said that she would inform Taoist Duobao and the saint. Hephaestus shook his head when he heard that the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit was going to find Taoist Duobao, and directly refused. Then said, don't discuss it. If you want to exchange with me, then just come and exchange. When will you agree to my conditions, and when will you come to me again? As for Taoist Duobao, I will reveal some information to you as a deposit. Hearing what Hephaestus said, he couldn't help arousing the curiosity of the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit even more. To be honest, for this powerful, mysterious person, the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit is very curious about him. Now this person is like a magic stick. He can always guess all kinds of things clearly, and he can always predict what she thinks in her heart. So she was very curious about the current Hephaestus, and she wanted to hear what Hephaestus' deposit was. Chapter 259. Fight. I don't know what you said. What is it? What kind of information do you want to tell us? Seeing the curious look on the face of the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit, Hephaestus knew that he had succeeded, and he successfully aroused the curiosity of the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit. Just like fishing, he has already cast the bait, and he just needs to wait quietly for the fish to take the bait. I see that Taoist Dao Bao has the appearance of becoming a Buddha, so I have no chance to stop teaching you. As soon as the words fell, Hephaestus left here without stopping. He can't continue to disclose anymore. If he continues to disclose, then he will have no capital to negotiate with Zhejiao. He only needs to release some news more or less, so that they can intercept and confirm that what he said is true. There is no need to say more about other things. If I say more, 953 will appear to be a bit fake. Saying a few words will also add a bit of mystery to yourself. Seeing the back of Hephaestus leaving, the Virgin of the Golden Spirit fell into deep thought. After thinking for a moment, the Virgin of the Golden Spirit suddenly realized, having the appearance of becoming a Buddha, doesn't that mean that Brother Duobao may join the Western religion? Could it be that in the future, Brother Duobao will betray me and stop teaching? Is this impossible? For a moment, the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit was full of worries. If she had dismissed what Hephaestus said before, but since he could foresee that he might die in the future, this made the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit believe Hephaestus' words. After all, she also had a hunch about this kind of thing, but if she didn't say it, no one would know about it. But Hephaestus knew this kind of thing directly, which made her a little strange, and at the same time gave her a little trust in Hephaestus. After Hephaestus left, Our Lady of Wudong also walked in and asked to Our Lady of Golden Spirit, "What did you say to that fellow, Mo Changfeng? Why did you just let him go?" Hearing the question from the Holy Mother of Wudong, the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit shook her head and then said, "Oh, nothing." Naturally, he dare not speak out about such things, and he will not speak out, because if she speaks out rashly, it will only destroy the unity within their sect. Because of this, she didn't say it directly, but went directly to her master. For this kind of matter, the only way to discuss it is to discuss it with the sage Tong Tian, and it is useless to tell others. After all, the big brother who cuts off the teaching may betray the cut-off teaching. This is a very important matter. You can't say it arbitrarily, and you can't make random suspicions. Hephaestus walked out of Bio Palace. Not far away, Qi Jingzi and others looked at the appearance of Hephaestus and thought to themselves, "He came out of Bio Palace. I don't know what he discussed with the person who stopped teaching. But there must be a conspiracy. Maybe it's a conspiracy against us to explain the teachings. Brothers, this time, not only will we take back the fragments of the Rahu gun, we also want to press Mo Changfeng to find out what kind of conspiracy he has." Hearing Qi Jingzi's words, everyone couldn't help but nodded. What Qi Jingzi said is right. Mo Changfeng obviously stayed in the cave of Master Yuding before, and now he suddenly came to this sect. I don't know what conspiracy is there. It would be too troublesome if it was aimed at them. Junior brother Huang Long, the three of you will attack first, and I will hold the line. This person seems to have extraordinary strength. Let me see if I have a chance to make a sneak attack, Qi Jingzi said to Master Huang Long. Master Huang Long heard Qi Jingzi's words and didn't think too much about it. In an instant, he brought Manjusri and Puxian together to attack. Not long after Hephaestus left Bio Palace, he suddenly felt a powerful aura surrounding him instantly. "Who are you?" Hephaestus asked the three monks rushing towards him. But the three monks didn't pay attention to him, and Hephaestus had no choice but to get ready to fight against these monks he had never seen before. In an instant, the three monks had arrived in front of Hephaestus, casting their spells one after another. Looking at these few monks he didn't know, although Hephaestus was a little puzzled, he could only deal with it, no matter how he said it. He was not a fool. Since the group of people dared to attack themselves, they had to face their own anger. Hephaestus quickly used his divine power to deal with these monks. Because he had already had the experience of teaching hands with the monks in the prehistoric world, this time Hephaestus did not hold back, but directly used his full strength to deal with these monks. Just played against each other. Master Huanglong's expression changed in an instant. He had already expected Hephaestus' strength, but he never expected Hephaestus to be so powerful. He could easily deal with the three of them. As for Manjusri and Puxian, their faces also changed slightly at this time. Although the 18 Arhats are strong, if they join forces, they will not be incapable of repelling or killing them. Because of such self-confidence, they are somewhat contemptuous of Hephaestus. Although Hephaestus can repel or even kill the 18 Arhats, it is not impossible for their brothers to join forces. After all, among the 18 Arhats, there are only a few that they can see. However, when they fought against Hephaestus, they immediately knew that they had underestimated Hephaestus. Because Hephaestus can easily rival them. "Who are you? Why are you attacking me?" Hephaestus asked again. He doesn't want to fight a muddle-headed battle. At least he needs to know who these people are and why they want to attack him. 3.1 However, these people ignored Hephaestus and still attacked Hephaestus. Seeing their appearance, Hephaestus also became angry. Although he didn't know who these people were, if he dared to attack him and cornered him, he didn't care who you were. Kill all. Only now does he feel that he still doesn't know enough about this world. Because if he knew enough, he wouldn't be like this. When others attack me, I don't even know what sect or faction they belong to. If the Madonna of Wudong or the Madonna of Golden Spirit met these people, I'm afraid they would know what sect these people belong to as soon as they fight. However, these people obviously came prepared for no other reason. It is because these people are all in the realm of Deluo Jinxian. From this, we can know that these people did not attack him for no reason. Chapter 260. Duo Bao. Since these people came prepared, it was obvious that they were aiming at themselves, so Hephaestus simply did not hold back. Thus, Hephaestus circulated the divine power in his body, burst out with all his power, and rushed towards a monk in an instant. Master Huanglong saw Hephaestus rushing towards him. His expression changed suddenly. Hephaestus' strength is really too strong, and it is difficult for him to deal with it. Because of this, facing Hephaestus' target, his heart is still a little messy. But Hephaestus didn't care if he panicked or not. Since this person had provoked him, he decided to teach them a lesson. Boom! The two collided in an instant, and it was obvious that Hephaestus crushed the real Huanglong with an absolute advantage. It's not that Master Huanglong's strength is not strong. Even if Master Huanglong's strength is poor, he is still a master of quasi-sage level. Ordinary people are really not his opponents. But the opponent Huanglong faces is not someone else, but Hephaestus. His body is equivalent to the existence of a saint in the prehistoric world. Although his body is unable to leave God's domain, causing him to be tied up in this prehistoric world, but it doesn't mean that he is not strong. As soon as the two collided, Master Huanglong vomited blood instantly, and the mana in his body was in disorder. It is conceivable how powerful Hephaestus is. Facing the formidable strength of Hephaestus, Manjusri and Puxian naturally did not dare to underestimate them, and each of them took out the magic weapon in their hands. Looking at the magic weapon in their hands, Hephaestus' eyes lit up. These things are all good things. If they can be used for their own use, that would be the best. And when he saw the magic weapon of these people, Hephaestus had some understanding of the identities of these people. But this is just a guess after all, and he can't directly draw a conclusion. Therefore, even though Hephaestus had doubts about the identities of these people, he still didn't say anything. Quan pretends that he doesn't know. If he can snatch the magic weapon in their hands into his own hands, who cares who they are? He has already been contaminated with karma in this world, and there are some things he cannot avoid, but the karma he has been contaminated with others is not deep. So even if he knew the origin of these people, Hephaestus would not say much. Since you dare to attack me, I will make you pay the price. 17. I was thinking so much in my heart, and at the same time, I was also thinking about how to snatch the magic weapon in the hands of these people. Manjusri took out his own magic weapon, the dragon escape pile, and Pu Xian was the yin and yang mirror given to him by Qi Jingzi, which was used to capture Hephaestus. The real Huanglong, who was sent flying by Hephaestus and vomited blood, also took out his own Huanglong sword at this time. Afterwards, several people charged towards Hephaestus again one after another. Court death. Hephaestus rushed towards Pu Xian's direction, and he knew that the yin and yang mirror in Pu Xian's hand was a good magic weapon. Therefore, out of coveting for that magic weapon, Hephaestus naturally wanted to take this magic weapon into his pocket first. Seeing Hephaestus rushing towards him this time, Pu Xian didn't panic in his heart. His strength is higher than that of the real Huanglong. So although he knew that Hephaestus was powerful, but did not flinch, he operated the yin-yang mirror, shot out 2 yin-yang qi in an instant, and killed Hephaestus. Seeing the 2 yin and yang qi, Hephaestus circulated the divine power all over his body, breaking through the yin and yang qi that was attacking him in an instant. Seeing that his tricks didn't work, Pu Xian could only take a hard blow from Hephaestus, and then backed away. His strength is stronger than that of Master Huanglong, so he is not as embarrassed as Master Huanglong. But still, he is uncomfortable. Hephaestus' strength is really too strong. If they didn't know that Hephaestus' strength is far worse than that of a saint, they really have reason to doubt whether Hephaestus is a saint. Samantabhadra was repelled. Hephaestus just wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue, but at this moment, Manjusri's magic weapon hit him in an instant. Although Hephaestus thinks that he is extremely powerful, but he also has self-knowledge, he does not dare to resist Manjusri's magic weapon, the dragon escaping pile, and can only dodge it. But at this moment, Master Huanglong's sword followed closely. Facing the successive attacks, Hephaestus still coped with ease. However, it would not be easy for Hephaestus to take them down in a short period of time. Now the few of them are quite vigilant towards Hephaestus, and they don't dare to take it lightly anymore. The strength of Hephaestus is really too strong. The magic weapons in their hands are quite powerful. With the blessing of these magic weapons, even the 18 Arhats can easily be forced to retreat. However, facing Hephaestus now, they have no certainty of victory at all. One can imagine how terrifying Hephaestus' strength is in their eyes. No matter what they say or think, Hephaestus must take the treasure in their hands. Otherwise, wouldn't this battle be for nothing? Thinking about it, Hephaestus used his divine power and once again killed the real Huanglong. Master Huanglong knew that he was no match for Hephaestus, so he could only run backwards, hoping to use Manjushri Puxian's hand. Come against Hephaestus 1 or 2. But the two of them used magic weapons to stop Hephaestus. But Hephaestus' whereabouts were strange. He can always use all kinds of spells that they have never seen before, and he suddenly surprises the real Huanglong in front of him. The real Huanglong saw Hephaestus coming in front of him, so he had no choice but to use the Huanglong sword to chop Hephaestus. Hoped to use the yellow dragon sword to take Hephaestus down. However, Hephaestus' strength is not as easy to deal with as he imagined. In an instant, the divine power circulated and directly held the sword in Huanglong's hand in his own hand. Taoist Huanglong looked at his own Huanglong sword, which was easily held by Hephaestus. Immediately his face was full of horror. Huanglong just shot his gun and wanted to draw out the sword, but he couldn't draw it out at all. Hephaestus sneered at him and immediately snatched the yellow dragon sword from his hand. Then he hit hard and sent him flying. Chapter 261. The depressed people Manjushri and Samantabhadra, when they saw the real Huanglong injured, Dun was terrified. They used the yin and yang mirrors and dragon escape piles one after another to attack Hephaestus. To be honest, the strength of the two of them is above the magic weapon. Even if they face the 18 Arhats, they will not fall behind. Hephaestus also recognized their strength, but this was not his reason to let them go. Dare to attack him for no reason. Hephaestus was naturally extremely annoyed. Immediately afterwards, with the powerful yin and yang energy, Hephaestus came directly in front of Puxian. When Puxian saw Hephaestus coming in front of him, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He naturally knew how powerful Hephaestus was. He didn't dare to compete with it easily. But now there is nothing to do. Seeing this, Manjusri also used his dragon escape pillar. Hope it can be used to resist Hephaestus. Hephaestus saw that his dragon-chasing stake was about to hit him, but he still didn't panic. After abruptly taking down Manjusri's dragon-chasing stake, he approached Puxian immediately. Puxian had no choice but to resist Hephaestus again. But Hephaestus was not going to hold back this time. He used all his divine power and knocked Puxian out in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Hephaestus appeared in front of Puxian again in an instant, snatching the yin and yang mirror in his hand into his own. After that, the killer will be killed. But Manjusri was still nearby, so it was impossible for Hephaestus to kill Puxian easily. Afterwards, his dragon escape stake smashed towards Hephaestus again, wanting to use the powerful force of the dragon escape stake to smash Hephaestus to death directly. Without the two people from Huanglong Jinren and Puxian to stop him, there is only one left, who is not his opponent at all. Hephaestus killed Manjusri. Seeing Hephaestus charging towards him, although Manjusri was terrified in his heart, he could only bear Hephaestus' attack abruptly. But obviously, although Manjusri is powerful, without the help of Huanglong Jinren and Puxian, he is not Hephaestus' opponent. Soon, the shield dragon equipment in his hand was snatched by Hephaestus. At this time, several people had some scars on their bodies. Hephaestus looked at them, and then he used his divine power to kill them all in one fell swoop. But at this moment, a stronger energy instantly sent Hephaestus flying. Seeing this powerful magic weapon, Hephaestus became even more certain about who they were. Fantianyan. Good stuff. At this time, Qi Jingzi took the overturning seal given to him by Guang Qingzi and forcibly stopped Hephaestus, who wanted to kill the killer. Misunderstanding, attack. At this time, Qi Jingzi learned of the powerful combat power of Hephaestus, so he had the idea of not fighting against it anymore. After all, if they continued to fight, they would obviously not be Hephaestus' opponents. Misunderstanding? Guangqingzi, what is the misunderstanding? If you don't make it clear, I will kill you all. Hephaestus will hold the Qijingzi of Fantianyan and recognize it as Guangqingzi. After all, only Guangqingzi's overturning seal has such a symbol. Hearing that Hephaestus admitted that he was wrong, Qi Jingzi hurriedly bowed and said, I'm not senior brother Guangqingzi. My name is Qi Jingzi, and the others are Manjusri, Puxian, and Master Huangwang. Fellow Taoist, the battle between the few of us is purely a misunderstanding. Purely a misunderstanding. Hearing Qi Jingzi's introduction, Hephaestus sneered in his heart. Misunderstanding? Where did the misunderstanding come from? If I lost, I don't know if this red sperm will jump out and say it was a misunderstanding. Of course Hephaestus knew that these people came prepared, but he couldn't tear himself apart. So he said to Qi Jingzi coldly, what is the misunderstanding? Say, if you don't give me an explanation, don't blame me for not explaining to you. Hearing what Hephaestus said, Qi Jingzi hurriedly said, the few of us are also going to chase a thief who snatches the magic weapon, and that person is somewhat similar to Brother Dao. The few of us recognized Brother Dao as the thief. It was just a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Hearing what Qi Jingzi said, Hephaestus sneered even more, but she knew it was not a misunderstanding at all. But he also accepted the excuse of Qi Jingzi, because he also knew that Chanjiao was also plotting for the fragments of the Rahu spear, for no other reason, as the previous Taoist Tai was also fighting for this thing. They explained that they definitely had a plan for this fragment of the Rahu spear. It's just that although Hephaestus knew that these people did it on purpose, Hephaestus had to swallow this breath in his stomach. Now he can't have a bad relationship with Chanjiao. He still has his own plan. If he has a bad relationship with Chanjiao, it will affect his follow-up plans. For his follow-up plan of conferring gods, he had no choice but to forcibly endure the unhappiness in his heart, which can be regarded as accepting Qi Jingzi's excuse. Anyway, he already got these 3 magic weapons in his hands, and it was impossible for him to spit them out. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Fellow Taoists, keep your eyes open in the future so as not to cause misunderstandings with others. If I hadn't been so strong today, maybe I would have been taken down by a few fellow Taoists. Hearing the sarcasm of Hephaestus, Qi Jingzi could only smile and say, blame me for waiting, blame me for waiting. In that case, let's go. Hephaestus said to Qi Jingzi. Hearing what Hephaestus said, Qi Jingzi couldn't help being taken aback, and then asked, hello Wang Wang. Hephaestus again, I don't know if you can return the magic weapon that fellow Taoist snatched just now. Seeing that Qi Jingzi wanted the magic weapon, Hephaestus was naturally unwilling to return the magic weapon. At last he said softly, I'm sorry, I'm so powerful, I accidentally turned a few magic weapons into powder. It's purely a misunderstanding. And now, there is no magic weapon to rival it in the hands of the master, so I can only say sorry, Ling. Hearing what Hephaestus said, Qi Jingzi was a little annoyed, but he knew that the reason was not on his side now, so he could only suppress the anger in his heart, and then said, in that case, I have no choice but to say goodbye. Walk slowly. Seeing the deflated people leave, Hephaestus groaned inwardly. If it wasn't inappropriate to offend you, how could you leave here? Chapter 262. 5 Forms Escape Technique. Returning to the dojo of Taoist Yuding, Hephaestus did not let go of his vigilance. After all, those who attacked him before were all his brothers and sisters, and Hephaestus didn't know if there was any plot by Master Yuding. However, he still hoped that there would be no plot by Taoist Yuding. After all, he just came to this world, and Master Yuding is not a bad person. If he really harmed himself secretly, Hephaestus really didn't know what to do. Friend Taoist, you are back. I don't know what you were doing before. Seeing that Hephaestus had returned, Master Yuding couldn't help but opened his mouth and asked, fellow Taoist, don't you know where I went before? Hephaestus looked at Master Yuding with vigilance, as if Master Yuding couldn't say a word well, and he would really attack him. At this time, the person from the Jade Cauldron had a puzzled look on his face. He looked at Hephaestus and said, what do you mean, fellow Taoist? You didn't tell me what you were going to do before you went out. Seeing Taoist Yuding's puzzled and slightly angry expression, Hephaestus let go of his guard. It seems that real Yuding did not betray him, because if Taoist Yuding really betrayed him, he would find out in an instant, and there was nothing wrong with the expression of the person in Yuding. So the only possibility is that his senior brothers secretly came to make trouble for him without the knowledge of Master Yuding. Maybe I misremember. Hephaestus made a fuzzy sound, and immediately went to refine the 3 magic weapons he had obtained. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for refining the magic weapon. The system rewards 5 elements escape technique. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for refining the magic weapon. The system will reward 5 thunders Jew. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for refining the magic weapon, and the system rewards clouds soaring technique. Hephaestus looked at the new exercises he had obtained and couldn't help but wonder. This technique of soaring clouds is nothing but rubbish to Hephaestus, even to Yang Chan. But Hephaestus, that's what he likes, the 5 elements shield technique and the 5 thunder Jew. The 5 thunders Jew has reached the realm of Hephaestus and is no longer considered a good spell. But the advantage is that this spell is powerful and specific. It is the best back for Yang Chan to defend herself. As for the 5 elements shield technique, it is a good thing. There are so many people in the 5 elements shield society. Basically, every monk in the wild world can do it. This can be said to be the most basic exercise. But there is great wisdom in such the most basic exercises. The body of Hephaestus is the realm of a sage. How could it be possible not to see that this most basic exercise has such great wisdom? It is indeed great wisdom. If it is an ordinary monk who has learned the 5-element shield technique, this is just an ordinary shield number. Most people can only use Earth Dungeon. Sprinkle the soil into the air, and then the whole person turns into a stream of light, disappearing without a trace. But this is actually the most basic way of escaping. When Zhang Zia was enshrining the gods, his level can be said to be extremely poor. Compared with Neza Yangjian, he is simply an ordinary man. It can only be said that Zhang Zia is an old Taoist priest with some strength, and even such a rookie monk can use the 5 elements escape technique. One can imagine how basic the 5 elements shield technique is. Basically, 1 + 1 = 2. But don't underestimate the universality of this shield technique. But this escape technique can still be used even if it reaches the quasi-sage level, if it is cultivated to a high level. This 5-element escape technique is in the hands of ordinary monks, and it is just a sharp weapon for escaping. But in the hands of a high-level monk, this is a very powerful weapon. It can escape and trap people. It can be said to be a fairly comprehensive and easy-to-use spell. It's just easy to get started, but hard to master. Only Hephaestus, a monk whose body is a saint, can understand the mystery of this. As for the power of the 5 elements escape technique, he had heard a lot about it in his previous life. The 5 elements escape method has been cultivated to a very high level, and it can also be used to escape people and deal with enemies. It can be used as an attack method, how to escape people. Among the conferred gods in the previous life, the one who is most proficient in the 5 elements escape method is none other than Yin Shang Wen Taisher. Hearing that the Grand Master had passed Huanghua Mountain, he adopted the 5-element escape method to accept the 4 heavenly monarchs. The water escape can turn into a sea, the wood escape can turn into a forest, and the golden escape can turn into a golden wall. What Deng Tianjun, Tao Tianjun, Bai Tianjun, etc. are trapped inside. The energy of the 5 elements is exhausted. They can only wait in a daze, and they will never get out. In this level of realm, life or death depends entirely on the person who cast the spell. One can imagine how powerful this is. Among the 6 great supernatural powers of the conferred gods, there is only the 5 elements escape method, which can be used to attack and defend, and is relatively comprehensive. The reason why it gives people a bad feeling. It's all because it's easy to learn but hard to master. It can be said that there are not many people who can really learn it. There are not many people who can use it to a high level. When Taisher Wen Zhong counts as one, it is conceivable that if this spell can be handed over to Yang Chan can be proficient, even if Hephaestus does not hand over other spells to Yang Chan. Just relying on this 5-element escape technique, it can make it shine in this prehistoric world. From this angle, it can be seen how powerful this 5 elements escape technique is. It's a pity. If I can't tear my skin apart, I really want to take back Guang Chengzi's shattering seal, and see what I will get after refining. As for Guang Chengzi's overturning seal, Hephaestus has been delayed for a long time. Among other things, Guang Chengzi's Fantian seal alone was considered a famous magic weapon in his previous life. It can be said that as long as it is a person of Yan Huang, except for the Zhuxian sword formation of the Master Tongtian, and the Zhuxian 4 swords, and the like. Among the disciples of this kind of elucidation and interception, including the generation of disciples of the Western sect, only Guang Chengzi's shattering seal has earned a great reputation. It is conceivable how Hephaestus covets his heaven-shaking seal, but covetousness is coveted, and he can't sacrifice his future interests for this benefit. The usefulness of this avatar staying in the prehistoric world is very great. Naturally, Hephaestus will not lose this avatar easily, and because of this, Hephaestus is unwilling to offend Changjiao. Otherwise, Hephaestus wouldn't let them go back just because Qi Jingzi and the others besieged him. But if he really kills and cuts off 4 of the 12 golden immortals, it will be troublesome. Maybe Yuanshi Tianzuan will also directly attack and wipe out his avatar. Hephaestus was unwilling to lose this clone, so he could only swallow his anger. 0. Chapter 263. Rahu magic power, but fortunately, he has never been the one who suffers. He snatched the Huanglong sword of the real Huanglong, and the yin and yang mirror of Qijingzi. These few magic weapons are already very good for He Faithworth. The skills of this prehistoric world are indeed much better than those of the god's domain. No wonder the overall strength of the primordial world is so much stronger than that of the Kahe's god's domain. After Hephaestus got these exercises, he was very impressed with the exercises in the prehistoric world. He was just telling the truth. This world is indeed rich in resources and exquisite skills. If his body was born in this world, I am afraid that his growth will not be so easy. After all, there are 6 saints at the top of this world, and there is Hongjun Daozu who is above the saints. It is simply impossible for him to improve his own strength as arrogantly and domineeringly as in God's domain. If you improve the exercises in this prehistoric world and pass them on to God's domain, I don't know what the effect will be. If it can be improved so that the gods in the God's domain can also use it, in the long run, the strength of the gods in the God's domain will also improve very quickly. Hephaestus muttered to himself. It is true that there may not be a big change in a short period of time, but if you continue to export prehistoric skills to God's domain for a long time, Hephaestus is confident that it won't take many years for the entire divine realm to become as prosperous as the prehistoric world, maybe even comparable to the prehistoric world. Of course, all this is just speculation by Hephaestus, and the specifics depend on the actual implementation. After thinking for a long time, Hephaestus felt that his plan was feasible, and the feasibility is very high. It can go hand in hand with collecting Huan level magic weapons. Now that he had gathered several Rahu spear fragments, Hephaestus had nothing to do anyway, so he simply began to try to refine the Rahu spear fragments. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the item. The system will reward chaos innate god magic. Incomplete. Looking at the incomplete magic power of Luhu that he had obtained, Hephaestus was not discouraged, nor did he feel any pity. Just this magic power makes Hephaestus novel enough. Good practice, good practice. It is really exquisite, exquisite. Although it was just a broken technique, Hephaestus felt that this technique was extremely exquisite, very mysterious. Even though he is a broken skill, Hephaestus still thinks this skill is very powerful. I don't know when I will be able to obtain this skill of the perfect body. I only hope that I will continue to look for the fragments of the Rahu spear. Hephaestus muttered to himself. Immediately afterwards, Hephaestus imparted the exercises he had obtained to his own body. He passed on all the exercises and supernatural powers he had acquired to his own body. Let your own body try to create a skill suitable for Chaos God's domain and 9 Realms God's domain. Master, recently there is a force called Heavenly Mountain in the outside world. It is arrogant and domineering outside my prehistoric realm. It is rumored that it has captured several god realms. What if these extraterrestrial demons take advantage of my prehistoric danger to attack me? Taoist Duobao said to Master Tongtian. Those extraterrestrial demons are nothing more than that. Compared to my prehistoric world, they are far, far behind. What a treasure! Your worries are unfounded. In my prehistoric world, even if the world is in chaos, if the 3 saints are tied up, even if those extraterrestrial demons join hands, it won't be my opponent in the prehistoric world. You are worrying too much. Master Tongtian disdains those extraterrestrial demons. To be honest, at his level, he knows more or less about the various worlds outside. However, the so-called God's domain in the outside world is far from the prehistoric world. In the prehistoric world, there are strong people like clouds. Even if 3 saints are tied, and those extraterrestrial demons join hands, they will not be opponents of the prehistoric world. Compared with other gods, the prehistoric world is far too powerful, and it is not in the same order of magnitude at all. Just because he is very aware of this point, the Tongtian saint is extremely disdainful towards those so-called extraterrestrial demons. Master taught me. It's my disciple who is worrying too much. Facing Master Tongtian, Taoist Duobao basically had no other thoughts. Ask for flowers. You don't need to worry too much. You don't know much about those extraterrestrial demons, so it's normal to have concerns. Just as Master Tontian and Duo Baodaran were talking, suddenly, Master Tontian felt someone outside his door begging to see him. So he said, "Come in." The man outside heard the voice of the leader of Tontian and then entered it. The person who came was the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit. The Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit had just entered the retreat place of the Tontian saint, but found that her elder brother was also here. All of a sudden, the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit wanted to speak, but was right. What a shrewd person Tontian Sage is, especially for the land he taught by his top leader. He is naturally very clear. 00 So he said to the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit, "What do you have to say?" The Holy Mother of Jinling looked at Taoist Duobao, then at her master, and finally made up her mind to tell everything. After all, Hephaestus is just an outsider anyway, and he is only a quasi-sage level master. His strength is indeed incomparable, but compared to her master, that is naturally too far behind, and it is precisely because of this that she trusts her master and senior brother more than Hephaestus. Ever since, she told the story of meeting Hephaestus before. Hearing the story of the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit, the Master Tontian didn't respond, and then asked the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit, "Do you know the origin of that person? What about his strength?" Hearing the question from the Tontian saint, the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit did not hide at all, and immediately told him everything she knew. As for the monk named Mo Changfeng, to be honest, I don't know at all. This person seems to have appeared out of thin air. A master of the quasi-sage level. No one knows who he worshipped before. Whose disciple is he? But what the disciple knows is that the monk named Mo Changfeng is now living in the Taoist temple of the Jade Cauldron. However, his relationship with the person who explained the teachings is not that good. Not long ago, he had a battle with Qi Jingzi, Huanglong Jinren, and others. Chapter 264. Duo Bao Saint's guest listening to his apprentice's report, Master Tontian didn't intend to take it seriously. Since you don't know the identity of that person, why bother? What if he is the avatar of other saints, and he is here to provoke me to stop teaching? Hearing what the Tontian sage said, the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit repeatedly said yes. She still trusts the words of Master Tontian. This calamity is measured. Even I am waiting for the saint to find it difficult to spy. I only know that the calamity is coming. How can he, a monk who doesn't know where he came from, have the ability to spy from time to time? As for your fate, I will find a way. I will try my best to help my disciples avoid this murder. Just rest assured. Saint Tontian assured the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Hearing that his master wanted to save his life in this calamity, the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit couldn't help being 313 overjoyed. Immediately afterwards, he thanked Master Tontian and said, "Thank you, Master." At this moment, Taoist Duobao gritted his teeth secretly, silently wrote down the 3 words, Mo Changfeng. After all, this monk who didn't know where he came from dared to sow discord in front of his master. He said that he would betray Jujiao and join his weak and barren Western religion. It's ridiculous. The joke of slipping the world. Who doesn't know that his Jiejiao is now one of the largest sects in the world? There are many disciples of his Jiejiao, with various races and monks emerging in endlessly. In terms of the number of disciples, his sect is far more than that of Rinchan and Western religion. It is conceivable that such a large and rich sect, as the big brother of this sect, how could he deviate from this sect? Because of this, he was extremely angry with Mo Changfeng. No one would like to chew people's tongue for no reason. The Western religions in the West are extremely barren, and it can be said that they can't get into the eyes of Taoist Duobao. How can Taoist Duobao follow other Western religions in vain? Abandoned his position as the eldest brother of the world's #1 sect? What a treasure! The apprentice is here. Hearing the Master Tontian calling him, Taoist Duobao, he hurriedly responded, "Since this person is soliciting dissension, then it's up to you to thoroughly investigate this person's identity and find out whose clone this person is. What is transformed, or what is the background?" Taoist Duobao was overjoyed when he saw that his master had asked him to investigate the identity of Hephaestus. Follow master's order. He was thinking about how to deal with Mo Changfeng, but he didn't expect his master to give him such a justifiable opportunity. The Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit wanted to say something, but she was sure after seeing her master, even if he wanted to say something now, he had no choice but to bear it. On the other side, Qi Jingzi and others, who had run into a wall, returned to Yushu Palace in a state of embarrassment. At this moment, the few people who were embarrassed first went to see their elder brother, King Guangqing. "Why are you so embarrassed? Could it be a failure?" Guangqingzi couldn't help asking when he saw the embarrassed crowd. "Bad luck, bad luck," Master Huanglong said with a displeased face. "Hey, Brother, you don't know something. Immediately afterwards, Qi Jingzi told Guang Qingzi what happened before. When Guang Qingzi heard that Hephaestus was so powerful, he didn't believe it at first. How could a guy with no heels and unknown origins be so strong? Hearing Guang Qingzi's unbelievable appearance, Qi Jingzi and others immediately cried out, "Senior brother, how could we possibly lie to you? The magic weapons in our hands have already been taken away by that guy. I'm dying of suffocation." Seeing the appearance of his senior brothers screaming "Chu," Guang Qingzi naturally believed what his senior brothers said. "He also took my heaven-shattering seal?" Guang Qingzi said to Qi Jingzi. Qi Jingzi heard what Guang Qingzi said, and quickly took out the Fantian seal, and then said to Guang Qingzi, "That's not true, but my Yin-Yang mirror, Huanglong Daoist Huanglong sword, and Manjushri's dragon shield are all taken away by that guy." Seeing that his Fantian seal was not taken away by Hephaestus, Guang Qingzi took a breath. But when he heard that Imo Changfeng had taken away all the magic weapons of his juniors, Guang Qingzi's face suddenly became gloomy. Then he said, "This is the case for the time being. Let's not go to investigate further. After this period of time, let that guy collect almost all the fragments of the Rahu gun. Brother, I will take the lead and vent my anger for you. Anyway, that guy is in the dojo of Master Yuding. We don't need to take care of that guy. We can just ask Master Yuding directly if we have anything to do." Listening to his elder brother saying that he will help himself and others to come out in the end, Qi Jingzi Huanglong Jinren and others nodded. Daoist Duobao is here. After he received the decree of the sage Tongtian, then began to investigate the identity of Hephaestus. For Hephaestus, he hated it. After all, Hephaestus ran to his junior sister to gossip, which made him very angry. "If it weren't for my junior sister and master trusting me enough, I'm afraid there would be a rift between them. It is also because of this that Daoist Duobao has to investigate everything he says." Hephaestus. After a period of investigation, many treasures were found, but nothing was found. Because he found that Hephaestus, a quasi-sage level master, seemed to jump out of thin air. That's right, it's like jumping out of thin air. Originally, no matter what state you are in, as long as you walk and practice in this prehistoric world, you will inevitably be contaminated with the karma of the prehistoric world. No matter how deep you hide, you can find out more or less. However, Hephaestus seemed to appear out of thin air. I don't know when he appeared in this prehistoric world, and I don't know when he became so many demons. So up to now, Daoist Duobao has not been able to confirm the identity of Hephaestus in 2.2. Could it be that this guy is a god and demon formed from the beginning of the world? He just woke up recently? Or, this guy is simply a demon from outside the territory? Have you come to this prehistoric world recently? Now for Daoist Duobao, there are only these two guesses in his mind. After all, a master who appeared for no reason, let him thoroughly investigate for such a long time, but he couldn't find any clues about the master. There are probably only these two possibilities. Either he is a demon passed down from before the creation of the world, but only recently awakened, or he came from outside the domain. That is, those extraterrestrial demons. Otherwise, the origin of Hephaestus would not be explained at all. This origin without cause and effect is really hard to guess. Chapter 265. Siege. Afterwards, Daoist Duobao summoned the 7 immortals to accompany him. Anyway, for this guy who chews the bottom of his tongue, he is so precious that no one will let him go. Even if he couldn't find out the identity of Hephaestus, he decided to kill Hephaestus. If he is a demon god who survived the Panga period, or if he is a heavenly demon from outside the territory, he will definitely have a trump card. Anyway, it's always good to have some help. Seeing the 7 immortals in attendance, Daoist Duobao said directly to Immortal Lingya, "Before you also saw clearly, how strong is that Imo Changfeng, and I will deal with that guy next. If you dare to gossip behind someone's tongue, I won't let him go. The next few of you want to listen to me. I wonder if it's okay." Hearing that his elder brother was going to deal with Imo Changfeng, Lingya Fairy and the others were naturally very willing. Although they had seen Imo Changfeng's formidable strength before, they obviously had more trust in the strength of their senior brother Daoist Duobao. It was also because of this that since his senior brother had spoken up and wanted to deal with him, Immortal King Kong, Immortal Lingya, and others naturally all nodded their heads. Listen to Big Brother. Seeing that these juniors of his are so obedient and so precious, he nodded in satisfaction. Killing Imo Changfeng can be said to have killed an enemy, and you can search Imo Changfeng's soul to see if Imo Changfeng can know the future star calamity. If you know the future star robbery, you will make a lot of money. In the dead of night, Hephaestus was still practicing as usual. He can't do it without practicing. He is still inexperienced in the exercises of this prehistoric world. Although he has the blessing of the ontology, there are many exercises in this world, and he still can't understand them in a short time. But at this moment, Hephaestus suddenly felt an inexplicable energy rushing towards him. Immediately afterwards, he knew that he had left the ashram of the real jade cauldron in the metal cave. Who did it? The only one who can quietly put me into a magic weapon and take me away must be the quasi-sage. But who is it? Hephaestus thought to himself. He has quite a lot of enemies now, no more than when he first came to this prehistoric world. When he first came to this prehistoric world, there were still relatively few people offended, and anyone who wanted to plot against him would not be able to hide for long. Hephaestus can clearly know who it will be. But it's different now. He has offended too many enemies, and now Hephaestus doesn't know who he has offended. Although a magic weapon took him away, it doesn't mean that Hephaestus couldn't break the magic weapon. Using the divine power around him, Hephaestus easily broke the magic weapon that surrounded him. When he broke open this magic weapon, he found that he had come to the outside world. And at this moment, Taoist Duobao and the attendant 7 immortals appeared. Looking at these people, except for King Kong Immortal and Lingya Immortal Hephaestus, they don't know anyone else. He looked at the few people coldly, wanting to make a move anytime and anywhere. At this moment, Taoist Duobao said to Hephaestus with an angry face, "Well, you shrew who chews people's tongues behind your back, dare to speak ill of me. You really don't know if you are alive or dead. Tell me, what exactly do you know about conferred God's calamity? If you tell me, spare your life. If you don't, then don't blame us for being rude to you." Seeing Taoist Duobao's appearance, Hephaestus was a little surprised, but still not afraid. Although the strength of these disciples is strong, Hephaestus is still very confident in his own strength, thinking that he can easily deal with these people. "So you are Taoist Duobao. No wonder, no wonder. You are born rebellious. In the future, you will betray him, the Tongtian sage, as easy as eating or drinking water," Hephaestus said to Taoist Duobao. When Taoist Duobao heard what Hephaestus said, he was immediately annoyed. He never thought that Hephaestus would dare to speak ill of him in front of him. Trembling with rage, he pointed to Hephaestus and said, Good. In front of me, you dare to say that I am a rebellious boy. I really don't know how to live or die." At this moment, Taoist Duobao was so angry that he ignored his image. Of course he knows that he will never betray Jujiao now, but he doesn't know whether he will betray Jujiao in the future. And what Hephaestus said was true. He was really afraid that if he said too much, it would come true, in case his master became suspicious of him one day. That would be too troublesome. If you think about it, if your master has doubts about you for no reason, this feeling is simply irritating. Especially Mo Changfeng in front of him, who dared to spread rumors in front of his face, made people tremble with anger. "Well, you Mo Changfeng, you dare to spread rumors about my senior brother in front of my senior brother. You really don't know how to live or die." Jin Guangxian stood up and stared at Hephaestus coldly, seemingly convinced. However, Hephaestus glanced at Jin Guangxian and then said disdainfully, "I remember who was it before? Seeing me, I was so scared that I looked like my third grandson. Is it you?" And that fairy called something. Hearing what Hephaestus said, Jin Guangxian suddenly felt a little uncomfortable on his face. The previous Hephaestus was indeed incomparably powerful, and that incomparable figure really frightened both him and the spirit tooth fairy. At that time, the two of them did escape in embarrassment. But now that he was directly pointed out by Hephaestus, he suddenly became annoyed and looked at the brothers behind him. Looking at his big brother, Taoist Duobao, Jin Guangxian suddenly felt confident. These brothers of mine are not the 18 arhats before. These brothers of mine are all masters of the De Luo Jingxian level. And his elder brother is the best among De Luo Jingxian. With so many people present, how could he still be afraid? Hephaestus, they should win in this situation. 8 powerful De Luo Jingxians besiege an enemy, and you can win this situation no matter how you look at it. Thinking of this, Jin Guangxian couldn't help but stiffen up and said to Hephaestus, "At that time, the two of us just didn't care about you. With your strength, you are indeed strong, but are you stronger than so many of our senior brothers?" Then he pointed at the brothers around him, as if they were there, giving him a blessing of strength. Afterwards, Taoist Duobao summoned the 7 immortals to accompany him. Chapter 266. Snooping. That's true. With so many brothers present, this battle can be won no matter how you look at it. And Hephaestus was still full of disdain and said to Jin Guangxian, "Those people before said that too. But the result?" Seeing the disdainful face of Hephaestus, Jin Guangxian was immediately annoyed and then said, "They are them. We are us. Is there something wrong with your brain? Can't you see the gap between us and them? It can be seen that they are all trash. The others were annoyed at hearing such arrogant words from Hephaestus. Court death. I don't know how to live or die. You really think we are muddle-headed? If you don't teach you a lesson today, you don't know why we should stop teaching. At this moment, the rest of the attendants of the 7 immortals also spoke out one after another, cursing at Hephaestus. Hephaestus still didn't take their scolding seriously. Let's go up together, kill it for me, and let this lifeless thing know how good we are. Taoist Duobao's patience with Hephaestus has reached the extreme at this moment. He couldn't stand Hephaestus at all. He never offended this guy, but this guy was not friendly to him from the beginning to the end. 710 either spread rumors about him or ridiculed him. For such a monk, Taoist Duobao is naturally willing to get rid of him and avoid future troubles. Immediately afterwards, Special took the lead in rushing towards Hephaestus. At the same time, the other 7 immortals who accompanied Taoist saw Taoist Duobao rushing up to kill them, and they couldn't help but gear up one by one. They rushed towards Hephaestus one after another. Seeing these intercepting monks rushing towards him, Hephaestus was not afraid at all, directly changing the divine power around him and fighting with them. The two sides come and go, and the fight is a close one. At the same time, many people watched the battle where none of them noticed. Brother, do you think my nephews will win? Or this monk named Mo Changfeng will win? Yuan Shi Tianzuan and Lao Tzu watched the battle between the lower realms together and then asked Lao Tzu. As for Lao Tzu, watching the battle in the lower realm, he frowned slightly, thought carefully, and then said to Yuan Shi Tianzuan, Junior brother, I think our nephews will be defeated by this monk named Mo Changfeng. Hearing what his senior brother said, Yuan Shi Tianzuan immediately felt dissatisfied, and then he said to his senior brother, This is a master of the Daluo Jinxian level. Although the strength of the 7 immortals is relatively weak, they are no match for ordinary quasi-sages. Senior brother, why did you say that? Could it be that you don't trust these senior nephews at all? Anyway, they are all apprentices trained by Tong Tian. Otherwise, senior brother, take a look, who will win? Hearing what Yuan Shi Tianzuan said, Lao Tzu once again turned his gaze to the lower realm. Looking at the battle of Hephaestus and others, after thinking for a moment, Lao Tzu said again, I still think Mo Changfeng will win. Seeing Lao Tzu saying this one after another, Yuan Shi Tianzuan suddenly felt a little uncomfortable on his face. Brother, if you say that, why don't you and I make a bet and see who will win? Seeing Yuan Shi Tianzuan say this, Lao Tzu also lost his temper and finally said boldly, I said this Mo Changfeng will win. It is this Mo Changfeng who will win. Since you are willing to bet with me, then why don't we bet? Seeing that his senior brother was willing to bet with him, Yuan Shi Tianzuan was secretly happy. After all, in his opinion, these nephews of his are sure to win. No matter what, these are the 8 great Luo Jinxians, and their strength is resoundingly powerful. Although Hephaestus is powerful, he even repelled the 18 Arhats, Qi Jingzi, and others. But after all, the number of these people has not exceeded 8 quasi-sages, and it is indeed possible to repel them with the powerful strength of Hephaestus. But this time, they are the disciples of their interception. Although Sanqing has already separated, Yuan Shi Tianzuan still has no doubts about the ability of Tong Tian leader. In any case, these 8 Deluo Jinxians are all his disciples trained by Tong Tian, so the strength of each of them must not be weak. Under such circumstances, if they can't beat Hephaestus with 8 against 1, then they just go to kill them. One of the reasons why Yuan Shi Tianzuan is so confident is because of Taoist Duobao. Taoist Duobao is also one of the best among the Zhejiao. The big brother in Zhejiao is equivalent to Guang Chengzi in his teaching, and his strength is not bad at all. In this way, under his leadership, if he still loses the battle, he, the so-called big brother, can go head-on and kill him. If you can't beat one of the 8, what are you doing alive? The reason why he dared to make this bet was because he was sure that Lao Tzu would lose, and his elder brother was good at calculating. All kinds of things can always be the first to come first, and now it is obvious that everyone has the upper hand. For this bet, Yuan Shi Tianzuan is extremely confident. In the battle, Yuan Shi Tianzuan is sure to win, and it seems that he has already thought of how to win this gambling next. It wasn't just the 2 saints watching the battle between Hephaestus and the 8 immortals. At the same time, under the 18 layers of hell, in the sea of blood of the Styx River, there was a blood-red figure staring greedily at Hephaestus. But this blood-red figure had a murderous aura, as if he wanted to kill Hephaestus anytime and anywhere. The person who can live under these 18 levels of hell, in the sea of blood in the Styx River, is naturally the famous patriarch Styx River. At this time, he was also spying on the battle between them in the upper realm. At this time, there was a strange light in his eyes, looking at Hephaestus. Sometimes there was surprise in his eyes. Sometimes the color of killing flashes in the eyes. No one can predict what the Lord of the Styx is thinking about in his heart. Seeing the churning sea of Styx's blood, Patriarch Styx let out wild laughter. The maniacal laughter caused the entire Styx blood sea to tremble involuntarily. Even these Azura clans who were created by Patriarch Styx and have been with him for a long time can't bear the wild laughter of Patriarch Styx. They were shocked to death one after another and floated out of this sea of blood. Chapter 267. The powerful Taoist of many treasures. A woman watched the battle below, and the woman looked at Hephaestus at this moment, her eyebrows raised. It's true that I have a bit of ability, but it's really abhorrent to dare to rob me as an apprentice. This woman is the well-known human saint, Niwa Empress, if Hephaestus knows in a blink of an eye. To be targeted by so many saints, I don't know what to do. It doesn't matter if the main body is there, but in this prehistoric world, after all, only his clone came. But the current Hephaestus didn't know that he was being targeted by so many masters, and he was still concentrating on dealing with Taoist Duobao and the attendants of the seven immortals. Hephaestus used his powerful divine power to force the seven immortals away in an instant. Although they were masters at the level of Deluo Jinxian, but Hephaestus still ignored them. There is no other reason. Their strength is indeed extremely weak, much weaker than other quasi-sages. Maybe the seven of them teamed up to hang up and beat 18 Arhats would be no problem. But don't forget, Hephaestus can easily hang up and beat the 18 Arhats. As for the seven of them, although they are better than the 18 Arhats, but Hephaestus still didn't take them seriously. His main purpose is to target Taoist Duobao. Taoist Duobao can be regarded as a master in the entire Deluo Jinxian realm. If Taoist Duobao didn't have much ability, how could he be their senior brother? You know, the people who intercept the teaching are stronger than each other. Only Mistress Sanshao, these three girls at the level of junior sisters, can even hammer 12 golden immortals with their hands. As for their big brother, namely Zhao Gongming, he was also a well-known figure in the conferred god period. Just these few outer disciples are so tyrannical, not to mention the eldest disciple of Taoist Tian Tongtian. Hephaestus didn't even dare to be sure if this person's strength was the same as his own. Would he be stronger than himself? After all, although he is a doppelganger, this person can also be regarded as the disciple of the saint. To put it bluntly, the resources poured into him are definitely no worse than his clone. Taoist Duobao saw Hephaestus attacking him, so he held a sword to meet him. Hephaestus used his divine power to resist Taoist Duobao's sword and killed Taoist Duobao. Good strength. Although Taoist Duobao looked down on Hephaestus, a gossip, he had to say that. The strength of Hephaestus is really powerful. Taoist Duobao thinks that he is powerful, not to mention invincible in the world. He is also one of the best masters among Deluo Jinxian. But now facing Hephaestus, the two were evenly matched for a short period of time. You must know that this is not a single battle between two people. There are also 7 attendants joining in. So many people, fighting against Hephaestus alone, did not win Hephaestus. And it seems that Hephaestus didn't pay attention to the 7 attendants at all. Taoist Duobao couldn't be amazed at such a strength. Let me show you something even more powerful. Immediately afterwards, Faith Toss directly killed him. Taoist Duobao's strength is also true, extremely powerful, because if his combat power is not the best among the quasi-sages, how can he overwhelm the crowd? But at this moment, the 7 immortals who accompanied him came to kill Hephaestus again. The strength of the few of them is much higher than that. Bao Taoist is indeed much worse. But these people are all masters of the Deluo Jinxian level after all. Even Hephaestus had to be careful not to deal with it. Swimming and fighting with them, Hephaestus was not at a disadvantage. At this moment, no matter whether it is the attendant 7 immortals or Taoist Duobao, they all give Hephaestus a high look for him. Everyone admires the strong, not to mention a powerhouse like Hephaestus. Of course, Hephaestus is their enemy, and they naturally want to get rid of this enemy quickly. But still do not delay them, admire this enemy. Formation. Taoist Duobao, give an order. In an instant, these monks formed a formation. Hephaestus knew that the formations in the prehistoric world were powerful, so he didn't dare to underestimate them at all. Once the formation in this prehistoric world is formed, it is easy to fight more with less, not to mention that they are bullying the few with more now. Hephaestus doesn't like the strength of the 7 immortals, but it doesn't mean that they are all rookies. Ask for flowers. Anyway, these are just a few Deluo Jinxians, and masters at the Deluo Jinxian level are not so easy to deal with. After the formation of the 7 immortals, the formation was presided over by Taoist Duobao, and the power could not help but increase greatly. Formation is the core of a formation. If the same formation is presided over by a Taoist, it will naturally be a bit stronger. If it was replaced by someone from the seven immortals who served as the host, it would naturally be a little weaker. The quality of the formation has a huge relationship with the people in the main formation. Because of this, Hephaestus was very cautious. After all, Taoist Duobao's strength is indeed extremely powerful. If it is replaced by the seven immortals, it will rely on their strength. Hephaestus destroyed them long ago. Boom! A powerful energy hit Hephaestus. Hephaestus is not a fool. He knows that the energy is huge. Can't help dodging in a hurry. After reluctantly dodging to the side, in an instant, that huge energy burst out. This blow made Hephaestus feel a little horrified. To be honest, if we talk about it alone, the power of this blow alone is already comparable to a saint. Although Hephaestus' body is a saint-level master, his current avatar is only a quasi-sage-level monk after all. In this prehistoric world, it is indeed the top number in the ranking, but it is not invincible. Just because if he was hit by their formation just now, even if Hephaestus is powerful and amazing, if one hit is hit, it will most likely die. Again, easily, Hephaestus is unwilling to lose his clone. If there is a huge benefit, maybe he will lose this clone, but if it is unreasonable now, this clone will die during the battle. That's what Hephaestus didn't want to see. Also because of this, after Hephaestus dodged the blow, he couldn't help wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Good method. Before he finished speaking, he struck Hephaestus with several other blows. Seeing such a situation, Hephaestus couldn't help dodging hastily. Chapter 268. Admit the wrong person. The surrounding space has been sealed by them. It can be said that the current Hephaestus has no room to dodge. After he dodged the previous few blows, he couldn't help but start thinking about countermeasures. These people seem to have surrounded him in this space, but since he came to this world, he has not displayed his true talent and divine power. The divine power he used was just the most common spell in Chaos God's domain, and that kind of inferior spell was naturally not very powerful when cast. Watching them gather their energy again, Hephaestus didn't dare to rush forward this time. Because he knew that his avatar's strength was limited, if he just rushed up like this, he might lose his avatar. Therefore, Hephaestus 763 just stared at them coldly and didn't directly rush forward to make a move. As for Taoist Duobao, seeing the look in Hephaestus' eyes and seeing that Hephaestus didn't act, he couldn't help feeling extremely proud. Fortunately, I brought the seven immortals, otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with this Mo Changfeng. Regarding Mo Changfeng's strength, Taoist Duobao had to admit that he was completely superior to him. If he continued to fight, maybe he would be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, he was cautious when he came to chase Hephaestus. He called the seven immortals to attend him. With their existence, Taoist Duobao would be so proud. The strength of the attendant seven immortals is indeed not enough, but after they formed the formation, their strength has multiplied several times, and he is in the main formation. It can be said that the power of this formation has reached its limit. Ordinary quasi-sages want to crack this formation, unless the saint makes a move. But in his opinion, Hephaestus is probably a demon god who just awakened in ancient times, or those so-called garbage extraterrestrial demons. Yes, they have some strength, but in the face of their formation, there is no way to fight back. From the current performance of Hephaestus, it can be seen that the current Hephaestus has no good means. Kill. Taoist Duobao just finished speaking. As soon as the huge energy came, it hit Hephaestus. At this time, this energy is everywhere, all of it. All spaces up, down, left, and right are basically surrounded by this huge energy. This huge energy is like a sphere, trying to wrap Hephaestus in an instant. Seeing that this energy was about to hit Hephaestus, Taoist Duobao was already very proud. It has been decided to watch how Hephaestus dies. At this time, Yuan Shi Tianzuan looked at Lao Tzu triumphantly, and then said to Lao Tzu, "Brother, let me tell you that these nephews will win. Some of them are really hard to catch your eye, but after all, they can be regarded as trained by Brother Tontian. The strength is naturally one of the best. How can it be impossible to beat 1 out of 8? But at this moment, Lao Tzu did not speak. He stared at the battle in the lower realm, and said to Yuan Shi Tianzuan, "Don't talk too much, keep reading." Hearing what Lao Tzu said, Yuan Shi Tianzuan shook his head directly, and then said, "Hey, is it possible that he will win again? Apart from the saints, how can any quasi-sages break this blow of Taoist Duobao?" As soon as his words fell, the huge energy hit Hephaestus instantly. At this moment, Yuan Shi Tianzuan is already extremely proud. After all, in his opinion, this time he must win. and Lao Tzu didn't say a word, staring at Hephaestus in the middle of the explosion. When the smoke cleared, Taoist Duobao proudly looked towards the center of the formation, expecting to see the corpse of Hephaestus, but found nothing. When he saw that there was nothing in the formation, he was taken aback for a moment, and then looked vigilantly at the fourth middle school. Be careful, he's not dead yet. Before he finished speaking, a figure appeared behind Taoist Duobao in an instant. Immediately afterwards, huge divine power instantly hit Taoist Duobao. Taoist Duobao couldn't dodge at all, and was thrown upside down in an instant. Puff! Blood spit out from Taoist Duobao's mouth. But at this moment, the attendant 7 immortals didn't react at all. But Hephaestus didn't pay attention to the 7 immortals who served him. With their strength, they finished dealing with Taoist Duobao. With ease, you can combine them with a few machates. So Hephaestus didn't care about them, but directly killed Taoist Duobao again. For a split second, Hephaestus once again disappeared into the surrounding space, and then suddenly appeared again. As if in the blink of an eye, Hephaestus came behind Taoist Duobao. Taoist Duobao was taken aback immediately after seeing Hephaestus disappear. He wiped the blood off his mouth, held the sword in his hand, and stared coldly around. But there was no time for him to react. Hephaestus appeared behind him again in an instant, using all the divine power in his body, and immediately knocked it out. This is the space power of Hephaestus. Since he came to this world, he really hasn't used his full strength. I was forced to do nothing just now, so I had to use all my strength. At the same time, the saints who were watching the battle, as well as Patriarch Styx and others, all opened their mouths wide and stared at Hephaestus. The ancestral which has come back to life? Could it be that this person is the ancestral witch? Patriarch Styx stared at Hephaestus. Only with the power of Emperor Jiang among the ancestral witches can one have such an amazing space talent. Such a powerful space power, he can naturally see that it is extremely powerful. Without a powerful 0.4 talent, ordinary people simply don't have such a powerful space power. At the same time, seeing the reversal of the battle situation, Yuan Shi Tianzuan's face also collapsed. Originally, he thought it was a win-win situation, but he didn't expect that Hephaestus would use the power of space. This can't help but surprised him too. Could it be he is Zhu Wudi Jiang? Yuan Shi Tianzuan said with some surprise. Seeing Yuan Shi Tianzuan say this, Lao Tzu couldn't help shaking his head, and then said, no, he should not be Zhu Wudi Jiang. Hearing what Lao Tzu said, Yuan Shi Tianzuan was a little puzzled, and then asked, there is such a strong space and talent in this world. There is no one else except Zhu Wudi Jiang. Senior brother, how do you conclude? This Mo Changfeng is not the incarnation of Zhu Wudi Jiang. Chapter 269. Zhuanti Saint, the reason is very simple. What he uses is not talent, but spells. Lao Tzu said lightly. Hearing what Lao Tzu said, Yuan Shi Tianzuan's eyes couldn't help but widen. Fa. Spell. That's right. At the same time, Empress Niwa looked at Hephaestus and suddenly thought he was Zhu Wudi Jiang. But after looking closely at Hephaestus' moves, he saw some clues. His power of space is not the same as that of Zhu Wudi Jiang. Zhu Wudi Jiang used his own talent to look at Hephaestus' appearance. He seems to be applying his magic power. Hephaestus' formidable power of space left Taoist Duobao with nowhere to fight back and no way to fight back. He was like a ghost. Taoist Duobao had no idea where Hephaestus would appear in the next moment. And every time Hephaestus hit him, Taoist Duobao was a little out of sorts. After all, Hephaestus' individual strength is still quite strong, not to mention that Hephaestus used his space talent at 17. Facing Hephaestus' formidable combat power, Taoist Duobao was helpless. At this moment, Hephaestus, with murderous intent on his face, decided to kill Duobao Taoist Li Wei. Otherwise, everyone would think he was easy to bully. Ever since he came to this prehistoric world and endured again and again, there are already countless people who want to challenge his majesty. Originally, he wanted to come to this prehistoric world and make a fortune in silence, without showing his face and making a sound, without being contaminated by karma, and without causing trouble. But these people kept forcing him again and again. The West taught him, explained the teachings forced him, and intercepted the teacher forced him. I really thought he was a soft persimmon. Even if he tried his best to offend Saint Tantian today, he would kill Taoist Duobao to prove his majesty and strength. Kill. This time, Hephaestus was really ruthless, saying that he wanted to kill Taoist Duobao and prove his own strength. It takes a little bit of fear to let others see yourself. Yes, he wants to fish in the troubled waters of this prehistoric world. But don't forget, his body is equivalent to a saint-level existence in this world. Facing the provocations of these guys who are weaker than himself, the mayor sure ran. Even a good old man with the best temper can get angry. Taoist Duobao sensed Hephaestus' killing intent, and at this moment, a look of horror appeared on his face. At the same time, the 7 immortals who accompanied him looked at Hephaestus, who came and went without a trace, but there was nothing he could do. Don't say that Hephaestus has such a powerful space power. Even if they don't have such a powerful space power, they are not opponents at all. Under such circumstances, they could only watch helplessly as Hephaestus, who came and went without a trace, beat Taoist Duobao into a shapeless shape. Taoist Duobao is their senior brother, such a powerful master, was beaten into such a state by Hephaestus. These people are no match for Hephaestus, and they couldn't catch Hephaestus at all, and wanted to stop it. But helpless, quickly surround the senior brothers, Jin Guangxian hurriedly said to the other quasi-sages. Seeing this, the other 7 immortals could not help but surround Taoist Duobao one after another. Hope to stop Hephaestus' attack. Just you trash, you still want to block me? As soon as the words fell, Hephaestus came to the attendant fairy in an instant. At this time, Hephaestus was really ruthless, saying that he wanted to kill a person, to stand up and let the whole prehistoric world know. I am not easy to mess with. Although the attendant 7 immortals wanted to stop him, but in the face of the Hephaestus that happened, he was completely powerless to fight back. Die! Hephaestus' powerful blow hit Lingya fairy in an instant. The Lingya fairy wanted to protect her brother, but she was not strong enough to face such a powerful attack from Hephaestus. He couldn't even take a single move. He was directly hit by Hephaestus. Puff! Blood spurted from his mouth. At the same time, blood also flowed out from his 7 orifices. Blood flowed down from his body unstoppably, staining his skirt red in an instant. The other Deluo Jinxians were even more vulnerable. When faced with Hephaestus means, there is no room for fighting back at all. One by one, they were also beaten to death by Hephaestus. As for the target of Hephaestus is Taoist Duobao. He wants to kill Taoist Duobao, and it is precisely because of this. He didn't care anymore. He was already dying to serve the 7 immortals. With awe-inspiring murderous intent, he hit Taoist Duobao. Taoist Duobao saw Hephaestus in such a situation. He couldn't help closing his eyes resolutely, because he knew that he would die this time. He didn't expect to bring 7 big Luo Jinxians, and he was still no match for Hephaestus. This Hephaestus is so powerful, dying in his hands is not considered to bury his reputation. Just as he was dying with his eyes closed, a sudden burst of huge energy shook his surroundings instantly. The 487 divine power that Hephaestus was about to hit on Taoist Duobao was instantly shaken away. The powerful shock force instantly sent Hephaestus' Xia's body upside down. At this time, Hephaestus' eyes were full of shock. He looked at the monk in front of him. He couldn't help being shocked and speechless. That's right, the person in front of him is a saint. Are you receiving or quasi-receiving? Hephaestus asked tremblingly. He was not afraid of the saint in front of him, but the shock force of the blow just now directly caused his whole body to suffer a lot of damage. Now the divine power in his body is rushing around, making him feel a little unstable. Umitba, the poor way is the right way. Taoist Zhuanti recited a Buddhist name and said to Hephaestus. Hearing what the Zhuanti sage said, Hephaestus changed his face. He didn't expect that the saint was spying on them secretly. Obviously, he was about to take Taoist Duobao down, but at this moment, the Zhuanti saint appeared to protect Taoist Duobao. This could not help but make his face ugly. After all, his avatar is only a quasi-sage level powerhouse. Compared with a serious saint, he is like an ant. There is a law in this prehistoric world, that is, all saints are ants. It is simply impossible and hopeless for a quasi-sage to fight against a saint. Chapter 270. Heaven's help, benefactor, it's too much. Before you provoked me, the Western sect, and now you want to hurt the Friends sect. The poor monk really can't see it. Die. As soon as the Zhuanti Taoist finished speaking, he charged towards Hephaestus. But this time Hephaestus did not fight back. He stopped all his means, because he knew that in the face of the saint, he was powerless to fight back. His own body is also a saint, so he naturally knows how weak the clone of Yuan Primary School is against himself. No matter how many sky-defying spells he gets, he will not be the opponent of the saint. When he had to wait for this avatar to be killed by the Zhuanti saint, suddenly, another powerful energy blocked the attack from the Zhuanti saint. Tao-friendly means, but the disciples under my sect should not be rescued by fellow Taoists. The Master Tongtian looked at the Taoist with a dark face. If it was before, if Taoist Zhuanti came to save Taoist Duobao, he, Master Tongtian, might thank him. But after hearing what Hephaestus said before, I saw how warm Taoist Junti was to his disciples. He couldn't help but have a bad premonition, because he knew that he was not the only one spying on this battle. There were many strong men secretly spying on it. There are even his two senior brothers. In terms of relationship, these two senior brothers of his are much closer than him. Why didn't these two senior brothers of his own make a move? But he, a Junti saint, made a move. Reminiscing what Hephaestus had warned them before, the face of Saint Tontian couldn't help but become even uglier. Why is this, fellow Taoist? This person killed an arhat of my Western sect, injured 7 of your attendants, and even injured your great disciple. Could it be that you want to cover this person? Junti Taoist, seeing Master Tontian's dark face and not understanding why he had such a dark face, couldn't help asking aloud. At this moment, Master Tontian, looking at the Junti Taoist in front of him, was extremely disgusted, so he couldn't help but said in a cold voice, "Fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry too much. I will teach this person how to do things, and you don't need the jurisdiction of the Western religion." Hearing Master Tontian say this, even Taoist Junti couldn't help feeling angry. He said to Master Tontian coldly, "Friends of Taoism don't know how to flatter you. I kindly rescued your disciples, but I treat you so coldly. It's simply unruly. The person who intercepted you wants to arrest him, and I also want to arrest him in the body of the Western religion. No one died in your interception, but I, an arhat, died in his hands. Anyway, I'm going to take him away." The Master Tontian stopped in front of Hephaestus and said to Taoist Junti, "Today I want to protect him. Let me see who dares to take him away." At this time, the Master Tontian was ready to attack at any time, and the 4 swords of Jade Immortal showed their appearance in an instant, staring at him like a tiger. It seems that any time, anywhere, you have to shoot at Tishengren. When Junti Sage saw the blown-up Tontian leader, who seemed to want to fight him anytime and anywhere, he couldn't help but snorted coldly. "Okay, you. Since you are so ignorant of flattery, that's all. It's not worth fighting you for him. But Tontian, please remember, we have formed a relationship. If I have a chance, I will return it." Naturally, the Junti saint did not want to start a war with another saint just because of one Hephaestus. When the two saints fight, it is really impossible to die. Especially seeing the appearance of this Tontian leader, it seems that if he really dares to attack Hephaestus. Master Tontian was really ready, and directly set up the Zeusian sword formation to compete with himself. It is not worth fighting Hephaestus with the leader of Tontian for this. There are more opportunities to pick up, and the next days will be longer. If you want to kill Hephaestus, there is plenty of time. Why do we have to challenge the leader of Tontian's sect? It's a knot. It's a knot. I'm afraid you won't make it." Master Tontian said to Saint Junti coldly. Seeing the appearance of Saint Tontian, Saint Junti couldn't help but snorted coldly, then left here directly. But at this moment, Taoist Duobao was a little dazed. He saw the appearance of Saint Junti leaving, and just wanted to catch up and say something. But the Master Tontian spoke up. "Stop." Hearing what Master Tontian said, Taoist Duobao, who originally wanted to catch up, couldn't help but stop his footsteps. At this time, he looked at the leader of Tontian, and said to the leader of Tontian with some grievances, "Master." Just as he was about to say something, the Master Tontian scolded Taoist Duobao angrily. "You traitor, don't you feel ashamed enough? Go back to me." Seeing Taoist Duobao still wanting to catch up, the leader of Tontian became even more angry, and directly scolded him, telling him to go back to the sect. Taoist Duobao felt aggrieved. He clearly mentioned that the sage saved him. Why did his master talk to the sage in a cold voice? But Taoist Duobao didn't dare to say anything more when he saw his master's appearance. He could only leave here with a grievance on his face. And Hephaestus witnessed everything just now. He didn't expect that the Master Tontian would save him. He already knew from Taoist Duobao's appearance. It seemed that Zhu Jiao didn't take what he said before seriously. Otherwise, Taoist Duobao would not know that he was chewing the root of his tongue behind his back, and he would not take it with him, the 7 immortals in attendance, trying to strangle him. Also because of this, he just now is ready to deal with the next death anytime and anywhere. At the same time, he has also decided to give up this clone. But what he didn't expect was that, for some reason, Master Tontian would actually help. If Taoist Duobao had looked like before, the Master Tontian would have stood on the sidelines. Zhuang Zhao watched him die. But Master Tontian didn't stand on the sidelines, but directly rescued him, which made Hephaestus feel a little suspicious. What did Hephaestus just want to say to Master Tontian? But at this moment, the leader of Tontian made a face to Hephaestus, and then said, "Someone here is watching. Let's go back and talk about it." Hearing the words of Master Tontian, Hephaestus nodded. He knew that there must be more than two saints watching here. There must be several saints also paying attention to him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be the moment he was about to kill Taoist Duobao. But Taoist Juani took the lead and stopped him. When Taoist Juani was about to kill himself, the leader of Tontian made a direct move and stopped Taoist Juani. It is conceivable that they have already paid attention to this battle. Chapter 271. Transaction. The Master Tontian kept walking forward with a dark face. As for the other snoopers, they couldn't help but accept their gazes when they saw the Master Tontian taking these people away. No more prying eyes on Hephaestus' side of things. Originally, Saint Tontian didn't want to make a move, but when he saw Saint Juandi, he went directly to save his apprentice. This could not help but remind him of Hephaestus' prophecy in an instant. In the future, my disciple, Taoist Duobao, will betray him and stop teaching and join their Western religion. At first he thought that Hephaestus was just a guy talking nonsense. After all, even he couldn't see clearly. But at the moment when his apprentice was in danger, this quasi-said Taoist was even faster than himself. This shows that Taoist Juanti cared more about his apprentice than he did. Obviously, Taoist Juanti had already cared about his apprentice very early on. It shows that Taoist Juanti has coveted Taoist Duobao for a long time. And from here, it can also be confirmed from the side that what Hephaestus said is not a lie. Back in Bo Palace, at this moment, Tontian Saint of 070 looked at Hephaestus with a complicated expression. When he saw Hephaestus before, he just thought it was a crazy guy who came out of nowhere. After all, even a saint like him can't figure out the calamity of the god conferred. So why should he be able to figure it out for a mere quasi-sage? So he took what Hephaestus said as a joke. But when this joke becomes reality, it's not funny at all. His apprentice might betray his sect and join the Western religion in the future, so he would be upset no matter what he thought. You must know that his disciples are cultivated by him with all his heart and soul. Taoist Duobao, as the big brother of the entire Jiejiao sect, can be said to have devoted all the resources of the entire Jiejiao sect. And his big disciple actually wanted to betray his sect, and one day in the future, he might even convert to Western religion. This feeling is like letting him eat fly droppings. Extremely disgusting. Extremely disgusting. Fellow Taoist, it was my fault before. I think that you are not strong enough, and I didn't take you seriously. Now I believe what you say to a certain extent. At this time, BHDF, the leader of the Tontian Church directly called Hephaestus a Taoist friend, not a little friend. It is conceivable that Hephaestus has been completely regarded as an equal. It is also true that the person who has the ability to predict the calamity of the conferred god, even though he is not a saint, can also befriend his peers. Seeing the Master Tontian who had changed his attitude towards him, Hephaestus also wanted to understand why he saved himself before. To be honest, this is really thanks to Taoist Juani. If it weren't for the quasi-said Taoist, the leader of Tontian would probably kill himself. Because in the middle of the battle, the whole person was tense. So, didn't think much of it. When he was on his way back to Bo Palace, he quickly figured out why the leader of Tontian would save himself. Fellow Taoist, why do you need to talk like that? After all, fellow Taoist saved the next life. I still have to thank you, fellow Taoist. Hephaestus also knew that the leader of the Tontian Church had already intersected with his peers at this time. But to be honest, they should have been friends of the same generation. After all, their own body is also a saint, and this sentence is just a clone. If his body didn't want to stay in Chaos God's domain and fight against God, it might be much easier for his body to come here and talk to the leader of Tontian. All kinds of incidents before will not happen. Fellow Taoist, why do you need to say that? What fellow Taoist said before is all true. Can you really see the calamity of the conferred god? At this time, the leader of the Tontian sect has great trust in Hephaestus. If the successive predictions are accurate, it is not necessarily a guess, nor is it necessarily a coincidence. Chances are it's all true. Of course it's true. I can help fellow Taoists survive this calamity, but I also have requirements. It's not something that can be given to a fellow Taoist just for nothing. Hephaestus got straight to the point. After all, he had been looking for Master Tontian before and told him so many things. The reason is actually very simple. It is to extort 10 sums of wealth from the Tontian leader. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't bother talking to Master Tontian. Why help him for no reason? Hearing that Hephaestus asked for benefits, Master Tontian also expressed his understanding. It's so hard. It's okay to want benefits. What are the conditions for a fellow Taoist? Just kick it out, as long as I can do it. I will definitely help you with all my strength. As long as you are in the upcoming conferred God quantity tribulation, fellow Taoists will tell you more. At this time, the leader of the Tontian Church really has no doubts about Hephaestus at all. As for Hephaestus, if he wants benefits and conditions, he can naturally agree. After all, it is so hard, and it is naturally normal to want to ask for some benefits. He can totally understand. The thing I want is extremely precious. I'm afraid fellow Taoists will feel distressed. Hephaestus left directly. What he wanted was very valuable, and even he, a saint, would feel sorry for him. Hearing what Hephaestus said, the leader of Tantion couldn't help feeling a little doubt in his heart. After all, what Hephaestus said is something that even a sage would weigh. What would even a sage consider valuable? But after hesitating for a moment, Master Tantion decided to ask Hephaestus what benefit he wanted. After all, he had already anticipated the horror of the god-conferred tribulation. Fellow Taoist said, "As long as I can afford it, I will definitely exchange it." Seeing that the leader of Tantion cult had made up his mind, Hephaestus directly told the Tantion cult clan what he wanted. Can the leader of the arrangement give up a few innate treasures? After Hephaestus said what he wanted, Master Tantion couldn't help but gasped. "Hiss, friend Taoist, what you are asking for is really not simple." Hearing what Master Tantion said, Hephaestus smiled lightly. "Ha! Since I dare to ask for the innate treasure, I naturally have some confidence in my heart. The information I give you, it's definitely no worse than this innate treasure. The future conferred god tribulation, fellow Taoist, you can't see clearly, but I understand it very well. Why don't I go to Zhuani's sage, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Dao Tianzuan, but why should I go to you? What is the cause and effect of this? I hope fellow Taoists should weigh it more." Hearing what Hephaestus said, Master Tantion fell into deep thought. Chapter 272. Talk. In fact, when Hephaestus uttered the last sentence, the leader of Tantion Church already knew that their fate of stopping the teaching would not be much better. Because one thing Hephaestus said is right. Why didn't he go to Changjiao? Why didn't he go to the West? Why didn't he go to someone to teach? I just want to ask them to stop teaching. In fact, there is no need to think about it at all. If you think about it a little more carefully, you will know that there must be a very big problem with his interception. But what the specific problem is, even his saint-level leader doesn't know. At this moment, Master Tantion had quite a lot of doubts in his heart, and at the same time he was also very worried. After all, he had to pay the price of innate treasures to obtain the following information. Even if he is a saint, he feels that the price is really too high. But when he thinks about what kind of unforeseen problems will arise in his future church, it makes the master of Tantion Church feel a little flustered. Because he doesn't know what problems will arise in the next interception, but he knows that the next problems must be very bad. It is precisely because of this kind of thought that his heart is very chaotic. At this time, he was constantly thinking about the stakes, wondering if he should give those innate treasures to Hephaestus. But once those innate treasures were to be given to Hephaestus, it would be very nerve-wracking for their entire sect. Every time these things are taken out, one is the treasure of the town religion, and now, in order to exchange information, some are given to Hephaestus. This made the Master Tantion very unhappy. This innate treasure is of great importance. Although I am a saint, this thing is quite useful for us. If I were to give you these things, it would be impossible. The Lord Tantion expressed his inner thoughts to Hephaestus. It is also true that it is simply impossible to give these things to Hephaestus. Or in other words, he thinks that the information material exchanged by Hephaestus is not worth this innate treasure. Hearing what Master Tantion said, Hephaestus was not angry at all, and he even showed some understanding. Perhaps only Hephaestus knows how much he wants. But Hephaestus, too, was very confident, and what he wanted was indeed too much. But the information he gave them is naturally quite useful. Otherwise, with faith toss, how can we talk to this saint and exchange conditions? So when Hephaestus heard the words of Master Tantion, Hephaestus simply said, "I know that these treasures are very useful magic weapons for you, the leader, and you will not give them to others easily. However, the information exchanged below must not be inferior to these innate treasures. If fellow Taoists really like these things, I will not force them. If that's the case, let's go. Come on." Hephaestus is ready to leave this section directly. Anyway, Master Tantion doesn't plan to trade anymore, so Hephaestus might as well just leave here. So Hephaestus got up, didn't intend to stay for a while at all, and wanted to leave this section directly. But just as Hephaestus was about to get up, the Master Tantion suddenly stopped Hephaestus and said, "Fellow Taoist, wait a minute." Hephaestus couldn't help but stop himself when he saw the leader of Tantion blocking him. Hephaestus is still very hopeful for the leader of Tantion to intercept himself. After all, if he can directly deal with such a saint-level master. After that, many things will be much easier for them to handle. After all, whether it is seniority, magic weapon, or other things, saints are unmatched by other monks. It would be great for Hephaestus if he could make deals with these saints. Is there anything you can talk about, fellow Taoist? Since fellow Taoist can't give me what I want, it doesn't matter to me. It's just that I can't get the innate treasure. It's a big deal that I will try my best to get as much benefit as possible during this conferred Godstar tribulation. At that time, fellow Taoists will not blame you for being ruthless. Hephaestus directly told Master Tontian what he had in mind. That's right. If Master Tontian doesn't make a deal with him, then he has nothing to do with Jijiao at all, and at worst he will follow Yuanshi Tianzuan and Dao Tianzuan next. As for flowers, let's cheat him, the third child, together. After all, he didn't even intend to help him with his 2 second elder brothers. They wanted to trick him together, and all 4 of the 6 saints in the world would join forces to deal with him. The remaining one still tacitly agreed to deal with him. Hephaestus is naturally unwilling to fight Daliu, and because of this, if the leader of Tontian doesn't make a deal with himself, naturally, he didn't mind that he cheated on him, the third child, with his 2 brothers. Master Tontian was extremely upset when he heard Hephaestus' warning. But after a series of previous events, the current Master Tontian has a certain degree of trust in what Hephaestus said. Under such circumstances, it is naturally impossible for him to refute Hephaestus. In the ensuing conferred God calamity tribulation, even he, a saint, could not deduce all the things, but Hephaestus, a quasi-sage, unexpectedly knew. It was enough to surprise him a little. As for Hephaestus, he said that the matter of stopping his teaching will be targeted at him next time, but the leader of Tontian doesn't take it seriously at all. At his level, there is nothing left to say. There is a relationship of interest between each other and even with their brothers. If it is not for the benefit, the Sanqing will not separate the family. The fundamental reason for the separation of the Sanqing is the uneven distribution of benefits. What's more, what about casual cultivators who don't have a good relationship with Hephaestus at all? Hephaestus will stop teaching him next time. What kind of conspiracy, what kind of tricks, he doesn't know at all. Just listen to what he said. Just because of his flabbergasting, Master Tontian would not be angry in his heart. What he cares most about is how to do things with faith and make a better deal. On the premise that he does not send out the innate treasure, he can get more information from the mouth of Hephaestus. This is the most important. Hey, fellow Taoist, don't be angry. There is one thing that you must understand. That is, for a saint like me, this innate treasure is quite difficult to get out. You also have to let me think about it carefully. After all, even if you go to Yuanshi and they exchange it with you, they may not necessarily exchange it with you. So, you have to make me think about it too. Chapter 273. Compromise. After hearing the words of Master Tontian, Hephaestus also understood very well. Under such circumstances, the leader of Tontian has already made a lot of concessions. He is the most stubborn among the 3 Qings. To be honest, he can make him say such a thing. It is enough to show the majesty of Hephaestus. And the purpose of Hephaestus is not to suppress the Tontian leader at all, nor is it to pinch the Tontian leader. The fundamental reason is to be able to better exchange some innate treasures from the Master Tontian. Of course, from the current point of view, the leader of Tontian is not actually willing to exchange these innate treasures for Hephaestus. In fact, Hephaestus didn't intend to ask Master Tontian to exchange these treasures for himself directly. There are some things that need to be promoted through reality, so that 267 he can helplessly make deals with himself step by step. Telling the truth now is like casting a net for fishing, and it is basically for preparation later. More haste, less speed. The innate treasure is equivalent to a very precious magic weapon for the sage Master Tontian. What's more, what about Hephaestus, a god in a non-prehistoric world? Didn't he come to this world just to find some artifacts similar to innate treasures? Although he can't get this kind of thing now, it doesn't mean that he won't get it in the next thing. When it comes to fishing, if you are impatient, you will easily fail to catch the fish, and it is easy for the fish to be unhooked. Hephaestus naturally knew this, especially in the face of this saint-level leader of Tontian. It was the same. Innate treasure, that is equivalent to asking Hephaestus to hand over his current supernatural powers. Very hard. No one is willing to hand it over. But since Hephaestus is willing to trade with the Master Tontian, he naturally has the confidence to squeeze out his so-called innate treasures. It's just that it's quite difficult to get it out in a short time. Fellow Taoists, although you can think about it, I hope you can see the situation clearly. If you are still like this, then don't blame me for being merciless at that time, since fellow Taoists are not willing to give me that kind of magic weapon, nor give me what I want. Then during the conferred God calamity, whether it is towards you, or towards the Western teaching and explaining the teaching, my attitude will be the same. Whatever I want, anyone can use it. If not, I must get it, or get something similar to it. Hephaestus said to Master Tontion. As for the leader of Tontion, when Hephaestus said this, he couldn't help but feel a little speechless for a while. To be honest, very few people can speak like this in front of a saint like him. Hephaestus counts as one. The most important thing is that Hephaestus does have the power of prophecy. Otherwise, relying on Hephaestus, a quasi-sage level powerhouse, Master Tontion will definitely deal with him. But now he, a saint, had no choice but to smile and say to Hephaestus, "Where is the fellow Taoist? No matter what, you have to let Pindao think carefully. Come up with a way to get the best of both worlds. Otherwise, even if Pindao forces you to leave, he won't exchange your information." Seeing that the leader of Tontion has subdued, Hephaestus is no longer pressing so hard. After all, this is a saint no matter how you say it. If you push yourself further, if you really push him, it will be too troublesome. Then Hephaestus said, "Then let fellow Taoists consider some compromise solutions." At this time, the leader of the Tontion church is indeed thinking about some compromise solutions. If you don't want some compromise solutions, there is no way at all. Too much trouble, too much trouble. He didn't have many of the innate treasures that Hephaestus wanted. So if he gave one to Hephaestus, he would feel so sorry for himself. After thinking for a moment, Master Tontion said to Hephaestus, "Fellow Taoist, this innate treasure, I can't give it to you, so I don't know if I can give you some other things. How about exchanging some information with fellow Taoist? Is it possible? I don't ask for that much, just replace as many as you can." Hearing the compromise plan of the Master Tontion, Hephaestus couldn't help but nodded. If you want to talk about his ideas alone, the compromise plan of Tontion cult master is just a fart in his eyes, and he can't agree to it. But thinking about it carefully, his plan is also correct. After all my predictions are only one-sided. It is nothing more than being able to predict the death of the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit and the disappearance of Taoism, and the Western religion has long coveted Taoist duobao. And these things can be obtained accurately through precise intelligence agencies. Under such circumstances, Master Tontion naturally had some doubts about what Hephaestus said. However, since the leader of Tontion dared to choose such a compromise plan, it would be profitable for Hephaestus. These things are worthless to him at all. News. In the eyes of useful people, it is quite valuable and quite useful. In the eyes of useless people, this is gossip, this is entertainment, and it is useless at all. Since Hephaestus can exchange the information he knows for some substantial good things, that is of course very happy. So, he said to Master Tontion, "If you want to exchange some information, that's of course possible, but it depends on the sincerity of fellow Taoists." For Hephaestus, no matter what the Tontion leader changes, it is a profit for him. In exchange for exercises, Hephaestus doesn't know much about the exercises in this world. For the artifact held by Hephaestus is simply not ranked in this prehistoric world. The artifacts in the prehistoric world that he refined were actually not very good. Except for those he snatched away, of course. For example, the Huanglong sword of the real Huanglong, and the Yin and Yang mirror of Chijingzi. Therefore, no matter what resources the Lord Tontion exchanged with him in 5.5, in Hephaestus' view, it was profitable. After all, it doesn't matter if the information is stored, and it is said that it is said. Use what you don't have to exchange what you have, and what you don't have to exchange for someone else's powerful magic weapon. This kind of business can make money no matter how you look at it. Naturally, Hephaestus was also willing to exchange for such a baby. Hearing that Hephaestus agreed, Master Tontion nodded in satisfaction. Anyway, for him, it would be useful to change some more information. He believed to some extent what Hephaestus said. Next, if Hephaestus said, it can be more accurate, then maybe he might really exchange those innate treasures with Hephaestus for the next information. Chapter 274. In exchange for resources, fellow Taoists, even if you can tell Pindao more, it will be a good thing for Pindao. Master Tontion said to Hephaestus. Hearing what Master Tontion said, Hephaestus nodded, and then told him something he knew. Fellow Taoist, these things are related to Xi and me after all. Since fellow Taoist is unwilling to give me so many magic weapons, then I can only tell you some things. If you want to know the whole process, you must buy the innate treasure to exchange for the starter. It's not that I look down on fellow Taoists, or I don't know do fellow Taoists have the ability to deal with the four saints. If you have the ability, when I talk like shit, I'll just leave. If not, fellow Taoists can just think about the consequences. If there are too many, I won't say more, lest fellow Taoists say that I am alarmist. Hear Hephaestus say so. Master Tongtian's expression changed involuntarily. The result of the four saints targeting themselves is self-evident. 17. He is quite confident in his own strength, but if the four saints are all targeting him, they are all targeting his sect. then the result is needless to say. Although Zhejiao is the #1 sect in the world, he is the only saint among saints. The rise and fall of a sect depends on the saints. If the 4 saints in the world target him, don't think too much. The result is that he will definitely lose. Master Tongtian frowned, and he stared at Hephaestus, as if he wanted to see some clues. But seeing Hephaestus' confident and calm face, he couldn't help saying, "Is what fellow Taoist said true? Don't lie to me." But Hephaestus was extremely confident, and then said to the leader of Tongtian, "What I said next. Naturally, there is no falsehood for a moment. This matter will be fulfilled in a short time. Wait for the heaven and earth calamity to open. At that time, you will know that this killing and calamity must be fulfilled by you, the interceptor. Of course, it won't be a long time before I say this. It won't be long before fellow Taoists will know that I'm just bragging. Still real." Hearing what Hephaestus said, the Master Tongtian obviously believed it to some extent. He couldn't think of any reason for Hephaestus to deceive him. After all, this kind of answer is not instructive. Not to get him into some kind of plot, or into something. Instead, Hephaestus was straightforward and told him the truth. Although he felt a little ridiculous, but if what Hephaestus said was true, there are only 6 saints in the world if all 4 saints come against him. Even if he is extremely confident in his own strength, the result is self-evident, and he will definitely lose. Maybe he can save his own life, but can he save the life of his apprentice? It's like the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit who has been in panic all day long. He was confident before that he could save the life of the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit, but if it was true as Hephaestus said, then they would be targeted by the 4 saints. Then the end result speaks for itself. There was no hope of victory at all. He couldn't even keep his apprentice. Then at the same time, the prophecy that Duobao Taoist will turn to the Western religion will be fulfilled. There is no other reason. If their sect really declines, he, Master Tongtian, really doesn't know that his great apprentice can it withstand the temptation of Western religion? After all, he has been coveting the Taoist Duobao for a long time after seeing the appearance of the saint. Who knows what method he will use to attract the Taoist Duobao? Thank you, fellow Taoist, for telling me. Then, let's give fellow Taoists some of our internal secrets and some good exercises as a reward. Since the Master Tongtian had obtained the information from Hephaestus, he is naturally not a reckless person. So he told Hephaestus that he wanted to give Hephaestus some secret methods. That, of course, was highly desirable to Hephaestus. "I don't know if you can give me some cultivation resources. Fellow Taoists should know that I'm just a casual cultivator. In terms of resources, I can't compare with fellow Taoists. If I'm alone, then of course it doesn't matter. But I have taken in an apprentice recently. We can't bury the apprentice." Hephaestus speaks out what he wants for resources. When the Master Tongtian heard that Hephaestus wanted some cultivation resources, he waved his hand, and in an instant, a large number of cultivation resources appeared in front of Hephaestus. Although these fellow Taoists take it, it is very difficult for me to take out the innate treasure, but these cultivation resources are just a drizzle for Zai Fei. Don't be polite, take whatever you want. Hearing what the Master of Tongtian said, Hephaestus was not polite at all. Hastily put these cultivation resources into his arms. To be honest, he can't treat his apprentice badly. If Hephaestus doesn't accept Yang Chan, everything will be fine, but once Yang Chan is accepted, he must be loyal to his duty. Dutifully. At the very least, Yang Chan must be trained to be a good master. Only in this way can he be worthy of himself, so as not to bury his reputation. Immediately afterwards, Master Tongtian told him many secret methods and spells that were rare in the wild. And 050 after Hephaestus kind of revealed some of what happened next. Master Tongtian also gave him a lot of magic weapons. Of course, none of these magic weapons are very good for Hephaestus. It's not very good even for the Babel Saint. But Hephaestus, this is an empty-handed white wolf after all. He took some unwarranted information, and of course Hephaestus knew that this information would come true, but in the eyes of Master Tongtian, this information is unnecessary. Although it is possible to realize it, it is all virtual after all. In the form of this empty-handed white wolf, for Hephaestus, it would be great if he could pull out some. Being able to have some of that is naturally the best. Therefore, his requirements are not high. It is already very good to give him some cultivation resources, some magic weapons, and some spells. If Master Tongtian wanted to exchange the innate treasure for more important information, Hephaestus would naturally be more than happy. However, he knew this kind of innate treasure, so he had to think more about it. So some information leaked out. It will definitely come true in the future. This is like a bait, which is to catch the big fish in the hands of the Master Tongtian. Let the Master Tongtian obediently give him some of these innate treasures. Chapter 275. 3 years. It didn't take long for the two of them to communicate. Hephaestus left Jujiao contentedly. For him, these empty hands of his own were wolves. If you can get more things out, then naturally you can get more things out. The Master Tontian obtained some basic information, although his heart is still very solemn. But if the prophecy of Hephaestus comes true again next time, even if he needed to consume some innate treasures, he would have to exchange them with Hephaestus. Return to Yuding Taoist dojo. Without saying a word, Hephaestus began to refine the magic weapons given to him by the sage Tonton. Although this magic weapon is not good, it is not bad either. After he refined it, the system bestowed on him several supernatural powers from the wild world. He didn't say anything else, and passed on all the supernatural powers he knew and the supernatural powers given to him by the system to his own body, so that his body could be improved. His goals are still quite ambitious. In the heaven at this moment, Taibai Jinxing is reporting something to God Haoyan. Your Majesty, after investigation by the old minister, I can't find out where Mo Changfeng came from, and I don't know what his body is. It's also impossible to find out whether he is a clone or something else. I have tried my best. But this person seems to have grown out of thin air. Normally, there is no previous news, any information, or any cause and effect. This makes the old minister very embarrassed, because the minister can't find anything about Mo Changfeng at all. Taibai Jinxing complained to God Haoyan, and Haoyan God can understand Taibai's thoughts very well. For this Taibai Jinxing, Haoyan God still trusts very much. His ability to handle affairs, how to deal with people, and various styles are quite good candidates for God Haoyan. Even if he didn't find any results after investigating for such a long time, then there is no need to say more. Many other gods in the heavenly court heard what Taibai Jinxing said, and they couldn't help talking about it. Who is this Mo Changfeng? Even Taibai can't find any news about him. It's so powerful. This Mo Changfeng must not be simple. Either he is the avatar of an expert, or he is an extraterrestrial demon. I guess he is definitely a heavenly demon from outside the territory. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Without any karma from the prehistoric world. His Majesty Haoyan couldn't help rubbing his brows when he heard the discussions of these gods. He also had many doubts about Hephaestus. My dear friends, who do you think Mo Changfeng is? Haoyan said to the gods of these heavenly courts. I guess this guy should be an ancient god and demon who just woke up recently. Otherwise, how could he have such strength? I don't think so. I think he should be a heavenly demon from outside the territory. Otherwise, how could he not be contaminated by the karma of the prehistoric world? Listen to your nonsense. How could the demons outside the territory be so powerful? Compared with my prehistoric world, the demons outside the territory are simply rubbish. I guess he should be the clone of some master. The ministers in these heavenly courts discussed one after another. And listening to the discussions of these ministers, Haoyan was also abnormal and a little troubled. Enough. You don't need to talk too much. This Mo Changfeng has an unusual status, and he has already communicated with Master Tontian before this. Unless there are special circumstances, don't provoke him. Haoyan said to these gods under him. The gods in the heavens are not fools. They naturally know that some people can be provoked, and some people cannot be provoked. So they nodded in agreement. Follow the order. Time passed little by little. For people of their time, time is the only thing worthless. Especially the body of Hephaestus has reached the realm of the saint. To be honest, even millions of years have passed. That was just a blink of an eye. What's more, now, only 3 years have passed. 3 years is an unusually long time for others. But for Hephaestus, the blink of an eye is gone. During these 3 years, God wanted to invade Chaos God's domain more than once. But the body of Hephaestus, after all, is still in the domain of God of Chaos. With its own body sitting in charge, God has gone through several struggles, still returned without success, easily repulsed by the body of Hephaestus. But even though he defeated God a few times, Hephaestus was still not satisfied enough. Because for Hephaestus, just repelling him is not enough to satisfy the thoughts in his heart. He wants to beat him, even say kill him. But if you want to do this, it is obvious that the difficulty will increase several times. So during this time, Hephaestus desperately made his clone, searching back and forth in this prehistoric world. This avatar of himself didn't stay in this prehistoric world for nothing. During these 3 years, he searched for many spells and exercises in the prehistoric world. It can be said to be quite good. In this case, although there is not much improvement for the ontology of Hephaestus. However, what can be seen with the naked eye is that this clone of Hephaestus has increased his understanding of the prehistoric world. This made it easier for him to teach Yang Chan. Because of the previous battle with Taoist Duobao, as long as they are monks, They have heard about it more or less, and they are somewhat jealous of Hephaestus' strength. So during these 3 years, no one would find trouble for Hephaestus, and no one dared to take the initiative to find trouble for Hephaestus. No one came to look for him on his own initiative. Troublesome, no one came to contaminate karma, and during these 3 years, Hephaestus was naturally at ease. Every day is just continuous practice, constantly looking for supernatural powers and magic weapons in the prehistoric world, as well as teaching Yang-chan. There is nothing else at all. In order to prove his own strength last time, he really did the right thing. Up to now, no one dared to take the initiative to provoke Hephaestus. He is more or less afraid of Hephaestus. This is what Hephaestus wants, the leeway he wants. Obviously, he has succeeded. No one dares to provoke him. Chapter 276. Communication. I want to compete during these 3 years. Hephaestus basically had no reservations about Yang-chan. As for Taoist Yuding, for Yang Jian, a beloved apprentice, he naturally refused to keep anything. He handed over everything he had learned to Yang Jian. At this time, the realm of the two of them has not been opened much at all, and both of them are in the realm of Xianxian. If we talk about it alone, the real Yuding has already lost a little bit. There is no other reason. Yang Jian's talent is much better than Yang Chan's, but in the end there is no slight gap between the two. Then it can only be said that Hephaestus taught well. The disciples he taught, although their original talents were much lower, but with his teaching, there was no gap between them and Yang Jian at all. Fellow Taoists are quite high. Yang Chan's talent is far behind Yang Jian's, but now both of them are in the realm of the profound immortal. It doesn't make a big difference in itself. It's just that the brothers and sisters have been learning continuously in the past few years, but I haven't tried it before. I don't know who will lose and who will win when the two fight against each other. 173 Master Yuding looked at Yang Jian and Yang Chan, who were practicing so hard, and said to Hephaestus beside him. Hephaestus couldn't help but nodded when he heard Master Yuding say that. What Master Yuding said was correct. For such a long time, the two sides have never had a contest at all. Although Yang Chan has mastered a lot of supernatural powers, in essence, she and Yang Jian have never seen each other at all. The realm between the two has not been separated, so even Hephaestus can't decide who wins or loses. The meaning of fellow Taoist is to let his two brothers and sisters compete. Let's see who is the best teacher between you and me. Hephaestus said to Taoist Yuding. Ha ha ha, that's exactly what I mean. To be honest, fellow Taoist, you have worked very hard to keep Yang Chan from widening the gap with Yang Jian. But his two brothers and sisters have never fought before. Seeing me talking about it casually, it still doesn't show up. Anyway, it's been such a long time. Why don't you let his brother and sister compete to see who is the best teacher between you and me? Master Yuding laughed, as if he cared a lot about the competition between the two. After all, in his opinion, Yang Jian's strength is so much higher than Yang Chan's. But in the end, Yang Chan's realm gap was not widened. This is enough to justify the teaching of Hephaestus, which is already very good. No one would deny his ability. Even Taoist Yuding is the same. He would not easily deny that he was incompetent, nor would he deny that he had failed. Ever since, he proposed the idea of a competition. On the one hand, he also wants to see who is stronger and who is weaker among the brothers and sisters here, and on the other hand, he is also not to be outdone by Hephaestus. Since fellow Taoist wants to compete, I'm naturally very happy. To be honest, I don't know how strong Yang Chan is. Let his brother and sister compete. It's also good, so that you and I have confidence in our hearts. Hephaestus nodded, agreeing to what Master Yuding said. Regarding what real person Yuding said, Hephaestus also wanted to see who was stronger and who was weaker between the two brothers and sisters. One of the reasons why he accepted Yang Chan before was to see if he could teach Yang Chan better than Yang Jian. Now he has no way to comment on other places, but Hephaestus can talk about the realm alone. There is no other reason. Yang Chan's realm is not the same as Yang Puli's. This shows that Hephaestus' input was useful. The Yang Chan he taught is not necessarily stronger than Yang Jian, but in terms of realm, he will definitely not be inferior to the more talented Yang Jian. This is already very difficult for Hephaestus. Chan, BHCH, come here. Hephaestus looked at Yang Chan, who was constantly practicing his supernatural powers, and said. Yang Chan heard what Hephaestus said, and immediately came to Hephaestus, and called out, Master, sweetly. Master. Hephaestus rubbed Yang Chan's little head, and said to Yang Chan, how do you feel about your own strength? Hearing this question from Hephaestus, Yang Chan hesitated, and then said, Tuer doesn't know what his own strength is. In the past few years, Tuer has been practicing supernatural powers. I haven't conducted actual combat drills, and I haven't competed with the big brother and the brothers. So the apprentice doesn't know himself very well. Then are you interested in competing with your big brother? Look at your big brother. Who is stronger and who is weaker? Hephaestus said to Yang Chan. Hearing what Hephaestus said, Yang Chan couldn't help but nodded. Since master is willing to watch me compete with big brother, this disciple is also very willing to show his strength. Ever since I became a master, I haven't really tested my own strength. At the same time, Master Yuding also called Yang Jian over, informed Yang Jian of this matter. As for Yang Jian, he couldn't help but feel a little excited when he heard what the real Yuding said. Yang Jian knew very well that his younger sister was not as talented as him. However, this talent was originally not as good as that of his younger sister, but in such a long time, she didn't lose the slightest bit in this field of practice. You can even compete with yourself. This is enough to prove that Hephaestus is a good master, and the two sides have never had any contests. When he heard that his master said that he wanted to compete with his younger sister, Yang Jian was naturally very happy in his heart. My good apprentice, you are more talented than your sister, and I am not ashamed of you as a teacher. I hope that you will not hide it in the next competition. That's good. Let the dispute be on the teacher's face. After all, the gap between the realms of the two of you hasn't widened for such a long time. Hearing what Master Yuding said, Yang Jian nodded heavily. Master, don't worry. The apprentice will definitely not let the master down. With your words, I'm very gratified as a teacher. Don't put too much psychological pressure. After all, it's just a discussion between you and your sister. Whoever loses and who wins, the result is the same, Master Yuding said to Yang Jian. Immediately afterwards, Hephaestus made Yang Jian and Yang Chan stand together. This time is a contest between the two of you, and it is also a contest between me and your master. I hope that both of you will show your true skills. Let you two masters see the strength of the two of you. Don't lose our people then. Chapter 277. Slightly better. It is good. Both of them agreed. To be honest, regarding their big brother and sister, both wanted to see how strong the other was. Now, since he is his master, he is willing to let the two of them compete. Whether it is Yang Chani or Yang Jian, they all agree very much. In that case, if you have me, tell the referee, Taoist Yuding said. Afterwards, Yang Jian and Yang Chan started to compete with each other. As soon as the two fought against each other, Yang Jian was taken aback because he found that his sister's physical strength was no less than his. You know, his master has given him an extremely powerful body technique. It's called Biju Xingong. This 89 mysterious kung fu mainly focuses on the physical body. If it can be refined to great success, the physical body will be sanctified. It is not impossible. With this kind of buffalo skill, for Yang Jian, he is naturally very confident. But when he fought with his younger sister, he immediately discovered that Yang Chan's physical strength was no less than his. At the same time, Master Yuding also saw the clues and immediately asked Hephaestus, fellow Taoist, don't you also have the 89 calendar? Seeing what Taoist Yuding said, Hephaestus nodded, and then said, fellow Taoists, don't you allow others to do it? This kind of exercise is not a subtle one, so I naturally know a thing or two. Hearing what Hephaestus said, Master Yuding couldn't say anything more. After all, it is true that he is not the only one who knows the 89 mysterious art, and there are quite a lot of people who know it. Although the origin of Hephaestus is mysterious, if he knows the secrets of the 8 or 9 profound arts, it is not surprising. Originally according to his idea, although Hephaestus trained Yang Chan to be on par with Yang Jian, but when it comes to real combat power, Yang Chan is definitely not Yang Jian's opponent. But when the two had a fight, this idea was immediately discarded by Master Yuding. There is no other reason, because Yang Chan's fighting power is indeed extremely powerful. It is comparable to Yang Jian. At this time, Hephaestus looked at Yang Chan with a proud face, and he felt that his apprentice was not in vain. After all, if he called Yang Chan, he would be inherently weak. First of all, he is not as familiar with the skills of the prehistoric world as Master Yuding. Secondly, Yang Chan's talent is far inferior to Yang Jian. Under such circumstances, it is natural that the effort to make Yang Chan and Yang Jian fight on equal footing is actually much more difficult than training Yang Jian. However, Hephaestus' investment is not completely without return, and the return is very good from the current point of view. Yang Jian's combat power is indeed extremely strong, but Yang Chan is not weak at all. Both sides come and go. As the battle continued, Yang Chan also began to gradually gain the upper hand. Hephaestus gave Yang Chan the 5 elements escape technique he had obtained earlier. Although the current Yang Chan is not yet proficient in the 5 elements escape technique to a certain level, but the current Yang Chan can also use the 5 elements escape technique to escape from one direction to another, flashing back and forth. Although it can't compare to his own space power, it is already quite good. Even Yang Jian found it extremely difficult when facing Yang Chan well. A voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a golden font like a sound wave hit Yang Jian's face in an instant. Yang Jian was caught off guard and was hit by this move. Even if he practiced the Biju Xiangong, he was still beaten. Some can't react. At this moment, Yang Chan stopped her hand, and the real Yuding also hurried to help the beaten Yang Jian. At this time, Master Yuding had no time to be surprised. He didn't know why. Yang Chan knew the six-character mantra taught by the West, but seeing that his precious apprentice was injured, he couldn't care less. He quickly helped his apprentice up. But in terms of the results, Yang Jian was fine. After all, the fight between his brother and sister was not a serious life-and-death fight, so both sides kept their hands more or less. Although Yang Jian was hit by Yang Chan's six-character mantra, it was only a mess for a while, and he recovered after a while. Looking at Yang Chan at this moment, he couldn't help asking, "Sister, what's your name for this trick? It's so powerful." As for flowers, Yang Chan still wanted to tell Yang Jian something, but the real Yuding who was beside him directly interrupted and said, "This trick is called the six-character mantra, and it is a secret technique that is not taught in the West. It is quite powerful. If you fall into this trick, it is not a loss. I don't know how fellow Taoist Mo obtained this method." Hearing Master Yuding's question, Hephaestus naturally couldn't tell him the truth. "You can't say it, you can't say it." When Master Yuding heard what Hephaestus said, he stopped asking about it out of common sense. This is sometimes the case. Since the other party is unwilling to speak, if you insist on asking, it will not be good for both parties. Then he turned his head to look at Yang Jian, and then said to Yang Jian, "Your girl's talent is far inferior to yours, but now not only can she compete with you, she's even slightly better than you. I account for a part of the factors, and the more important thing is that you are not working hard enough. Go back to retreat and practice for me. When will you be able to compare with your sister, and when will you go out again?" Hearing what Master Yuding said, Yang Jian didn't dare to refute anything, so he nodded. Follow the teacher's orders. Yang Jian naturally trusted his master's words, and his master was right. But in terms of talent, he is much better than his sister, and in the end, he is not his sister's opponent in the sinuses. This can't help but frustrated Yang Jian's self-esteem in his heart. But some people are like this. The more they fight, the braver they become. The more they fight, the more courageous they become, even though Yang Jian's self-esteem is frustrated now. But soon he exuded a stronger fighting spirit. This is absolute confidence in one's own talent. Ever since he stepped into this path of cultivation, Yang Jian already knew that his talent was considered outstanding among many monks. It can be called a peerless and invincible genius. However, his genius is now defeated by his younger sister, perhaps because of his master. But more factors are still blaming himself, wishing that he was not working hard enough. Blame him for not being capable enough. Thinking of this, Yang Jian couldn't help but make up his mind to redouble his cultivation and surpass his sister one as soon as possible. Chapter 278. Go to the underworld and enter the river Styx at the same time. Look at it from another angle. Whether it is Yang Jian or Yang Chan, the hearts of both sides are stretched. As long as they can continue to practice, sooner or later they will be able to open Taosan. Rescued his mother. After the last fight, both sides have once again retreated to practice. And Hephaestus is also constantly teaching Yang Chan. After all, it cannot be determined just because of a battle victory. To be honest, if we continue to fight and fight a few more times, Yang Chan may not be able to win Yang Jian. Because Yang Jian's fighting talent is amazing and abnormal. In terms of cultivation talent, if Yang Jian can be regarded as a genius, then in terms of combat talent, Yang Jian can be regarded as a monstrous evildoer. It's just because the two sides are only fighting with 527, and they are not familiar with their sister's moves. This made Yang Jian fall for the trick. In fact, with Yang Jian's powerful fighting talent, even if the two sides have reached a level of difference, Yang Jian can still be compared with it. However, now he has really lost to his younger sister. This involuntarily aroused a stronger desire to win in him, and he practiced harder. Yang Chan also felt the pressure from her big brother, so she continued to practice. On this day, Hephaestus suddenly sensed the existence of fragments of the Rahugan. This time he couldn't help but be more cautious. After all, last time he provoked all the saints. If this time it was still a trap designed by the Western Church, he said he got into it stupidly. That would be so silly. But after thinking for a long time, Hephaestus still decided to take a look. Because this time the fragments of the Rahu spear were located, the place he sensed was in hell. To be honest, the current Western religion is not as huge as the later generations, and because of this, the current underworld, not yet under Western teaching. Among the forces in the underworld, Western religions account for a very small proportion. In that kind of place, there should be no ambush of their Western religion. For this Rahu gun fragment Hephaestus that is really wanted. He knew that if he could form a god-killing spear, it would be quite powerful. There is no other reason. After all, this is the magic weapon held by the ancient god and demon, Rahu. Who is Luohu? The ancient demon god who competed with Panga back then. For him, Hephaestus also knew a little bit. Now that he has decided to go and have a look, with the character of Hephaestus, he will not delay, and without saying a word, he got up and headed towards the underworld. When he came to the underworld, watching the ghosts coming and going around him, he couldn't help but stop for a moment, carefully sensing the location of the fragments of the Rahu gun. But he discovered that the location of the fragments of the Rahu spear was still under the underworld. Could it be in the 18th floor of hell? Hephaestus thought for a moment. Immediately afterwards, he continued to go down to the 18th floor of hell. After walking through one floor after another, Hephaestus couldn't help but stop to perceive each floor, but he found that the fragments of the Rahu gun were still on the next floor. This made Hephaestus even more curious. So he went down layer by layer, and finally he reached the 18th layer, which is after the last layer of hell. He stopped his steps, perceived carefully, still down there. Then this should be the sea of blood of the Styx River. This is about to reach the territory of the ancestor of the Styx River. Hephaestus muttered to himself. It's true, if he goes down to the next level now, he is indeed on the territory of Patriarch Styx. Arriving at the Blood Sea Styx, Hephaestus could not help but stop his footsteps. He still knew a little bit about Patriarch Styx, and if he had fragments of the Rahu spear here, it was indeed possible. The reason is very simple, because after Luohu's body died, the other demon gods did not die immediately. Some demon gods who had been by Rahu's side all the time scattered and fled after Rahu died. As far as he knew, a considerable number of demon gods and generals had come to the Sea of Blood in Styx River to hang out under the hands of the ancestor Styx River. If they are magic generals, it is indeed possible to bring some fragments of the Rahu gun. But even Hephaestus didn't dare to rush into this Sea of Blood in the Styx River. After all, this is the territory of Patriarch Styx. He is quite confident in his own strength, but the Patriarch Styx fighting on the bloody Sea of Styx has a bonus. Inherent advantages. It can be said that in this Sea of Styx blood, ordinary monks are really no match for Patriarch Styx. Hephaestus had never fought against Patriarch Styx, and he was looking for fragments of the Rahu spear this time. If you can find him, you will not be contaminated by karma and leave directly. It was also because of this that he was a little hesitant, wondering if he should say hello to Patriarch Styx first. Just when Hephaestus was hesitating, several figures suddenly emerged from the Sea of Blood out of thin air. These figures carried an extremely powerful demonic aura. Hephaestus knew, if nothing unexpected, these people may be Rahu's subordinates. Who are you? What are you going to do? Hephaestus looked at these magic generals coldly, and then said. But those demon generals were extremely respectful to Hephaestus, and then said, Mr. M.O., we are under the order of Patriarch Mingi to pick you up into the Sea of Blood in Mingi. See you, Patriarch Mingi. Hearing these magic generals say this, Hephaestus couldn't help being a little surprised. He didn't expect that he was being targeted by these guys, nor did he think that he was actually being targeted by Patriarch Styx. This was indeed somewhat beyond his expectation. He had already guessed that it might be the Western religion's fishing, but he didn't think of the Patriarch Styx who had never had any relationship with him. For point 7 this time, they actually wanted to find him. What is the reason? Hephaestus is not clear, but if Hephaestus is allowed to fall into the Sea of Blood in the Styx, he is absolutely unwilling. The reason is very simple. He doesn't know the strength of the ancestor Styx. He only knows that he is in the Blood Sea Styx. Patriarch Styx is like a god, quite powerful. Even though Hephaestus is extremely confident in his own strength, but with these few magic generals, he wants to meet Patriarch Styx himself. That's simply not possible. He hesitated here before. But now these demon generals want him to enter the Sea of Blood to meet Patriarch Styx. Hephaestus, who has doubts, is naturally reluctant. Because if you enter it, you will take a lot of risks, and it is not worthwhile. Chapter 279. Patriarch Styx. No. If Styx really wants to question me sincerely, then let him show up to communicate with me. Let me enter the Sea of Blood of Styx. Don't even think about it. Hephaestus directly rejected the requests of these magic generals. These demon generals heard that Hephaestus rejected them, and for a moment you looked at me, and I looked at you. Don't know what to say? Before he could speak, he heard another voice. Mr. M.O., I wonder if we can make a deal with Mr. M.O.? The demon general heard the voice, and immediately stopped speaking, but quietly waited for the voice to continue. The person who came was not just one person, but 4 people. Naturally, Hephaestus didn't know any of these people, so he couldn't help asking, "Who are you?" Hearing Hephaestus' question, the 4 directly revealed their identities. "We are Patriarch Styx, and we have 4 major disciples, Zai De Brahma, Lust Heaven, and Shiva." Several of them introduced themselves one after another. Hearing what they said, Hephaestus nodded. "I have more or less heard of their names. What deal are you going to do?" Hephaestus asked them. Brahma, looking at Hephaestus, immediately said what they wanted to trade. "We want to trade the fragments of the Rahu gun with Mr. Mo. I hope Mr. Mo can hand it over, and we will give Mr. Mo a certain level of reward. Come to say thank you." Hearing what they said, Hephaestus' face darkened immediately. What they said was bullshit to Hephaestus. So without hesitation, he rejected these monks from the Azura clan. "It's impossible, but I am willing to exchange your Rahu gun fragments from your hands. The reward I give is no worse than what you want to give me. I wonder if it's possible." Hearing what Hephaestus said, De Brahma was taken aback for a moment, and then asked involuntarily, "Fellow Taoist is really like this? As for the fragments of the Rahu spear, I want them very much, and I also need them very much. You can exchange them with me for no reason. I'm still very reluctant in my heart. If you are sincere, why don't you just give me what you have in exchange?" Hephaestus said directly to Brahma. As for Brahma, hearing what Hephaestus said, he immediately showed displeasure. "Mr. Mo, don't make such a joke. We sincerely want to trade with Mr. Mo, and hope that Mr. Mo will appreciate it." Hearing Brahma say this, Hephaestus couldn't help but say, "Why am I joking with you for no reason? I sincerely want to trade with you. If you are sensible, then obediently hand over this Rahu gun to me. Naturally, I will not treat you badly, and the rewards given will naturally convince you." Hearing what Hephaestus said, Brahma, as well as the other disciples under Styx, couldn't help showing a hint of anger for a moment. Even just waiting for Brahma's order, he rushed forward and took Hephaestus down. "Since this is the case, fellow Taoist." Just as Defantion was about to speak harshly, he suddenly saw a figure. When Brahma saw that figure, he couldn't help swallowing the words he wanted to say in his stomach. The figure next to him said, "Master." As for the other disciples, they all saluted Patriarch Mingi one after another. Seeing these disciples, the disciples all paid homage to Patriarch Styx, and Hephaestus naturally knew that this guy in front of him was the famous Patriarch Styx in the legend. "So you are Patriarch Styx. I said the proposal just now, and you must have heard it. If you are sensible, you can exchange this Rahu spear fragment with me. Naturally, I am very grateful, and I hope fellow Taoists can appreciate it." At this moment, Patriarch Styx's expression was not very good either. He stared at Hephaestus coldly, and then said murderously, "Court death." Hearing what he said, Hephaestus couldn't help but put away his smiling face just now, and then looked at Patriarch Styx with a cold look. "Fellow Taoist, what does this mean? Could it be that you also want to taste how powerful I am?" Although Hephaestus is unwilling to take the initiative to provoke this ancestor Styx, but if this ancestor Styx doesn't know what is good or bad, to be honest, no matter what he said, he would have to fight with him. Of course, Hephaestus knew that in his home field, Patriarch Styx was basically invincible, equivalent to a saint-like existence, immortal. However, Hephaestus also had a temper. In any case, his body is also a saint, although this clone of himself walks in the prehistoric world, so he must be careful. But it doesn't mean that he needs to be inferior to everyone he sees. Anyway, this avatar of myself is also the avatar of the original Junior, which is equivalent to a quasi-sage in this world. And in the quasi-sage business, he is also considered a top master. Under such circumstances, Patriarch Styx uttered a provocative word, and Hephaestus naturally no longer took it seriously. "Ha 860 ha. Awesome. I know how amazing you are, but you need to know where this place is. I would also like to learn from you. How about you, a master who overwhelms Duobao, attends the 7 immortals, and overpowers the 18 arhats?" Patriarch Styx said to Hephaestus. As for Hephaestus' strength, he has already experienced it and seen it, so he naturally knows how powerful Hephaestus is. But since he dared to plan to deal with Hephaestus, he naturally had his confidence. First of all, this is his home field. In this sea of blood and the river of darkness, he is endlessly alive, immortal, and extremely powerful. Although Hephaestus is powerful, Patriarch Styx still has the confidence to rival him. As for why for no reason, Patriarch Styx insisted on offending Hephaestus. There is no other reason, and he is naturally backed by a saint. Those who can support Patriarch Styx are naturally the quasi-sages of the Western religion. The relationship between the current Western religion and the Blood Sea Styx is quite close. Among the 8 heavenly dragons taught in the West, there is their Azura family. One can imagine how close their relationship with Western religion is now. Under such circumstances, with Zhuanti's saint backing Patriarch Styx, he was naturally eager to try. Want to snatch the Rahu spear fragments from Hephaestus. Chapter 280. Fight the things of demon ancestor Rahu are very important to everyone. Even Patriarch Styx wanted to get the fragments of the Rahu spear very much. Hephaestus heard that he knew it, and he dared to fight with him even though he overwhelmed Taoist Duobao and the 7 immortals. This shows that he must think that his strength is stronger than Taoist Duobao. Hephaestus looked at Patriarch Styx with a hint of vigilance in his heart. To be honest, you can't underestimate every opponent in the prehistoric world, although until now, except for the saint, the other quasi-sages are not your opponents. But Hephaestus still can't underestimate some people. Just like this ancestor Styx. In this sea of blood and Styx, he is indeed extremely powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. He clearly knew that he was overwhelming Taoist Duobao, but he still gave himself a conflict. Since fellow Taoist knows and is willing to learn, I don't mind getting a little more blood on my hands. I accept the karma. This beam has been formed between you and me. Since you are willing to find fault, I am also willing to let you see my strength. Hephaestus said to Patriarch Styx in a cold voice. Then I have to learn from you. Patriarch Styx just finished speaking. In an instant, the blood sea and Styx around him boiled. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding space was sealed off, and in an instant, Hephaestus was considered to have entered the bloody Styx. Seeing this situation, Hephaestus might as well be careful. After all, entering this sea of blood in the Styx is no joke. He didn't dare to underestimate the strength of Patriarch Mingi, a person who clearly knew how powerful he was, but still want to challenge myself. It is enough to prove that his strength is not inferior to his own, unless he is a fool and megalomaniac. But his ancestor Styx, transformed from a mass of filth, has been born for an unknown number of years. For so many years, he, who has always been an evil villain, has not been cleared up by others, but he still lives with gusto. Moreover, the power of the Shura clan created by him in the Blood Sea Styx has gradually increased, enough to be seen. Patriarch Styx is not a fool. But if he is not a fool, then he came prepared. For a guy who came prepared, Hephaestus naturally dealt with it cautiously. At this time, Hephaestus stayed in the Blood Sea Styx. As for Patriarch Styx, since his body is the sea of blood of Styx, here, he is naturally allowed to roam. Say east is east, and west is west. This is why he has the confidence to fight Hephaestus. At this time, Hephaestus could only rely on his super-perception to constantly sense the location of Patriarch Styx. Of course, this kind of induction is not very easy to use. After all, this is in the blood sea of Styx Patriarch Styx. It can be said to be quite dangerous. Whoosh! Suddenly, a piercing sound came towards Hephaestus. Hephaestus' reaction was quite sensitive. When he sensed the sound, he hurriedly started to operate and resisted with the divine power of his avatar. Boom! The surrounding blood sea Styx exploded instantly. In an instant, the sea of blood within a radius of thousands of miles boiled. It is enough to see how huge the energy consumption of the two sides in this battle is. How strong is the strength of Patriarch Styx? But for Hephaestus, the strength of Patriarch Styx is indeed formidable. Compared to Taoist Duobao, he is only strong but not weak. Especially in this sea of blood in the Styx River, the Patriarch Styx River is like a duck to water, quite powerful. Under such circumstances, it was a little difficult for Hephaestus to deal with such a terrifying blow. Good method. It's my turn, Hephaestus said coldly. Immediately afterwards, he used the divine power of his avatar, and in an instant, the entire sea water boiled. The blood sea Styx around him was continuously evaporated. Once he sensed signs of the ancestor Styx in a certain direction, he will control his divine power, release huge energy, and hit in that direction in an instant. Hephaestus' method is also quite powerful. After he used his means, even Patriarch Styx felt a little helpless. There is no way. After all, although Hephaestus' perception ability is not strong, he can always perceive his position accurately. To this state, it is enough to be able to perceive its bearing. Hephaestus' fighting power is quite powerful. He uses his whole body's divine power to wipe out the sea of blood around him. They were all trembling, and Patriarch Styx couldn't help sighing when he looked at the mighty Hephaestus. What a strong man. No wonder he can overwhelm Duobao. With such strength, he is indeed worthy of the word master. Patriarch Styx also had great respect in his heart for those strong men who were similar in strength to him. There is always sympathy between the strong, and between heroes. Of course, the conflict of interest will not be quelled by this. Seeing this, Patriarch Styx mobilized the blood sea Styx around him and instantly burst out with extremely powerful pressure. With such a powerful pressure, ordinary people would even be directly crushed into powder by this powerful pressure. But Hephaestus walked freely among them, and at this time he was constantly scanning. He knew that there must be the body of Patriarch Styx in it, and when he fought against Patriarch Styx in such a tricky place, he would suffer from the enemy's darkness, and under such circumstances, unless he can hit Patriarch Styx's body accurately. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to kill Patriarch Styx so easily. In a short period of time, the king is good. The two sides don't even think about deciding a winner. But Hephaestus is still extremely confident about his own strength. He can't always be so cautious. This time, everyone put the conspiracy on their own heads. If I don't show my own means and teach them a lesson, it will be too embarrassing. You must know that the Patriarch Styx on the surface is not like the 18th Arhut Taoist Duobao, who is backed by powerful forces and saints. On the surface, the Patriarch Styx did not have the backing of a saint. Hephaestus didn't mind making fun of him, and killed him to stand up. As the pressure around him increased, Hephaestus continued to activate the divine power around him, used to resist the terrible pressure. At this time, he was also constantly scanning the surrounding space. I hope to find the real body of Patriarch Styx, and teach him a huge lesson with lightning speed. Chapter 281. A trace of original power, but obviously, Patriarch Styx is very aware of his own advantages. So don't show up at all. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sound of violent energy explosions, ringing around Hephaestus. The energy of each blow is quite terrifying if it really hits Hephaestus. I'm afraid even Hephaestus will be badly wounded. But fortunately, Hephaestus is quite confident about the operation of his divine power. Although he doesn't know much about the exercises in the prehistoric world, and there are many things he doesn't understand about the prehistoric world, but in their God's domain, the exercises in the God's domain, the divine power he cultivated step by step, Hephaestus still has extremely high self-confidence to master. At this time, he also discovered the location of the main body of Patriarch Styx. Immediately afterwards, at a fast speed, he rushed to the location of the ancestor Styx in an instant and activated a huge amount of divine power, instantly causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. In an instant, the sea of blood in a radius of 100 miles was evaporated. But soon, the endless sea of Styx blood instantly filled up the place where Hephaestus evaporated cleanly. 303 and Patriarch Styx is still safe and sound. In this sea of blood and Styx, even a saint is a bit tricky to deal with me. I admit that your strength is strong. But now it seems, it's nothing more than that. The voice of Patriarch Styx sounded. In the tone of voice, he is confident in his own strength. If ordinary people heard Patriarch Styx say this, they would already be so angry that their emotions would fluctuate enormously. But fortunately, Hephaestus has a strong mind, so it is naturally impossible for this trivial matter to cause chaos. He watched and listened coldly, and in his mind, he was also thinking rapidly about how to deal with Patriarch Styx. Suddenly he thought of a trick, so he began to extract the power from this sea of blood. Patriarch Styx's energy in this sea of blood is almost endless, and because of this, he doesn't care about his own energy at all. So he couldn't perceive that Hephaestus was extracting the energy from the blood sea Styx. This is like a nouveau riche. Suddenly one day someone quietly took $100 from his hands, and he would not notice. Bye-bye. Patriarch Styx is such an upstart. The magic power in the body is endless. Even Hephaestus steals a little. Of course he couldn't see it. The battle between the two sides is still going on, and Hephaestus keeps fighting with Patriarch Styx. At the same time, he was constantly trying his best to extract the energy in his body. Naturally, the purpose of Hephaestus cannot be so simple. Because, if it is just to extract his energy, Patriarch Styx possesses endless energy. How do you compare to him? But if, in another way, it would be much better. If he can extract his origin, he will make a lot of money directly. The purpose of Hephaestus is to continuously extract the energy from the ancestor Styx, hoping to have the opportunity to touch his origin. As long as he can draw a little bit of his original power, it will be a big profit for Hephaestus. Then there is no need to continue fighting, just leave here. While dealing with Patriarch Styx, Hephaestus hoped to extract his original power. For him, as long as he can extract the original power of Patriarch Styx, there is no need for him to spend any more time with him, and he can just leave. But such a battle is quite difficult. While he needs to deal with Patriarch Styx, he also needs to extract the energy in his body, and properly wants to extract the original power in his body. This is very difficult in a static situation, not to mention that the two sides are still fighting constantly, and Hephaestus has to deal with Patriarch Styx carefully. Because the location of Patriarch Styx is not fixed at all. His whole body was merged into this sea of blood. You can never be sure where it will appear. The only thing that can be determined is which direction has huge energy fluctuations, and which direction may be where the main body of the ancestor Styx is located. The battle between the two sides is getting more and more intense. While Hephaestus was extracting his energy to find his origin, he released a large amount of his divine power regardless of the cost, hoped to delay the attention of Patriarch Styx. And at this moment, the ancestor Styx naturally wanted to get rid of Hephaestus as soon as possible, so as not to have long nights and dreams. Both sides agreed by coincidence, and began to resort to their most powerful means. Such a battle is quite terrifying. Neither of them dared to be distracted in the slightest, because even a slight distraction could lead to death. The battle between the two was like this, quite terrifying, but Hephaestus had no choice but to find a way to extract the original power in his body. Therefore, within a short period of time, Hephaestus on the surface fell into a disadvantage. Suddenly, Hephaestus drew a trace of the original power of Patriarch Styx. And at this moment, Patriarch Styx also frowned slightly, sensing the difference. "You are so brave." Patriarch Styx immediately became angry. He didn't pay that much attention in the battle before. When he found out what he meant, after the original power was extracted, all of a sudden, the whole person went mad with anger. Can't wait to shoot directly and take Hephaestus down. There is no other reason, and Hephaestus actually absorbed a little of the original power in a silent manner, which is simply a great shame. It's like when you close the door of your house, someone breaks down your door in front of you, and before you see it, they ransack all the money in your house. This feeling is not too pleasant for anyone. Patriarch Styx immediately became angry. Attack Hephaestus with stronger means. As for Hephaestus, he already had a small advantage at this moment, so he began to concentrate on dealing with Patriarch Styx. While dealing with Patriarch Styx, he subconsciously began to refine a little of the original power of Patriarch Styx. At this time, after he had all his attention, dealing with Patriarch Styx was no longer as difficult as before. On the contrary, because of the origin of the ancestor Styx, the furious ancestor Styx revealed more flaws. So many flaws also gave Hephaestus a chance to make a move. Hephaestus took advantage of his loopholes and continued to deal with it, after he thoroughly refined the original power of Patriarch Styx. There was a weird smile on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 182. Jiaolong then, Hephaestus suddenly burst out with great divine power. The Patriarch Styx who had trapped Hephaestus in it didn't notice for a while, and Hephaestus broke free immediately. After Hephaestus broke free from the shackles, he left without saying a word. Patriarch Mingi was very anxious when he saw this. He wanted to catch up directly, but found that Hephaestus had already disappeared. B**************************************** D. U B****************** D. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely kill you. Patriarch Styx spoke angrily. At this time, Hephaestus has already left gracefully. Although Patriarch Styx was angry in his heart and wanted to catch up, he knew that if he escaped from this sea of blood of Styx, whether he can beat Hephaestus is not a different matter. In this case, it is the correct choice not to catch up with the acquaintance at all. At this time, Yang Jian and Yang Chan started another fight. Since the last contest between the two, they have been suffocating in their hearts. Yang Jian hoped to defeat his younger sister Yang Chan, while Yang Chan didn't want to be defeated by his big brother. It can be said that both sides have exerted 12 points of strength. It's just that this time there is no real Yuding and Hephaestus hosting it. There is no need to host more. There is no other reason. After all, these are two brothers and sisters, and they naturally know the importance of the competition between the two of them. The last time, it was only the bet between Master Yuding and Hephaestus that caused Yang Jian and Yang Chan to compete. This time, the two brothers and sisters spontaneously wanted to compete to see how strong they were. The battle between the two was not limited to Taoist Yuding this time. This time, it's far away. Both sides walked out of the dojo of Taoist Yuding and began to fight all over the sky. This level of fighting is naturally not limited to small places, and the two brothers and sisters are also doing their best. Simulate the most realistic fighting situation. The fight between the two sides is that you come and go. Yang Jian's talent is good, and his fighting talent is also great, but Yang Chan has the teaching of Hephaestus, so it's not bad at all. The two sides fought back and forth between the heaven and the earth, hit from the east to the west, and from the west to the east. Soon, the two came to a beach. Just when the two were fighting inextricably, suddenly there was a surge in the sea, and for a while, Yang Jian and Yang Chan stopped the fighting in their hands, staring at the movement under the sea surface. Roar! Suddenly, a strange roar broke through the sky in an instant. It entered the ears of Yang Jian and Yang Chan. I saw a flood dragon, which got out of the sea in an instant. When the two of them saw this flood dragon, they couldn't help showing horror for a moment, which was indeed too surprising. I didn't expect there to be such a thing as a dragon in this place. Yang Jian and Yang Chan stared at the dragon, for fear of what the dragon would do. And at this moment, the flood dragon that came out of the sea also saw Yang Pu and Yang Chan immediately afterwards. A fierce look appeared in his eyes. Roar! With a howl, he rushed towards Yang Jian and Yang Chan. Seeing this, Yang Chan was about to make a move, but was stopped by Yang Jian at the side. Don't move yet. Let me meet this guy. I want to see what my current strength is. Yang Jian said to Yang Chan. Hearing Yang Jian say this, Yang Chan could only stop her desire to do something, and watched Yang Jian make a move. At this moment, Yang Jian was full of fighting spirit. Although his younger sister is powerful, but after all, it is only his younger sister, and he certainly cannot kill his younger sister. Therefore, he has not used his strongest strength at all, and he has no way to be ruthless. But facing this flood dragon is different. Judging by the appearance of this flood dragon, it is ready to swallow the two of them into its belly. Under such circumstances, dealing with this evil dragon naturally has no psychological burden at all. Ever since, Yang Jian rushed over directly. Roar! The evil dragon roared, and the two fought into 10 groups in an instant. Yang Jian's body cultivation, 89 profound skills, and physical strength are quite powerful. As for this evil dragon, although it is only a dragon with the lowest status among the dragon clan, however, that is also a dragon, and its physical strength must be extremely strong. As soon as the two fought against each other, Yang Jian instantly gained the upper hand, asking for flowers. There is no other reason. The physical strength of this Jialong is not much stronger, not to mention the current physical strength of Yang Jian has been refined by 8 or 9 Xiankong. It has reached a pinnacle. Under normal circumstances, this Jialong will not be Yang Jian's opponent. As soon as the two fought against each other, Yang Jian flew the flood dragon out. Strength is nothing more than that, Yang Jian said in a cold voice. Immediately afterwards, he rushed towards the dragon again, because the dragon itself is hostile to them. So in this situation, Yang Jian doesn't need to hold back at all. So basically they all play according to their most ferocious and aggressive style of play. Although this Jialong was extremely powerful physically, he couldn't bear Yang Jian's style of play for a while. Stop, stop, stop. The Jialong spit out human words and said to Yang Jian. Yang Jian couldn't help being a little surprised when he heard that Jialong could speak human language. After all, his current qualifications are still young, although he knows how dangerous and wonderful the outside world is. But when he really watched a flood dragon talking in front of his eyes, it was somewhat shocking to him. Stop? Why did you stop? You were the one who attacked my brother and sister first. Don't blame me. I'm not polite to you, Yang Jian said to the dragon in a cold voice. Exactly. If you can't beat him, you should stop. Where do you get such benefits? If you want to get Guimi, big brother, kill him. Yang Chan stared at the dragon and said to her big brother. When Yang Jian heard Yang Chan say this, he couldn't help but prepare to kill him. The outside world is so cruel. It would be fine if there is no fight, but if there is a fight, it will be life and death. Now that they have the upper hand, the dragon began to beg for mercy. If the two of them didn't have the upper hand, would they be swallowed by this dragon? For sure. After all, from the moment Jialong was born from the sea, the fierce eyes naturally fell into the eyes of the brother and sister. That's why the two brothers and sisters wanted to kill this dragon warrior. Chapter 283. 3 points and 2 blades. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm still useful. I'm still useful. At this moment, the Jialong begged for mercy to the two brothers and sisters. Hearing that Jialong said that he was still useful, Yang Jian couldn't help being curious. So he said to Jialong, "You say you are useful. What is your use?" Hearing Yang Jian's question, the Jialong hurriedly said, "I see that this elder brother doesn't have a weapon in his hand. I can turn it into a weapon and use it as a weapon in the elder brother's hand. I can be driven by the elder brother. I wonder if it is possible." At this moment, Jialong no longer cared about his dignity. For my own life, I can say anything. When Yang Jian heard that the dragon could turn into a weapon, he couldn't help but feel a little confused for a moment. He has never seen this kind of 293 thing, nor has he seen this kind of dragon that can be turned into a weapon. So he has some doubts in his heart, but more is curiosity. You said you could turn into a weapon for me to drive? But really, of course it's true. As long as Big Brother can spare my life, I'm naturally willing to become a weapon and let big brother drive me around. Saying that, that jiaolong turned into a weapon. When Yang Jian saw this weapon, his eyes could not help but brighten. Good baby, good baby. With that said, Yang Jian picked up the jiaolong that had turned into a three-pointed two-edged knife. As soon as he picked it up and felt the weight of it, Yang Jian said with great joy, Good, good, it's so handy. As he spoke, he picked up the scattered three-pointed and two-edged knife and waved it around. The more he waved, the more excited he was. As for Yang Chan, she was also very happy to see that he got a good weapon, and said to Yang Jian, Congratulations to Big Brother for getting such a good weapon. It is very handy for Big Brother. It should be very heavy. Hearing Yang Chan's inquiry, Yang Jian couldn't help but said to the three-pointed double-edged knife, How much do you weigh? Brother, I weigh a full 25,200 caddies. Ordinary people really can't handle me. Brother is really a god. Hearing Jiaolong's reply, even Yang Jian didn't know and was taken aback. He knew that this weapon was very suitable for him, but he didn't expect that this weapon weighed 25,200 jin. It's just too frightening. Is it possible that my strength has reached such a strong point? Yang Jian muttered to himself. At the same time, Yang Chan couldn't help being surprised. These weapons have such a heavy weight that it is enough to imagine how much the 89 mysterious arts have improved their physical bodies. With such a powerful 8-9 profound art body protector, he can easily pick up a weapon weighing 25,000 jin and dance freely. You can imagine how strong the two of them are. The exercises practiced by the two brothers and sisters are very similar. All of them are 8 or 9 mysterious exercises under this situation. Naturally, the strength of the two sides is not bad. So even Yang Chan felt a little surprised that the strength of the two of them had reached such a state. It's really incredible. Good sister. Now big brother, I got a good weapon. How about you and I fighting? Let's see who is stronger and who is weaker. Hearing what Yang Jian said, Yang Chan couldn't help but be very curious, wanting to see how powerful Yang Jian is after having obtained such a weapon. Ever since, the two began to fight again. But this time the two were not evenly matched, but Yang Jian was fighting against Yang Chan. With the blessing of this three-pointed two-edged knife, Yang Jian's physical strength has been brought to the extreme. Even Yang Chan was a little difficult to deal with. Just when Yang Chan was at a disadvantage, Hong Ling immediately flicked Yang Jian's weapon away. At this moment, a handsome little boy appeared, standing between Yang Chan and Yang Jian. He stared at Yang Jian coldly, and then said, Hey, what an abominable person. He bullies a weak woman. He is so ashamed to death. Why don't you fight with me? Looking at this one, the child looks like a doll, wearing a belly band, holding a pointed gun, riding a hot wheel, and covered in red silk. Yang Jian couldn't help asking, Son, who are you? Hearing Yang Jian's question, Lineza pointed to Yang Jian and said, Evil thief, I tell you that you are not afraid of losing my reputation. I am the son of Li Jing from Shintangwen, and so is Lineza. In broad daylight, you dare to bully a weak woman. Today, I will let you taste the power of my Lineza. Hearing what Neza said, Yang Chan couldn't help but wanted to say something, but seeing Yang Jian, he subconsciously stopped him. Seeing Yang Jian like this, Yang Chan could only close her mouth and watch all this silently. Then let me fight against you. Let me see how powerful you are as a little hero. Yang Jian jokingly said to Lineza. For this child, Yang Jian naturally thinks it is very cute. Especially when he saw this child's extraordinary martial arts. It made him feel that he wanted to meet this child for a while. Seeing that Yang Jian dared to say such a thing, Neza couldn't help being furious. Hey, rogue, shoot me. As he said that, he killed Yang Jian. The two fought against each other, and they fought into a ball in an instant. But Yang Jian is Yang Jian after all. Although Neza is gifted, he has supernatural powers from birth, and he is taught by Taoist Tai. But after all, the training time is relatively short. Although the talent is also extremely strong, he still suffers a little disadvantage in the face of Yang Jian. Not long after, he was defeated by Yang Jian. Yang Jian held a three-pointed and two-edged knife, looked at Lineza, and immediately said at 3.9, I said, Neza, do you still want to fight with me again? If you want to fight, I will continue to accompany you at any time. Seeing this, Neza wanted to charge up again. But at this moment, Yang Chan stopped Neza, and then said to Neza, Okay, don't fight anymore. We are brothers and sisters, and it was just me fighting before. I didn't expect you, a little guy, to have such strength. I fought inextricably with my big brother. Although I was defeated by my big brother in the end, his strength is really not to be underestimated. Hearing what Yang Chan said, Neza couldn't help being taken aback, and then asked, You said you two are brother and sister? Yang-chan looked at Neza and nodded, then said, "Do you think the two of us are not like brother and sister?" Duh. Chapter 284. Brothers of the same school at this time. Yang Jian also came to Neza's side and said to Neza, "Little brother has a lot of mana. It is indeed powerful. I just wanted to test your strength, little brother. That's why I didn't tell us that we are brother and sister, and I need my little brother to forgive me a lot. Don't blame the two of us." Yang Jian was very polite to this very strong Neza, who was like a child. In any case, with such strength, he must be talented, and people with background should not be offended. But Neza couldn't help scratching his head when he saw that the two of them had suddenly become brother and sister. "Thank you, little brother. People with such a sense of justice are really rare. I don't know where the little brother came from. With such a good magic weapon and good skills, one must also have a good master, right?" Yang Jian couldn't help asking about Neza's background. When Neza heard Yang Jian's question, he couldn't help reporting 17 to his teacher. "My master is Master Tai of the Golden Light Cave in Qinyuan Mountain. My elder brother has such means. I don't know where my elder brother learned from." I heard Neza say that his master is Tai real person. Even Yang Jian couldn't help but feel a little surprised. At this time, he looked at Neza and couldn't help saying, "Don't you want to lie to me? Your master is really Tai Taoist?" Neza was a little puzzled, but he couldn't help but nodded, and then said, "What's wrong with who lied to you? My master is Taoist Tai. If I don't change my name or surname, what need do I have to deceive you?" After confirming again, Yang Jian couldn't help but said to Neza, "So, you have to call me senior brother." "What did you say?" Li Neza asked involuntarily. "I mean, you have to call me senior brother. There is no other reason. My master is Master Yuding, and your master is also of the same generation. It's a senior brother from the same sect. So, Yuli Neza, you have to call me senior brother." Yang Jian couldn't help explaining to him the relationship between himself and Master Yuding. Hearing that Yang Jian turned out to be his fellow disciple, he couldn't help asking, "Then don't you know the two honorable names?" Yang Jian couldn't help but told the life between him and Yang Chan. After hearing the names between Yang Jian and Yang Chan, Neza couldn't help but salute Yang Jian. "It was my younger brother's fault before. It was my little brother who was blind. I didn't know big brother Yang and sister Yang. Younger brother, I apologize in advance." Hearing that Neza recognized him, Yang Jian was also very happy, patted his little shoulder, and then said, "You and I are two brothers who came from the same school. There is no right or wrong. Didn't you know you as a brother before?" For Neza, Yang Jian still has a very strong impression of him for no other reason than that Neza has a strong sense of justice. Such a person is very important to Yang Jian. "Since you have met brother Yang and sister Yang, please go to Chintang Pass with me. Both of you. I have a younger brother. I will treat you, and I will specially treat you." Hearing what Neza said, Yang Jian became very happy and planned to take Yang Chan to Shintangwen as a guest. But at this time, Yang Chan shook her head and then said, "It's been a long time since we left, and we haven't told you my master. So in order to avoid the worry of the two of them, I still don't want to be a guest in the past. I want to inform your master and my master." Hearing what Yang Chan said, Yang Pu also nodded. "Then if that's the case, you can go back, and I will catch up with little brother Neza." Then Yang Chan went back. As for Neza and Yang Jian, they headed towards Chintang Pass. Just after returning to the dojo, Yang Chan met Hephaestus. Seeing Yang Chan's return, Hephaestus couldn't help asking, "Where did you go before? Why did you come back now?" Seeing her master, Yang Chan naturally wouldn't hide anything and told Hephaestus everything she knew. When Hephaestus heard the word Neza, he immediately began to think about it. Neza has already been born. It seems that Feng Shinshin is not far away. At that time, it was a good time to have both sides, and that fellow Tontian cult master, after all, he was not willing to cut his flesh. After this period of time has passed, after the conferred god tribulation will begin, let's see if you will give it or not. At this time, Hephaestus really believed in the cause and effect and destiny in this prehistoric world. There is no other reason, but he did not expect that the three-pointed two-edged knife would fall into Yang Jian's hands again. That Satterflood dragon turned into Yang Jian's weapon once again. Yuan is simply wonderful. The current Hephaestus is only waiting for the great tribulation of the conferred gods to start, and only after the great tribulation of the conferred gods is opened can he be in it and enjoy both ways. Only then can he scrape back and forth in it to get some good things. Like the Tongtian sect master, who refuses to give him anything now, and after the great tribulation of conferred gods is opened, he will prophesy a few more things. After these prophecies come true, forgive him for the Lord Tongtian will have to give himself some symptoms. But at this moment, The Lord of the Heavenly Mountain has already conquered several god domains. Facing Yahweh's attack, many divine domains were completely powerless to resist and were quickly swallowed up by him. As for the body of Hephaestus, I was also a little anxious in my heart. There is no other reason. If this continues, Jehovah will definitely be promoted again. If his strength was raised by 1 level, then even Hephaestus would not have the confidence to match him. At that time, there will be a huge difference in strength, and even the body of Hephaestus may not be able to keep Chaos God's domain. Time is quite tight. So no matter what, he had to hurry up and grab some Huanyuan level artifacts after the conferred God quantity tribulation was activated. As long as a Huanyuan level artifact can be exchanged from any saint, it will be much more stable for Hephaestus. Facing Jehovah's attack, he will not be helpless anymore. It is also because of this that he began to constantly think about it, and then after the start of the conferred God war. How should he search for wealth from all walks of life? How would he pick out a piece of meat from the mouths of these saints? This kind of thing is quite difficult. But the current Hephaestus is not without confidence. After all, with his control over the conferred God war, it is easier for him to deal with what happened next. Chapter 285. Shocking bow. Hephaestus passed on the supernatural powers he obtained by refining the origin of the ancestor of Styx, without saying a word, and passed it on to his own body. In the past 3 years, he has gained a lot in Hongwang, but after all, he has not obtained any saint-level supernatural powers. Although his body still can't create saint-level exercises, but with his original primary avatar, he can continuously provide him with various exercises of the prehistoric world. It has already given him an understanding of the exercises in the prehistoric world. Now he can also create a practice method suitable for their chaos god realm. Good thing, Hephaestus naturally wouldn't hide it. He passed on the exercises he had acquired to his 3 wives without saying a word. Practicing my modified exercises will have great benefits for my 3 wives, not only to enhance my own strength. It is also possible for these wives to break through the shackles of their own blood and break through to a higher level. What made Hephaestus very happy was that his wife Athena's belly was getting bigger and bigger, and it seemed that she would be able to give birth soon. This feeling of double happiness made Hephaestus's body extremely happy. Since Yang Jian and Neza got acquainted, the relationship between the two has become better and closer. The reason is simple. The two of them have the same interest. The interests are roughly the same, and under such circumstances, the relationship between the two of them is naturally getting closer. Being the person of Yuding, Neza who got it turned out to be a disciple of Taoist Tai, and he was very gratified in his heart. He is naturally willing to let the 2 disciples befriend each other. Among these 3 generations of disciples, if Yang Jian can get to know more of his fellow disciples, he will be in the process of explaining and teaching him in the future. There are also many benefits. At this moment, Neza brought Yang Jian and Yang Chan to Chintang Pass. When the 3 of them arrived at Chintang Pass, Yang Chan couldn't help but said to each other, "Neza, why did you bring the 2 of us here? What treasure do you think you want to show us?" Hearing what Yang Chan said, Neza said to Yang Chan, Don't ask. I will take you to see a good treasure later. If I didn't look at this treasure, I wouldn't be mysterious to you." Both Yang Jian and Yang Chan looked at each other. They were both very curious about what the good baby Li Neza was talking about. The 3 of them came to the top of Chintang Pass and immediately turned towards the city gate tower. Yang Chan and Yang Jian didn't know what to say, so they could only follow Neza's footsteps and walked up to the gate tower. "Is there any treasure in this place? Neza, don't lie to us. No matter what you say here, it's your home. You must be more aware of this than us. So if there is any magic weapon here, your family has already put it away. Where will it hang on the gate of this city? Let people wait and see." Yang Jian said to Neza, "Brother Yang, look." Neza pointed in one direction, and Yang Jian immediately looked over. When he saw the precious bow hanging above the city gate tower, he couldn't help but sucked in a breath of cold air. "Hiss, good baby. Is this the magic weapon you said you wanted to show us?" Neza nodded, and then said, "How is it?" "Great." Yang Jian looked at the sky-shocking bow from a distance, couldn't help but nodded, and then said, "This kind of bow is indeed a good magic weapon, but I don't know if I can take it off and have a look." Hearing what Yang Jian said, Neza immediately said, "Since I can bring the 2 of you here, I can take it down and give it to you natives to watch carefully." As he said that, Neza took down the sky-shaking bow. Looking at Jintian Gong, both Yang Jian and Yang Chan couldn't help but exclaimed, "Good baby." At this time, Li Neza was very proud. Let me just say it. If you 2 see my treasure, you will be surprised. At this time, Yang Jian and Yang Chan couldn't put it down, and they loved each other very much watching this scene. Neza directly took the heaven-shocking bow in his hand and said to the two of them, "How about it? Shall I give you two a try? See how powerful this is." Naturally, Yang Jian and Yang Chan had no other concerns, so they nodded involuntarily. "Show us. Let us see how powerful this precious bow is." Hearing what Yang Jian and Yang Chan said, Neza immediately took an arrow and carried the righteousness of the heaven-shaking official. Immediately afterwards, it shot into the distance. A piercing sound sounded, and in an instant, it hit all around. Soon, under Neza's blessing, the arrow disappeared without a trace. "This bow is really good. It is worthy of a good magic weapon." Watching the arrow disappear into a stream of light, Yang Jian couldn't help being very excited. Anyone who saw this magic weapon would be very excited. What's more, what about Yang Jian, who is obsessed with fighting? Looking at the arrow that disappeared into a stream of light, Yang Chan's heart was full of worry, and then he said to the two, "Is it dangerous to just shoot the arrow into the distance like this? Don't shoot anyone at that time. It will be too dangerous." As for Neza, hearing Yang Chan's worried expression, he shook his head nonchalantly. "Where will you shoot other people?" "Sister, don't worry. No one will be so unlucky. After all, this is an arrow. Shoot casually without aiming. How can you shoot other people?" "I think my sister is filtered by worry, Wang's, thinking too much." Yang Jian also said at the same time, "That's right. How can it be so easy to hit? After all, the arrow that shoots far away will soon lose its power, and it won't hurt people in the end." "Sister, don't think too much. Thinking too much will cause trouble to yourself." Hearing both of them say this, although Yang Chan was a little worried, she could only let go of her worries. "I also hope that, as Yang Jian and Neza said, nothing unexpected will happen. After all, the world is so big, and other pedestrians are so small." Neza didn't mean to shoot arrows at a certain target in a certain direction. Under normal circumstances, he would probably only shoot at a certain forest ridge, or other less populated places. Where is it so easy to shoot the human body? Thinking of this, Yang Chan couldn't help temporarily letting go of the worries in her heart. Chapter 286. Empress Shiji came to seek revenge. The arrows shot by the sky-shaking bow did not stop at all. It turned into a ray of light and flew towards the distance. At this moment, Boy Biyun is picking medicinal herbs in Empress Shiji's dojo, Skull Mountain, and Bone Cave. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking through the air. Whoosh! He looked away. He saw an arrow shot directly between his eyebrows. He didn't have time to react at all, and he was nailed to the surrounding wall all at once. What? An unconscious scream resounded instantly in the Skull Mountain, king of the Bone Cave. Neza, Yang Chan, and Yang Jian naturally did not know about Biyun Boy's tragic death, but Empress Shiji heard the voice. When she heard Biyun Boy scream, she immediately walked out of the Bone Cave. When she came out, she saw the tragic death of her disciple, and she couldn't help but angrily scolded for a while. "Which god would dare to kill my boy? I really don't know how to live or die." Immediately afterwards, she flew into the sky in an instant, looked around, but found that there was no sign of anyone. This made Empress Shiji even more angry. Okay. Since 787 doesn't show his real body, don't wait for me to find you. At that time, he will never die, never stop." Empress Shiji looked around angrily. At this moment, she only felt that someone was provoking maliciously. Otherwise, she would not have shot and killed her boy for no reason. Arriving in front of Biyun Boy, seeing the arrow in the center of Biyun Boy's eyebrows, Empress Shiji shot it down. Immediately afterwards, she saw behind the arrow feather. On it was the title of Governor Li Jing of Chuntongwan. Then she snapped off the arrow and said in a cold voice, "Okay, you Li Jing, kill me Boy Biyun for no reason. I will never finish with you." Full of anger, Empress Shiji rushed towards the direction where Chuntongwan was. He wanted to find fault with Li Jing. Soon she came to the top of Chintang Pass. "Goddamn Li Jing, come out. I won't go back if I don't tell you to cramp today." Empress Shiji yelled and cursed at Chuntongwan. At this moment, Li Neza was still admiring the power of this sky-shaking bow with Yang Jian and Yang Chan. Suddenly, a yelling was heard. The scolding sound instantly made everyone turn their eyes to Empress Shiji in the sky. When Li Neza heard about this guy, he actually wanted to skin his father's cramps, so he couldn't help but get angry for a while. "What is this thing? To speak so disrespectfully to my father. I'm going to teach her a lesson." As he said that, Li Neza held a pointed gun in his hand, stepped on the hot wheel, and killed in the direction of Empress Shiji. And Yang Jian and Yang Chan looked at each other, thinking that Empress Shiji would kill her. After all, for them, if someone insulted Neza's father, they would naturally have an obligation to teach him a lesson. So they all came to the position where Empress Shiji was. Li Neza held a pointed gun in his hand, looked at Empress Shiji, and then shouted angrily, Hey, where did you come from, Birdman? How dare you speak so disrespectfully to my father? Are you looking for death? Hearing that Lineza said that he was Li Jing's son, Empress Shurji couldn't help but look at him. So you are the rebellious son of that beast. Your father dared to kill me, Biyun Tanjur. I came here this time to settle accounts with your father. If you are sensible, call your father out quickly, otherwise, I will kill you as well. Hearing what Empress Shurji said, Neza was furious. Who is he? He is a master who is not afraid of anything. Now a person suddenly appeared who kept insulting his father, and even wanted to kill himself, which made Lineza instantly aroused his murderous intentions. Immediately afterwards, he rushed towards Empress Shurji. Seeing this, Empress Shurji fought with Lineza with a weapon in her hand. Neza's talent is good and his strength is also strong, but facing the attack of Empress Shurji, he is still far behind. After all, in terms of strength, he was far behind Empress Shurji. Under such circumstances, Lineza fell into a disadvantage as soon as he came into contact with the battle. Big brother, let's help Neza. Seeing that Neza was at a disadvantage, Yangchan couldn't help but said to Yang Jian. As for Yang Jian, who looked at his little brother and was bullied by others, he was naturally unwilling to accept it, holding a three-pointed two-edged knife. Then he said to Yang Chan, "Go, let's get rid of this lifeless thing." Afterwards, Yang Jian killed him with a three-pointed and two-edged knife. When Yang Chan saw Yang Jian go up, she naturally wouldn't stand by and watch, and then rushed up. Empress Shurji's strength is not weak, and she can still parry these three juniors. But these three juniors are all talented people, and their strength is naturally quite strong. At first, Empress Shurji was able to parry, but as the battle continued, Empress Shurji found that she was no match for these three guys at all. Because Neza was irritated by Empress Shurji, he even showed his best skills, pointing at Empress Shurji and death in whatever he said. Facing the attack between the three of them, Empress Shurji became less and less an opponent. Soon, Empress Shurji turned into a ray of light and left Chintang Pass. Because she found that she was no match for these three guys at all, if she continued to fight, her life would probably stay here. Stop thieves, why lie? As he said that, Neza wanted to rush to kill him, but he was stopped by Yang Jian. That person's strength is not weak. If he rushes forward rashly, he may be cheating. It's better not to rush forward. Go back and ask your father. Who did you provoke? There is such a strength. Neza was stopped by Yang Jian. Although he was upset, he also suppressed the anger in his heart. Even if she runs so fast, she dares to say such rebellious words in front of me. She is such a b******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** I want to see my father. Who did he provoke? Such arrogance. As for Empress Shurji, she originally wanted to seek revenge, but she didn't expect that she would not be the opponent of Neza and the three of them. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Putting this matter on anyone would not be too pleasant. Not to mention Empress Shurji. Ever since, Empress Shurji changed her direction and headed in another direction. Don't take revenge. I, Shurji, will never advance an inch. Empress Shurji said bitterly. Chapter 287. Empress Shurji's cry. The angry Empress Shurji immediately turned around and walked towards the place where Empress Sanshao was. After all, although Empress Shurji's strength is relatively low, she is still a cut-off person anyway. Now that she has suffered such a great humiliation, she can only solve it by finding someone stronger than herself. Filled with anger, Empress Shurji soon came to the Sanxian cave of Sanxian Island. This is the dojo of Empress Sanshao. As soon as she came here, Empress Shurji began to cry. 3 senior sisters, I was bullied by their educators. Hearing Empress Shurji come in and crying, the Holy Mother of Sanshao didn't react one by one, but seeing Empress Shurji crying so badly. For a while, they couldn't help but stepped forward to ask for condolences. What's wrong, junior sister? How dare they insult you when they preach for no reason? Junior sister, you have always only cared about your cultivation and ignored the outside world. That's fine. Why did he come here to bully you? Tell us clearly. If it's true that they are unreasonable in teaching, I will really talk about it. Hearing the consolation from the Holy Mother of Sanshao, Empress Shurji cried and told what happened before. I didn't think much of it myself. Originally, it was just to explain a truth, but it was blocked by Li Neza, the son of Li Jing. This Li Neza was originally a disciple of Taoist Tai. I have heard of it all along, but because I was so angry at the time, I fought with him. That's all there is to it. But Li Neza has 2 masters by his side, who should also be able to explain and teach. 3 of them teamed up to beat me back, but it's a pity that I died in vain, Zhangzi. The more you talk about Empress Shurji, the more painful it is. Those who cried were teary eyes, and it was indeed extremely hateful. Think about her being shot and killed by a scholar of Chanjiao for no reason, but she was carried by Lineza when she went to theory, and the other two disciples of Chanjiao repelled herself. It's not good for this kind of thing to happen to anyone. What's more, it happened to Empress Shiji. All of a sudden, the more you talk, the more sad you are, and the more you talk, the more tragic. It seems that it is the one who explained the teachings, looked down on the teachings, and intentionally insulted them. Are they really so unreasonable? Why did he shoot your boy? Empress Yinxiao asked Empress Shiji. I don't know either. At that time, I was cultivating in the cave, and suddenly I heard my Biyun Tonger screaming, and he was already dead. I walked out of the mountain gate and searched around, but I didn't find any trace of anyone, but it was from the arrow feather. Seeing the name of Li Jing in Shintangwen, Li Jing and I have never had any grievances, and we have no enmity in the past, but we were killed for no reason because of the dice. I thought about going up to ask for a reason, but I didn't expect to be bullied by his son, and he was bullied by his teacher, and he joined forces to beat me back. I'm really angry, so I want to find a few sisters to help me out. Don't chop me up, cut off the prestige of teaching. She was sobbing as she spoke, wiping the tears on his face. Obviously, the grievance in her heart is also very real. Empress Yinxiao saw Empress Shiji crying so miserably. She turned her eyes to Qiongxiao and Bixiao. You two sisters, you have also seen that what they have done in this matter is really too much, killing people for no reason. It's too much to drive away Sister Shiji, so I'm really going to talk about it. Discuss the truth with them. At this time, neither Empress Qiongxiao nor Empress Bixiao looked very good-looking. If what Empress Shiji said was true, then they would really take it too seriously to stop teaching them. Empress Qiongxiao turned her eyes to Empress Shiji and said, Is this true? Don't add fuel to the story, just tell the truth. If they are really so impolite in their explanations, then even if we want to make a big deal out of it, that's justified. Empress Bixiao also said at this time, Yes, sister, if this matter is true, then tell the truth. Don't wait for the time to come. What you said is wrong with the reality. Then we will not end well. But, sister, if everything you said is true, I won't let him explain this matter to me. Hearing Empress Qiongxiao and Empress Bixiao say this, Empress Shiji couldn't help crying again for a while. As for flowers, it's not that all the sisters don't know who I am. I've always been good at causing trouble, but in this matter, they really went too far with their explanations. Mistress Sanxiao saw that Shiji began to cry again, so she knew that this matter was not fake, and it was not for no reason. Mistress Shiji would not provoke them to teach. Now that I came to them to cry, I must have suffered great grievances. I really couldn't bear it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to cry with them. Okay, sister, don't cry anymore. My sisters believe what you said. They really dare to be so unreasonable in their teachings. We are also not a group of bullies. Let's help my sister get revenge and argue with them. Point 0. Empress Yinxiao said to Empress Shiji. Seeing that Empress Sanxiao decided to avenge herself, Empress Shiji gave a salute to Empress Sanxiao, and then said, Thank you 3 sisters for your help. Otherwise, sister, I would never swallow this breath in my life. Seeing this, Mistress Sanxiao hurriedly helped Mistress Shiji up, and then said, Sister, that's what you said. Sister, since you were bullied by their teacher for no reason, as the person who taught me, that's not something anyone can bully if they want to. Let's go? Sisters, let's help Shiji get ahead. After all, the 3 of them came out of their dojo directly, with the purpose of avenging Empress Shiji. Seeing Empress Sanxiao coming out of the mountain, Empress Shiji felt better. After all, how powerful Miss Sanxiao is, she still has confidence in her heart. With the 3 of them in their heads, not to mention Lineza, even if their master comes out, she may not be an opponent of Lady Sanxiao. Neza Li, and those 2 disciples who explained the teachings, killed my disciples and my boy for no reason, and dare to attack me. Do you really think I am angry? This will let you taste the power of our interception. As she said that, she took Mistress Sanxiao to the direction where Chantangwan was located. Because they were eager for revenge, and because they were all-powerful people, they quickly came to Chintang Pass. A few of them stood in the sky above Shintangwen, looked down, and saw Neza and the others. Chapter 288. Neza who refuses to admit it. Are these the ones who bullied my junior sister? Empress Yinxiao asked Empress Shiji. Hearing Empress Yinxiao's question, Empress Shiji nodded quickly, pointed to Lineza in the middle, and said, This kid is the disciple of Taoist Taiji, the son of Li Jing. I wanted to make a theory with them before, but I was repelled by these people. At this time, Empress Shiji was burning with anger. It can be said that she hated Neza and Yang Jian to the core. After all, these people attacked her for no reason. I am afraid that any 10 people would not be able to bear this kind of humiliation. Looking at Mistress Shurji, who was burning with anger, Mistress Sanshao and the others confirmed that the following 3 monks should be the ones who provoke Mistress Shurji for no reason. So, Empress Sanshao went down from the air and soon came to Yang Jian, Yang Chan, 997, and Neza. When Neza saw that Empress Shurji had brought a few more people, he couldn't help showing a mocking look, and then said, "Hey, you can't beat the rescuers? Is your strength so bad? You really can't do it. You want to slander us for no reason, and you think you haven't been beaten, and your skin is itchy." Hearing Neza mocking her like this, Empress Shurji immediately became angry. "Well, you little b asterisk 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 d. You are so arrogant, you want to die." The angry Empress Shurji immediately wanted to rush up and fight them to the death, but Empress Yunxiao stopped her. "Don't do it first. I wonder if there is some misunderstanding." Hearing what Empress Yunxiao said, even if there was anger in Empress Shurji's heart, she had to temporarily suppress it. As for why Empress Yunxiao said this, the reason is also very simple. Although they all trust Empress Shurji very much, this is her one-sided statement after all. Of course, if it was true, then it would be the best, and they could take them away as they should. However, if Empress Shurji is talking nonsense with embellishments, or if she has told some lies, then it will be troublesome. Although the strength of the few of them is strong, they don't want to provoke the 12 golden immortals who teach them for no reason. After all, the leaders of the 3 religions are still brothers on the face of it. If things get serious and they are criticized for being unreasonable, it will be a bit troublesome. Therefore, no matter how they recruit, they must at least ask the matter clearly. Misunderstanding? This old witch came to Chun Tongwan for no reason and said something rude. It would be good if she didn't kill her. Why did you say that? If you want to talk about a misunderstanding, I think this old witch is slandering us for no reason. Neza looked at Empress Shurji and Empress Sanshao, but he was still not afraid. Mistress Sanshao couldn't help frowning when she saw Neza's words like this. After all, seeing how arrogant this kid looked, it was indeed possible to do something to beat Mistress Shurji away. However, since he wanted to understand what happened, no matter how upset Neza felt, he could only endure it. "Shurji, you said before that it was him from Shintangwan who shot and killed your Biyun boy. Do you have any evidence? If you have any, then show it, and don't wrong this Neza for no reason." Empress Yunxiao said to Empress Shurji. Hearing Empress Yunxiao say this to herself, Empress Shurji naturally had evidence, and immediately took out the arrow she broke off before, and then said to Empress Yunxiao, "This is the arrow that shot my boy Biyun. It clearly states the origin of this arrow, and it belongs to Chun Tongwan." Seeing Empress Shurji take out the arrow, at this time, Yang Chan already knew what this arrow was, and her inner worry finally appeared. "This is probably the arrow that Neza shot before. Is this something from your Chintang Pass?" Empress Yunxiao took the arrow from Empress Shurji's hand, and then said to Neza. Neza looked at the comment on the tail of this arrow, and knew that it was indeed their arrow from Chun Tongwan, but it was naturally impossible for him to plead guilty. "So what if it's my arrow from Shintangwan? Is it possible to just get an arrow from my Shintangwan and slander us as murderers out of thin air? Is there such a reason? I see. We just didn't know how our Li family provoked this guy, so we just found an excuse to come here to find fault. After all, with her strength, she sneaked into my Shintangwan and a few Dr. Arrow. That's still easy. So, why do you say that the arrow was shot by my people from Shintangwan? Why don't you say that your disciple died for no reason, and I blame Shintangwan? Furthermore, I, Shintangwan, are so far away from your dojo. How could there be an arrow shot into your dojo? It must be you who deliberately made a false accusation." Listening to Neza's explanation, Empress Shurji was immediately out of breath. She pointed at Neza tremblingly and said, "Okay, you're a sly talker. I'm really mad at you." As he said that, he wanted to rush forward and teach Neza a lesson. At this time, Empress Yunxiao has probably confirmed the truth of the matter. Regardless of whether they did it at Chun Tongwan, this matter must have something to do with their Chun Tongwan. Under such circumstances, what Empress Shurji said is naturally true. In this case, then you come with me. Don't say that we bully you juniors. Let's go see your master and talk about it with your master. It's better to be fair, and don't say that our elders bully you juniors." Empress Yunxiao said to Neza. Hearing what Empress Yunxiao said, Neza immediately shook his head, and then said, Don't go. Don't go. It's obviously this old witch who wantonly falsely accused us. Why should we let us go to see our master? In front of my master, isn't it just your mouth, good or bad? Don't go, don't lose anything." At this time, Yang Chan 2.9 felt a little anxious. She was about to say something, but Yang Jian grabbed her hand and motioned her to keep quiet. Seeing her big brother doing this, Yang-chan, who still wanted to say something, had no choice but to close her mouth, watching Neza and the others continue to talk. As for Empress Yunxiao, when she saw Neza like this, she felt certain in her heart. It was probably Li Neza who did this. If Li Neza didn't do it, why didn't he go to see his master with a guilty conscience? Obviously, if he is not guilty, under normal circumstances, when a person is confident, he will not be afraid of any refutation. You young man, it's so unreasonable. We don't want to bully you, a junior, but you don't want to ask your master to prove your innocence. Obviously, you are the murderer. Duh. Chapter 289. Taken away hearing what Empress Yunxiao said, Neza couldn't help but pause, but then said again, "Hey, there is no proof, no evidence, nothing. I have no reason. Why should I go to see my master? Do you say I have to move? Who are you? Why do you order me? Master, if I say I won't go today, I won't go. Let's see what you can do to me." Seeing that Li Neza still said that, at this moment, Empress Yunxiao also felt a little angry in her heart. Well, you uneducated B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** powerful titles when you meet others and elders? When I meet your master, it is also necessary to rank seniority. He is also a person of the same generation. He calls himself a young master at a young age. Boy Biyun who killed Shurji and still doesn't admit anything. Such an eloquent person really ruined your prestige of teaching. Today, we are going to teach you a lesson, so that you, a junior with no etiquette, know what etiquette is. Seeing Empress Yin Xiao angry, Lineza is not afraid of tigers as a newborn calf, so naturally he is not afraid at all. Do I know you? If you say you are the same generation as my master, is that the same generation? If I don't know you, I won't recognize you. What should you do? 17 want to do it? I'm afraid you won't do it. Hearing that Lineza was still so arrogant, Empress Yun Xiao immediately became angry. Then he wanted to capture Lineza. Seeing this, Yang Jian and Yang Chan also used their mana one after another, trying to resist the attack from Empress Yun Xiao. At this time, Neza also took out his own fire-pointed gun, stared at Empress Yun Xiao, and said, "You guys who are innocent and dirty, let's see how I teach you a lesson today." As he said that, he rushed forward first. Empress Yin Xiao was completely offended by this junior who didn't know how to behave. She stared at Lineza coldly. Then, with a light wave of his hand, a powerful wave of mana surged out instantly. How could Lineza be the opponent of Empress Sanxiao? Even if it's just a Yin Xiao Empress, Neza can be captured easily. There is no other reason. Even if he called his master Tai Daoist, he might not be the opponent of Empress Yin Xiao. So the head-to-head confrontation between the two ended with Neza's defeat before it even started. Seeing this, Yang Jian, who had just rushed over, hurriedly held a three-pointed two-edged knife and killed Empress Yin Xiao. His strength is nothing more than that. Although Yang Jian is a genius among geniuses, with high strength and a strong physical body, the gap in strength with Empress Yin Xiao is too huge. With such a huge gap, how could he be the opponent of Empress Yin Xiao? He was captured easily. Yang Chan started late, because she felt a little bit guilty before, so when she started, she was not as confident as Yang Jian and Neza, so it was a bit slower. Under such circumstances, seeing Yang Jian and Neza being captured, Yang Chan knew that she was not his opponent, so she directly resorted to the 5 elements escape technique to escape. Empress Yin Xiao saw that Yang Chan was about to run away, so she even wanted to stop her. But Yang Chan's 5 elements escape technique has already arrived, and ordinary monks are really not as good as Yang Chan in places where they are extremely weathered. I saw Yang Chan instantly throwing a wisp of dust into the sky, and then the whole person turned into a streamer, disappearing without a trace in an instant. What a powerful 5-element escape technique. Empress Yin Xiao saw that Yang Chan had disappeared without a trace, so she didn't go after her directly. Although this woman teamed up with Neza and others to repel Empress Shurji, she herself was not guilty of death. Her main purpose was to trouble Neza, the culprit. After all, this junior was so rude. Facing the doubts from the few of them, he was still so eloquent and confident, even if he was not the murderer. Also deal with it. With such and such strength, you dare to be so arrogant and domineering. You really deserve to die. If your master is not Tai Daoist, I'm afraid I've already crushed you to the bone, sent you to the 18th level of hell, and burned you forever in the Red Lotus Karma. Empress Yin Xiao looked at Neza and said in a cold voice. Although Neza was tied up, he was still extremely dissatisfied. He looked at Empress Yin Xiao and said, "You guys are innocent. If my master comes, I will definitely punish you guys." How strong are you? So what should you do? Sister Yang Chan has already escaped, and he will come to rescue us when the time comes. Hearing what Neza said, Empress Yunxiao finally couldn't help it anymore. She used the Hunyuan Jindo and instantly put Neza into it. Your master is incapable of teaching. It's time for me to teach you. As she said that, she prepared to leave here with Qiongxiao Bixiao and Empress Shiji. But at this moment, from under the Qintang Pass, a figure rose instantly. I saw that figure saw Empress Yunxiao and immediately bowed down. The disciple is the governor of Xintangwen, named Li Jing. How did you offend several immortal elders by arranging the dog? Can you ask the immortal chief to release the dog? Seeing that it was Li Jing who came, Empress Yunxiao snorted coldly. Your good son, he doesn't know etiquette too much. No matter whether he made the mistake or not, I will take him away and teach him a lesson. If you are sensible, back away obediently and wait for me to find out the truth. If it has nothing to do with you, Qintang 327, we will naturally not embarrass you. But if you, Chen Tongwan, were indeed responsible for what happened before, we will come over and calculate the ledger for you. Li Jing's heart trembled slightly when she heard Empress Yunxiao's cold and angry voice. Naturally, he could see how strong Empress Yunxiao was. Such a powerful expert had her eyes on his little Chen Tongwan. This couldn't help but make him tremble a little. He just wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he finally closed his mouth and then said what he didn't want to say in his heart. Since this is the case, then please be merciful to the elders. Don't abuse the dog. I will naturally tell the dog master. Let them negotiate with several fairy elders. Hearing what Li Jing said, Empress Yunxiao and the others left without looking back. Seeing Empress Yunxiao and others leaving, Li Jing felt relieved. At this time, he stood up, worried all over, for no other reason. His son was taken captive. One was worried about his son's safety. The second is that there has been turmoil in the entire dynasty now, and it is enough to annoy him to calm down the chaos every day. Now his third son has provoked such a powerful expert again, which made him extremely confused. Chapter 290. No Yangchan's 5 elements escape technique was taught very well by Hephaestus. It was precisely because of this that she escaped unharmed. At this moment, Yangchan's heart was extremely depressed, and her heart was extremely complicated now, so he naturally knew that this matter itself was caused by them. But now, Neza and her big brother have been taken away by Empress Sanxiao. Under such circumstances, she is naturally worried about her big brother and Neza. So she hurried back to the dojo of Master Yuding. Big. Something is wrong. Yang Chan with a pale face ran towards the direction where Hephaestus was, shouting while running. At this time, Hephaestus was talking with Jade Ding, a real person who preached scriptures and Taoism, and the two talked happily. Seeing Yang Chan running over in such a hurry, both sides couldn't help asking, "What's going on?" Yang Chan came in front of Hephaestus and Master Yuding, took a few breaths, and then told them what happened in Qintang Pass. When Hephaestus heard that Neza, Yang Jian, and others were captured by the people brought by Empress Shiji, all of them couldn't help but change their expressions. At this time, Hephaestus secretly sighed in his heart. It seems that things are still going as usual. This Biyun boy of Empress Shiji really has a hard life. After all, he is also the one who should be robbed, the one who should die. But this Li Neza is still the same as before, extremely good at sophistry, and he refuses to admit it until it is exactly the same as what I knew before. Thinking of this, Hephaestus nodded with some satisfaction. At least the general direction of the matter did not exceed his expectations. Basically, it was walking according to the plan he envisioned. In this case, although Hephaestus was a little anxious about Neza and Yang Jian being taken away, he was also relieved. 3 women, and 3 women with high strength. They can't be Miss Sanxiao from the Jiejiao. There are only 3 sisters in Jiejiao who are inseparable, and they always fight together when things happen. Immortal Yuding anxiously analyzed the origins of Mistress Sanxiao and the others. That's probably the 3 sisters. Let's go to love, Hephaestus said to Taoist Yuding. However, although Master Yuding was anxious, he was not reckless in the slightest when encountering such a thing. Let's call other senior brothers to go, just the 2 of us. We probably won't be the opponent of Empress Sanxiao. These 3 women are not weak. If they are taken out individually, they can be regarded as top-notch existences among the 12 golden immortals. What's more, the 3 of them are inseparable. If we set up the Yellow River 9 twist formation, I'm afraid it will be bad luck for the 2 of us to go there. Hearing what Master Yuding said, Hephaestus shook his head confidently. Fellow Taoist, are you a bit timid? Although this Empress Sanxiao is powerful, in my Mo's eyes, she is still nothing more than that. If a fellow Taoist is too timid to fight, you don't need a fellow Taoist to fight. I will fight alone, and I will deal with him, Empress Sanxiao, like the back of my hand. Seeing Hephaestus's self-confidence, Master Yuding couldn't help pondering for a moment, and then said, "It's not that I'm timid to fight, but what I said is the truth. Mistress Sanchao is indeed extremely powerful. Fellow Taoists are of course extremely powerful, but I still think it's the safest way to call other brothers and sisters." Hephaestus shook his head very confidently. He even got down on Taoist Duobao, the elder brother who intercepted the teaching. So what if there is an extra Mistress Sanchao? Still won't be his opponent. What's more, no matter what he said now, he was still staying in the dojo of Master Yuding. Although Hephaestus does not like to see the Tai real person very much, but at least he has to live with his face. In the future, God conferred great tribulation. It's okay. Let Taoist Tai owe himself a karma. Don't underestimate this cause and effect. When disasters happen in the future, the real Tai will not simply return this cause and effect. Let's go, fellow Taoist. With me here, don't be afraid of her, Mistress Sanchao. Of course, I am very clear about the three of them. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so confident, that's all. Follow me. Hephaestus is still very confident. When Master Yuding saw that Hephaestus was still so confident, he couldn't help but feel a little shaken in his heart. He still wanted to say something, but he saw that Hephaestus had already gone out directly. As a last resort, he could only follow in the footsteps of Hephaestus. After all, no matter what, those who were trapped were his apprentices and nephews, and he had to go there both public and private. Since Hephaestus has already taken a step ahead, he can't be left behind no matter what, so he directly followed in Hephaestus' footsteps, walked towards the outside world. The two walked for a while, and Hephaestus spoke first. "Fellow Taoist, do you know where your empress lives?" Hearing Hephaestus' question, Master Yuding pointed out the location of Mistress Sanchao with a little reluctance in his heart. He naturally knew how powerful Empress Sanchao was. It's not about boosting the ambitions of others and destroying one's own prestige. It's not that he doesn't want to save his apprentice. It was because she was very aware of Mistress Sanchao's strength, so she didn't want to just rush forward to die. Also because of this, when he saw Hephaestus being so confident, he couldn't help but sighed slightly in his heart. Ugh, but there is nothing to do. Hephaestus is of course extremely powerful, but facing Empress Sanchao, even Taoist Yuding has no idea. At this moment, Hephaestus walked towards the residence where Empress Sanchao was located with extremely confident steps from Zhao's. Taoist Yuding is also with him. After all, Hephaestus went to save his apprentice Li. For this precious apprentice of his own, Master Yuding is really a little afraid of what kind of accidents will happen. But now that something has happened, they can't escape. After all, escape cannot solve the problem. Coupled with the self-confidence of Hephaestus, so the real Yuding had no choice but to follow. The strength of both of them is not weak, coupled with the eagerness of their apprentices to save themselves, so the two of them soon came to the dojo of Empress Sanchao. "Is this the dojo of Empress Sanchao?" Hephaestus asked Taoist Yuding. "That's right. This is where the Three Sisters ashram is located," Master Yuding replied. Seeing that he had come to the right place, Hephaestus immediately started to call out. Chapter 291. Go to negotiate. Is Mistress Sanchao here? Mo Changfeng and Taoist Yuding are here to pay my respects. Hephaestus' voice was very loud, and it soon spread to the dojo of Empress Sanchao. "Did you see? My uncle has come to save me. You are finished," Neza said to Mistress Sanchao. "Okay, it's pretty quick to come. Let's go. Let's meet this real Yuding and that Mo Changfeng," Empress Yinxiao said. Afterwards, she took Empress Bixiao, Empress Chongxiao and Empress Shiji out of her dojo and looked at Hephaestus. "Are you the Mo Changfeng who injured my senior brother Duobao, and also the 7 immortals?" Empress Yinxiao said to Mo Changfeng. Seeing that Empress Yinxiao knew his name, Hephaestus was a little bit surprised. After all, he knew that although he had some strength, he was not negligible in this prehistoric world. Originally, there was no publicity about his defeat of Taoist Duobao that day, so he thought that not many people knew about it, but he didn't expect that Empress Sanchao knew what she had done. This surprised Hephaestus, but if he dared to do something, he would dare to say it, and there was nothing he dared to admit. 483. The Empress Sanchao was afraid of her own name, so she obediently let Neza and Yang Jin go, which is naturally excellent. "That's right, I am Mo Changfeng." Hephaestus nodded and admitted his identity generously. On the other hand, Taoist Yuding looked at Hephaestus with his strange eyes. He never thought that Hephaestus would have such a record. Not to mention defeating the 7 immortals, even Taoist Duobao. What kind of strength is this? No wonder he dared to trouble Empress Sanchao. It turns out that the foundation is here. After Hephaestus took care of Taoist Duobao that day, he did not inform Master Yuding of this matter. And because Hephaestus stays in the dojo of the Jade Cauldron all day, The Jade Cauldron will not investigate Hephaestus for no reason. Therefore, the aspect of news transmission is different from others. It can be said to be very slow. Master Yuding looked at Hephaestus and wanted to ask a lot of questions, but after thinking about it, he finally shut up. The reason is very simple. This is not a place to talk. They came here to get their apprentice back, brother and nephew back. If they can get it back, it doesn't matter to talk about it with Hephaestus. Therefore, even though Master Yuding really wanted to know what happened, he still didn't ask in the end. What are you here for today? You want someone with you, Ding? Empress Yunxiao asked Hephaestus. But at this moment, Master Yuding gave his hand to Empress Yunxiao and then said, Senior sister, I was incapable of teaching, which caused my apprentice and nephew to offend senior sister. I apologize to senior sister. I hope senior sister can let my apprentice go. Hearing what Taoist Yuding said, Empress Yunxiao couldn't help saying, Your apprentice? This man named Yang Jian is your apprentice. Exactly. Well, although this junior Yang Jian dares to attack us, it is considered polite after all, so he can let it go. However, Lineza, as soon as he is suspected of shooting my interception boy. Secondly, you dare to speak rudely to us, and you can't let it go anyway. You can take Yang Jian away as you like. It can be said that Empress Yunxiao directly gave Taoist Yuding a great deal of face by saying this. She didn't pursue Yang Jian's attack on them, but only pursued Neza, who was the most suspected and rude. It can be said that quite a bit of face was given to him, and it was also given to the teacher. If Master Yuding was sensible, he should honestly fish out Yang Jian and leave here. But Taoist Yuding couldn't do this, for no other reason. His nephew was still trapped inside. It would be unreasonable if he just took away his apprentice directly and ignored Taiji Taoist's apprentice. Therefore, Master Yuding pondered for a while, and then said, I don't know if senior sister can show her face and release my dispirited senior nephew. I would like to thank you in advance. Hearing what Master Yuding said, Empress Yunxiao's face instantly dropped. Yuding, you don't know how to flatter. Obviously I have given you enough face. You can take your disciple away. I will never stop you. But you still want to take your nephew away? Is this a bit too greedy? Don't be ignorant of flattery. If you don't want to take your apprentice away, then let him stay here too. Empress Yunxiao had already said her words to death, and Master Yuding still wanted to refute, but he knew that if he continued, the battle between the two sides would be unavoidable. Therefore, under such circumstances, for a while, I don't know what to do. If he fished out his own disciple, no matter Taiji Taoist's disciple, obviously, he would also offend his fellow disciple. But if you don't care about your own disciples, that's not okay. In a short period of time, you don't even know what you should do. Hephaestus saw that Master Yuding didn't know what to say, and he also knew his inner worries. However, I don't have these concerns, so I simply said directly. I said, you should be more sensible. Can't you let people go honestly? Why let them go one by one? It's too boring. Why don't you let them all go? Hearing what Hephaestus said, Empress Yunxiao naturally wouldn't give Hephaestus face. Immortal Yuding is considered to be of the same generation as her at any rate, and he can have some relationship with her to some extent. In view of Yuanshi Tianzuan's face, it is natural to give a little favor. However, Hephaestus has nothing to do with them at all, but Hephaestus dared to say something that even Taoist Yuding dared not say. This kind of behavior naturally annoyed Empress Yunxiao, and she could not give any face-to-face toss. Although you have defeated my senior brother, you are indeed powerful, but this is not an excuse for your presumptuousness. What are you? If you say let him go, you are really lenient. You are not a person who teaches people, and secondly, you are not a person who explains teachings. Why are you so arrogant? If I don't let people go today, what can you do? You dare to be so presumptuous in the dojo where we are waiting. You have the same virtues as that little beast named Neza. You don't know any etiquette. You should be damned. What Empress Yunxiao said was ugly, and it can be said that she didn't save Hephaestus any face. As for Hephaestus, he had already anticipated this situation, so he didn't feel any surprise at all. Chapter 292. Confrontation. If fellow Taoists said so, have you already decided not to let him go? Hephaestus said to Empress Yunxiao in a cold voice. So what if you don't let go? What can you do in my territory today? If you dare to do it, then let you see how powerful my three sisters are. Empress Yunxiao didn't give Hephaestus any face at all. It seemed that she wanted to be tough with Hephaestus no matter what she said. Let me tell you, you have to let this person go today, and you can't let him go. Otherwise, I can defeat your senior brother, and I can also defeat your three sisters. I hope you can do it yourself. Be more sensible, then obediently let him go, and I can forget about what you said before. When Empress Yunxiao heard what Hephaestus said, she immediately flew into a rage, and then said to Hephaestus full of killing intent, Arrogance, to be so arrogant. You are looking for death. Do you really think my three sisters are made of mud? Let you taste the power of my three sisters." After saying that, the three of them took out their magic weapon. Hephaestus looked at the magic weapon in their hands and couldn't help but his eyes lit up. There was no other reason. He had heard that the magic weapon of Empress Sanshao was powerful, and now he saw that it was really good. Although it is not as good as the Chaos Supreme Treasure, this magic weapon is already considered pretty good. These three magic weapons are naturally the famous Hunyuan Jindo, Jinjiao Scissors, and Binding Dragonsuo. These magic weapons are quite powerful. After the great tribulation of conferred gods, Empress Sanshao relied on these magic weapons to rule the world. In particular, the 9-curved yellow river formation formed by the few of them eliminated the 3 flowers on the cauldron of the 12 golden immortals, forcing Yuanshi Tianzuan to end himself by bullying the small, and then defeated the Empress Sanshao. It is conceivable how powerful Empress Sanshao is. However, although Empress Sanshao is powerful, Hephaestus is still not afraid. Even if he can't beat the 3 together, it is still no problem to escape. Moreover, since he fought Patriarch Styx last time, Hephaestus seemed to have opened a new door to a world, as if he had found a way to deal with monks in this world. Of course, only he can use this method, and only he can use it to gain certain benefits. This is why Hephaestus is not afraid of this Empress Sanshao. He has strong self-confidence that he can handle Mistress Sanshao, and then leave with Neza. Empress Sanshao took out the magic weapon, and Empress Bixiao said to Immortal Yuding, "If you are sensible, leave as soon as possible. We can spare your life. If you don't know what to do and insist on taking action against us, then also, don't blame us for being rude to you." Hearing Mistress Sanshao say this, Master Yuding did not plan to leave this time. The reason is very simple. Hephaestus came to help him get ahead. If he just left like this, it would be too much. Before, he hesitated because he knew that Empress Sanshao was powerful, and he didn't want to provoke too much, but now it's different. Now that the head-to-head confrontation has begun, Hephaestus can fight Mistress Sanshao anytime. Even if Master Yuding didn't want to fight anymore, he could only stand in front of Hephaestus and help Hephaestus. If he kept silent, or if he didn't help Hephaestus, it would be really laughable. "Everyone, I'm sorry," Taoist Yuding said softly, expressed his determination. Since you don't know what to do, then we don't mind cleaning up with you," Empress Qiongshao said to Master Yuding coldly. At this time, the anger in their hearts had been provoked. After all, the 3 of them were scruples about the friendship between explaining and stopping teaching, and tolerated them again and again. But this kind of tolerance not only did not exchange their sincerity, but each of these evangelists did not know what is good or bad, and they did not stop teaching. So how could they allow others to bully them? Under such circumstances, since Master Yuding doesn't know what to do, then blame them for being rude. The 3 of them don't mind, and let Master Yuding suffer a little. Fellow Taoist, don't participate in this matter. If you go up, you will not be beautiful. Your strength can be said to have no chance of winning against Mistress Sanshao. It is easier for me alone, Hephaestus said to Taoist Yuding. It's not that he looks down on Master Yuding, but that what he said is indeed true. When Empress Sanshao came out of the mountain, in order to avenge her big brother Zhao Gongming, it can be said that she had already used all her means, asking for flowers. In the end, the 12 golden immortals were defeated, and the elder Yuanshi Tianzuan was forced to go down the mountain to bully the juniors, Mistress Sanshao, as can be seen from this. Empress Sanshao was really in a hurry, and all the 12 golden immortals were not necessarily opponents. As far as a Jade Cauldron real person is here, for Hephaestus, it is really a hindrance. Although the words are harsh, it is the fact that he can't worry about Master Yuding at all during the battle. Under such circumstances, if he joins the battle and is taken away, it will be too troublesome. In order to avoid this kind of trouble, Hephaestus directly told Master Yuding not to let him make a move. Hearing what Hephaestus said, Master Yuding felt a little reluctant at this time. "Fellow Taoist, what are you talking about? Could it be that you really look down on me, Yuding? Although my strength is not as good as their Sanshao sisters, I am still a quasi-sage." Seeing that Master Yuding was not happy, Hephaestus said directly, "After a while, if Empress Sanshao really sets up the Yellow River Juku formation, I don't know how long you can resist. I am very clear about your strength. You are not the match of their main sisters. Just watch from the sidelines so you don't distract me." What Hephaestus said was extremely hurtful, and it made people feel uncomfortable after hearing it. Even Master Yuding would not be convinced when he heard this, and he was about to say something more when he suddenly saw Hephaestus winking at him. Although he didn't understand what this meant, but since Hephaestus really didn't need him, there was no need for him to continue participating in this way, so as not to disrupt Hephaestus' plan. "Okay, then you should be more careful." Although Master Yuding was reluctant in his heart, he still retreated not far away, as if he did not decide to join the battle. Hephaestus breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Master Yuding had decided to leave. It may sound harsh to tell the truth, but it is the truth after all. If Reverend Yuding starts to fight, he really doesn't care about Reverend Yuding. He doesn't want to bring an oil bottle to fight against the mighty Empress Sanxiao. That's why he said some unpleasant words and signaled Master Yuding to leave the job. Chapter 293. 9 Twist Yellow River Formation. Now that the face has been torn apart, the two sides no longer need to hide it. After Hephaestus persuaded Taoist Yuding to stay away, he charged towards Mistress Sanxiao directly. Empress Sanxiao saw that Hephaestus dared to charge forward first, and she couldn't help being furious for a moment. How dare you dare to be so arrogant, Dai? Speaking of which, Empress Sanxiao also came to kill Hephaestus. The two sides fought together in an instant. The strength of Empress Sanxiao really cannot be underestimated. As soon as Hephaestus fought, he felt how powerful Empress Sanxiao's magic weapon was. The golden flood scissors, the Hunyuan golden bucket, and the dragon binding rope are all extremely tricky magic weapons. Even Hephaestus had a little trouble dealing with it. At this time, Jade 180 Ding Zhenren saw that Hephaestus had just suffered a small loss in the fight and fell into a disadvantage, so he wanted to rush forward to help Hephaestus. But Hephaestus signaled Master Yuding not to rush over. After all, he just didn't know how powerful Sanxiao Empress's magic weapon was. It wasn't that she couldn't beat Sanxiao Empress. Besides, it was their first time fighting. Hephaestus knew their strength was strong. So he didn't dare to use all his methods directly, in case he didn't even have any whole cards. Because of this, Hephaestus fell into a disadvantage as soon as he fought. As the battle continued, with the strength of Hephaestus, he could still guarantee that he would not lose. It's so good. No wonder I can beat my treasure. Empress Yunxiao looked at Hephaestus, who was fighting against the three of them, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. The strength of the three of them is quite powerful, but in the face of Hephaestus, they didn't get any advantage at all, which is enough to show how powerful Hephaestus is. After all, they are 3 against 1. 3 masters, using a big formation. Even a saint is not afraid, and now they are dealing with a Hephaestus. Isn't that easy to catch? However, as the battle continued, Hephaestus became more and more courageous as he fought, and he didn't shrink back like before, so even Empress Wang Xiao felt the gap. In this case, it is enough to prove that Hephaestus' strength can be regarded as the top existence among quasi-sages. Hephaestus couldn't help but sigh deeply when he looked at Empress Sanxiao, who showed endless tricks. He had already expected that Empress Sanxiao would be very powerful, and this fight was really extraordinary. No wonder they were able to beat the 12 golden immortals of Changjiao without the slightest ability to fight back when they came out of the mountain. However, Empress Sanxiao was still within his range of response, not beyond his range. Since he had fought with Patriarch Styx once, he couldn't help opening up a thought. That is, he could extract her person's origin during the battle. Although it is not authentic to do so, how can there be so many authentic and inauthentic in real battles? Besides, it really works. If it is not in the Blood Sea Styx, I am afraid Hephaestus will have to suck up the ancestor of Styx and suck him up. Absorbing the original power of others can also forge this original power. Forging can also obtain some supernatural powers, which can be said to serve multiple purposes, and Hephaestus is naturally very willing to do it. Immediately afterwards, Hephaestus started his own plan, forcibly stealing Empress Sanxiao's original calendar. But the Empress Sanxiao was extremely astute, and they had already discovered that Hephaestus had just begun to steal their original power. What a thing! You dare to absorb our original power. You really think we are easy to bully. You want to die? Empress Yunxiao said to Hephaestus angrily. At the same time, the other 2 empresses were also a little angry. After all, it would be too much to steal their original power, no matter how they were recruited. Hephaestus must be sanctioned, and Hephaestus should be taught a lesson. Finished formation. As soon as the words fell, Mistress Sanxiao immediately formed a formation. Of course, Hephaestus knew what kind of formation they would form, so he was extremely careful when facing Empress Sanxiao. After all, the 9-twisting Yellow River formation is quite powerful and cannot be underestimated. Back then, Empress Sanxiao had outstanding records, so Hephaestus couldn't help being cautious. After all, if you are not careful and lose some of your cultivation, then you will be in trouble. The cultivation base of this avatar of oneself was finally condensed with his own original power, which is quite precious. If Hephaestus was cut off for no reason, it would be really heartbreaking for Hephaestus. If one's avatar is damaged in this battle, it will be quite troublesome and will affect the next plan. Of course, Hephaestus didn't want his plans to be disrupted by this little incident. So, that's very careful. I saw that this formation was bigger than the Yellow River, and the surrounding world was eclipsed, as if they were all surrounded by this formation. The nine-twisting Yellow River formation contains the wonders of the heaven and the earth. In it there is the elixir of confusion and the art of closing the immortals, which can lose the spirit of the immortal, eliminate the soul of the immortal, trap the shape of the immortal, damage the spirit of the immortal, lose the original essence of the immortal, and damage the limbs of the immortal. Immortals enter here and become mortals, and mortals enter here and die. Even Empress Yunxiao boasted that the saints of the three religions would be doomed if they came. However, the follow-up incidents have already explained that although the nine-twisting Yellow River formation is powerful, it still can't trap the saints, and the saints are saints after all. All saints are ants. This sentence is not just a simple talk. Just because Hephaestus understood the mystery of this formation quite well, he didn't dare to be careless at all. I can only extract some original power from Emperor Sanxiao as much as possible. These original powers are a 2.4 business that is guaranteed to make no loss. Although these people can resist their own extraction of their original power, they cannot resist their own extraction of their original power to the maximum extent. Therefore, although they resisted and slowed down their extraction speed, they couldn't completely stop themselves, which gave Hephaestus an opportunity to take advantage of. Mistress Sanxiao saw that Hephaestus was still extracting the original power from their bodies, and all of them couldn't help but frown. They have never seen such a weird trick. Directly hitting the source of others. This kind of tactic is particularly wonderful. Even if they try their best to block it, it still has no good effect. Sisters, I don't know what this Mo Changfeng used. The secret method. What kind of tricks? It's so strange, it's better to get rid of it as soon as possible. This is the most important thing. Chapter 294. Shurji was kidnapped. The other two empresses also knew the stakes, and they couldn't help but nodded their heads in agreement. Afterwards, the three of them activated the nine-curved Yellow River formation, and the formation filled the sky, and the surrounding world instantly lost its original color. Hephaestus also couldn't help being careful. After all, if his clone lost a lot of cultivation here, even for Hephaestus, it would be unacceptable. The battle between the two sides is almost imminent, and immediately, this earth-shattering large-scale battle is about to start. But at this moment, another ray of energy fluctuation suddenly appeared between the heaven and the earth. Regarding this energy fluctuation, neither Hephaestus nor Empress Sanxiao has noticed yet. Because both parties feel that the other party is a powerful enemy, they dare not underestimate the other party. It is precisely because of this that neither side has noticed this inexplicable energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation is very small, but it is very unusual. Just when Hephaestus and the others were preparing to fight, suddenly this small energy fluctuation became very large in an instant. Even Mistress Sanxiao and Hephaestus could see such huge energy fluctuations during the battle. Everyone looked at the place with huge energy fluctuations in unison. When Empress Sanxiao saw the place where the huge energy fluctuated, she couldn't help shouting angrily for a moment. "You dare!" But before the words fell, that huge energy appeared beside Empress Shurji in an instant. Empress Shurji didn't react in a hurry at all, and was swept away by this strong wind. Seeing the strong wind sweep away Shurji Nyang, even Hephaestus was a little puzzled as to who did it. After all, he and Master Yuding were the only people who came this time, and they didn't bring any of them with them. Under such circumstances, who is the one who can sweep away Empress Shurji? Even Hephaestus is unknown. When Empress Sanxiao watched the strange man take Empress Shurji away, she looked at Hephaestus with a look of resentment. Okay. If you take people, you take people. Why do you want to give this stone? What's your intention? Seeing Empress Yunxiao asking like this, Hephaestus couldn't help but find it difficult to argue for a while. After all, on the surface, it was indeed Hephaestus' idea. But Hephaestus was very clear that he would never do such a thing. Moreover, Master Yuding did not arrange such a thing, so, obviously, this thing was done by someone else. It's just that Hephaestus doesn't know who it is, so he can only wait for the investigation after the battle. Hephaestus looked at Empress Sanxiao and said, "Don't look at me like that. Although I'm not an upright person, I still have the courage to act. We came here just to take Yang Jian away. Take Li Nezo away. Madame Shurji has no grievances with me. I don't need to send someone to take her away. I should let someone break into your formation and take Yang Jian and Nezo away." Although she said so, Mistress Sanxiao still didn't believe it. After all, Mistress Shurji was suddenly taken away during the battle. This kind of thing had nothing to do with Hephaestus. I'm afraid no one will believe it. Hephaestus knew that he couldn't explain it, but he had already explained it, so it was up to San Yang to believe it or not. Anyway, for him, strength is a way to explain his innocence. As long as you have strength, then what you say is what you say. If you don't have strength, even if you show actual evidence to prove that you didn't do that kind of thing, it's useless. Whether you are at fault or not, it is up to others to tell. Therefore, since he knew that the explanation might not be clear, Hephaestus simply stopped explaining it and just finished typing it. Right and wrong right now, you are not alone. After the battle is over, even if you lie in front of us, we will have a way to make you tell the truth. The people who came to find fault today are just you and Master Yuding. You can't escape. Empress Yunxiao said to Hephaestus and Taoist Yuding. At this time, Master Yuding was also a little bit wronged. He was so absorbed in watching the battle just now that he didn't notice any energy fluctuations at all. When he noticed, Empress Shurji had been taken away. He didn't even know who did it. It would be fine if Hephaestus could beat Empress Sanxiao. However, if Hephaestus didn't beat Empress Sanxiao, he lost in the end, and Empress Shurji died. That would be a big problem. Although they are still fighting now, they haven't reached the point where they can't stop dying. That is to say, he was captured by the other party, and then he was taught 10 times by the other party. However, if Empress Shurji was taken away by the mysterious person and then killed, it would be a little troublesome. It would be like a shit pot, directly buckled on their heads. Even if they are reasonable next, they will become unreasonable. Even so, Master Yuding was helpless, because the mysterious person no longer knew where he had gone, and now it was too late to chase after him. Hephaestus no longer cares about what will happen to Empress Shurji. For him now, how to deal with Empress Sanxiao in front of him is the most important thing. This time he will face the wrath of Empress Sanxiao. According to the normal reasoning, Hephaestus has completely d off Mistress Sanxiao this time, and the two sides may really die endlessly. But even though Mistress Sanxiao was d off, Hephaestus still didn't take it seriously. After all, his target is not Mistress Sanxiao, but the Master Tontian behind them. As long as they don't offend Master Tontian, these apprentices Hephaestus can bully them however they want. Unless Hephaestus killed the disciples of the Lord Tontian. Otherwise, as long as they are not killed, as long as they are not beaten to death, I am afraid that even if Master Tontian sees them, nothing will happen. In the eyes of the current leader of Tontian, Hephaestus is much more useful than some disciples. Taoist Duobao last time was a living example. Taoist Duobao, such a precious disciple of Master Tontian, beat him to serious injury. Didn't Master Tontian say nothing? As long as I don't do anything out of line, it doesn't matter even if I take away Mistress Sanxiao's Hunyuan gold dough. At most it will be in the next transaction. Hephaestus just gave a little more information. Chapter 295. The body dies, and the road disappears. Who are you? After Empress Shurji was taken away, she felt a little flustered in her heart. She stared at the man firmly and asked, "You don't even know me? You dare to push Mistress Sanxiao to deal with my disciple. How brave you are." Master Tai said to Empress Shurji coldly. Then he showed his real body. When Empress Shurji saw that it was real Tai, she couldn't help saying, "It was your disciple who first came to trouble me. If he hadn't shot my Biyun boy to death, how could such a thing happen? Now you're making a fuss instead. Is it possible that all of you preachers are so arrogant and domineering?" Seeing what Empress Shurji said, Master Tai laughed. Ha 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 ha. He laughed wildly and confidently. He pointed at Empress Shurji coldly and then said, "My dear disciple, even if you do something wrong, I should punish you. Where can you take care of it? If something happens to my precious apprentice, your death will not be enough to appease my anger." Hearing what Master Tai said, Empress Shurji was so angry that she couldn't speak. Originally, it was the mistakes of their disciples, but now none of them admit their mistakes. Moreover, all of them were extremely arrogant and domineering. Empress Shurji looked at the real Tai at this moment, wishing to directly cramp him. Torn into pieces. Do you really think I'm made of mud? Although your strength is extremely powerful, but neither am I. You can insult me at will. The Empress Shurji, who couldn't be more angry, immediately took out the weapon in her hand and killed the real Tai. The strength gap between the two sides is really too huge. Master Tai saw that Empress Shurji dared to kill him, so he couldn't help saying coldly, "Court death." As soon as the words fell, a 9-dragon divine flame cover instantly covered Empress Shurji into it. Immediately afterwards, Immortal Tai activated the 9 dragons divine fire cover, and the surrounding flames burned towards Empress Shurji in an instant. The difference in strength between Empress Shurji and Taoist Tai is too huge, facing this flame like karma. Empress Shurji didn't even have the slightest power to resist. He didn't even utter a scream, but he was already burned to ashes by the 9 dragons' divine fire cover. Seeing Empress Shurji die, Master Tai didn't take it seriously at all. If you dare to touch my precious apprentice, you will definitely pay the price. You really don't know how to live or die, and you dare to kill me. Could it be that I don't know how strong you are? Master Tai said to the wreckage coldly. As for Taoist Tai, why he dared to kill Empress Shurji, of course he had his own considerations. Empress Shurji is actually not considered a high-ranking person in the entire Jujiao, so her status is not that high. Even if he killed him, Master Tongtian would not blame him. Even if he was found out, he would probably only be punished by his master and think about his mistakes behind closed doors. This is why he dared to kill Empress Shurji. The second reason is that Empress Shurji dared to touch his precious apprentice. For this precious apprentice of his, Master Tai took care of him very carefully. I'm afraid that any accident will happen to him. When Li Jing came in front of him and reported to him that his apprentice had been taken away, he was trembling with anger directly, wanting to come directly to beg for his apprentice. As a result, he did not expect that Hephaestus was fighting against Empress Sanxiao. After seeing Empress Shurji, who had been watching the battle, Tai finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He hid his figure, then sneaked up to this Empress Shurji and immediately took her away. Under such circumstances, even Empress Sanxiao didn't react. Hephaestus also didn't react, not even his senior brother Yuding Taoist. After he took Empress Shurji away, he was already murderous. In the end, he had no psychological burden and obliterated Empress Shurji. As for who is right and who is wrong in this kind of thing, it doesn't matter to Taoist Tai. But if Empress Shurji dares to touch his apprentice, if she dares to think wrongly about his apprentice, then don't blame him for being rude. At this moment, Hephaestus flashed back and forth in the 9-curved yellow river formation because he was a little careless. It is easy to be swept away by the weird wind, but don't underestimate this weird wind. If one is not paying attention and is scratched by it, it is not just a trivial matter. The most important thing is that it is easy to cut off one's own cultivation. The 12 golden immortals known by Hephaestus are a bloody example. It's just that the current 12 golden immortals haven't directly had a direct conflict with Empress Sanxiao. Mistress Sanxiao was always cautious, even if it was the first time Zhao Gongming came to ask the 3 of them for help. The 3 of them didn't take the lead in saying that they wanted to find trouble with Changjiao, but persuaded Zhao Gongming not to provoke Changjiao now. It's the most important thing to wait until the conferred God quantity tribulation is over before going to business. It's just that Zhao Gongming didn't listen to Mistress Sanxiao's words and insisted on obtaining the magic weapon, but was finally crucified to death by Liu Yidojin's Book of 7 Arrows with Nail Heads. After his big brother Zhao Gongming died, this completely angered Mistress Sanxiao, and the 3 of them went down the mountain, put down the 9-curved yellow river formation. In the end, 12 golden immortals were no match at all. From this angle, it can be seen that Empress Sanxiao is very cautious, and she always uses the amount twice when encountering things. What Hephaestus did again and again this time has completely touched their bottom line. That's good, especially Hephaestus is still absorbing their original power in the 9-curved yellow river formation. This can't help but make them have no sympathy for Hephaestus. Instead, he used all his means to kill Hephaestus. From here, it can be seen how much this Empress Sanxiao hates Hephaestus now. As the power of the Juku Yellow River formation increased, Hephaestus is also more and more cautious among them. Because if one is accidentally scratched, it will damage the cultivation base of the 8 classics. Although the divine power of Hephaestus is quite different from that of this world, but Hephaestus still dare not take the risk. Because his avatar is still very important now, and he cannot suffer a little loss. In case the strength drops because of this, that will really affect his follow-up plan too much. Chapter 296. Defeated 3 heavens. Seeing that Empress Sanxiao's methods are getting more and more crazy, more and more powerful. Hephaestus, that's not vegetarian either. He operated his own spatial divine power, escaped from the siege in an instant, and held his Juku Yellow River formation. In fact, the 9-twisting Yellow River formation is also unique in trapping people, but Hephaestus is very powerful, and he has already used space spells with ease. So he escaped easily. This is the understanding of space magic at the saint level, so when Hephaestus casts it, it is more powerful than ordinary people. Even ordinary people with spatial talent would find it difficult to escape from this 9-curved yellow river formation. After Hephaestus escaped, he came to Empress Yunxiao in an instant. Empress Yunxiao already knew that Hephaestus had such a weird spatial spell, but she never thought that he could really cast it. And they were able to escape their Juku Yellow River formation. It's unbelievable. Facing the fierce attack of Hephaestus, She could barely use her Hunyuan Jindo to parry. But Hephaestus didn't give him the chance to display it at all. In the next instant, it appeared behind him again. 833 circulated the divine power of his avatar and sent it flying with 10 palms. Hephaestus knew where the bottom line was. No matter what, he couldn't kill the Empress Yunxiao. Not to mention Empress Yunxiao, the other empresses cannot be killed either. Hephaestus can bully them and rob them of their origin, but it couldn't kill them, because once they are killed, it will completely mean that the Lord Tongtian cannot step down. The three of them are very important, and their status in Zhejiao is relatively high. Seeing this, the other two empresses couldn't help displaying their own methods and came to kill Hephaestus. But Hephaestus's use of space power is simply not something the two of them can handle. He easily defeated Empress Qiongxiao and Empress Baishao. At this moment, after going through this battle, Empress Sanxiao was seriously injured. At the same time, Master Yuding had already widened his eyes. He never thought that this battle would be resolved in such a short time. He also never thought that Hephaestus would have such powerful strength. Mistress Sanxiao was defeated so quickly. He couldn't be more clear about the strength of Empress Sanxiao, and he originally thought it would be a fierce battle. But I didn't expect that it turned out to be such a result. Empress Yunxiao stood up. She stared at Hephaestus viciously, but there was nothing she could do. The gap in strength was too huge. Although his own Juku Yellow River formation was powerful, it couldn't trap him at all. If you can't trap her, no matter how powerful your own formation is, it is still a useless formation. We withdraw, Empress Sanxiao said to the other two empresses. The other two queens knew that they had already lost the battle, and they would not be Hephaestus' opponents in the next fight. Knowing that timely stop-loss is the most important and wisest choice. Obviously, they have chosen to stop losses in time. After all, if they continue to fight, their lives are likely to be lost. Afterwards, the three of them fled in the direction of Bio Palace. But Hephaestus didn't intend to catch up. Whether these three people can be killed or not is really a bit tricky. The strength of the three of them is not weak either. Hephaestus can't beat them to death one by one, can he? Under such circumstances, they can only be allowed to move rescuers. As for who the rescuers they brought in, Hephaestus knew very well in his heart, so he didn't have any worries at all. Fellow Taoist is very powerful. I didn't expect that Mistress Sanxiao is so powerful, and all of them are dealt with by fellow Taoist. I really admire you so much, BHFD. At this moment, Master Yuding said to Hephaestus from the bottom of his heart. He really admired Hephaestus. The 9-curved yellow river formation set up by Empress Sanxiao, he can see it clearly from the side. Do you know how dangerous it is in here? If he is thrown inside, if there is no accident, it won't take long for his whole body's cultivation base to be completely wiped out by the 9-curved yellow river formation, then turned into a mortal. If it is better, it will lose hundreds of years of cultivation, thousands of years of cultivation. Fellow Taoist is overrated. It's just some tricks. Hephaestus said modestly to Master Yuding. If fellow Taoists are all petty tricks like this, then we can't be called high-ranking. After all, fellow Taoists can even win Taoist duobao. With such strength, I am afraid that if I teach the 12 golden immortals to join forces, I will not be the opponent of fellow Taoists. Yuding real person really admires the strength of Hephaestus. After all, Hesto's record is all here. He easily escaped from his junior brother's pursuit, and he could also defeat Taoist 18 Arhats, 7 immortals, and others. So many masters are not the opponent of Hephaestus alone, which is enough to show how powerful Hephaestus is. Seeing the Jade Cauldron bragging about himself so much, Hephaestus did not refute it, because the things that the Jade Cauldron described were all his own experiences. Since I came to this prehistoric world, if I only talk about the record, it is really good enough. Taking one out at random is enough to shock others. Okay, are you still saving your precious apprentice and your nephew? Seeing that the real Yuding is still chattering like this, Hephaestus directly changed the topic to serious matters. Hearing what Hephaestus said, the real Yuding was a little excited, so he slapped his thigh and said, I was a little too complacent just now. Go in and save my love. As he said that, Master Yuding went in first. Hephaestus followed suit. Follow him inside. Master, Shifu, Neza and Yang Jian couldn't help being very excited when they saw the real person Yuding. And Master Yuding, without saying a word, went up and lifted the seals on the two of them. Immediately afterwards, Hephaestus also walked inside. When Yang Jian saw Hephaestus, he saluted Hephaestus to express his gratitude to Hephaestus. What did you guys do? How did you provoke Mistress Sanxiao? It's so bold that you even dare to provoke the three of them. As a teacher, I dare not provoke the three of them. Master Yuding reprimanded Yang Jian. Chapter 297. Waiting for the Saint. Master, We know we were wrong. Yang Jian's mind is higher than that of Neza, so he naturally knew that what they did was not authentic. So when Taoist Yuding asked about it, Yang Jian naturally didn't dare to say anything more. If there was any mistake, just admit it. Okay, it's fine if you know you're wrong. You should thank fellow Taoist Changfeng. If it wasn't for him, even as a teacher, I wouldn't be sure to rescue you. Master Yuding said to Yang Jian. When both Yang Jian and Neza heard what Master Yuding said, they didn't say anything and said to Hephaestus directly, "Thank you, Senior, for saving your life." Hearing the words of thanks from the two, Hephaestus didn't say much. Hephaestus was quite clear about what happened. What Yang Jian and Neza did was quite dishonest. In this case, although Hephaestus saved the two of them, he didn't feel very good about them. As for that poor lady Shiji, don't think too much about it. She is already dead in 9 out of 10 cases. Although during the battle, Hephaestus didn't know who took Shiji Nyang away, but when the battle was over, Hephaestus had already clearly thought of who would do such a thing. It must be Taoist Taiji. The reason is very simple. He is the one who protects his shortcomings if other people come. He would definitely tell himself to defeat Mistress Sanxiao first, and only Taoist Taiji would abduct Mistress Shiji first. Because Taiji Jinren wanted to revenge on Empress Shiji to inform him, Hephaestus knew quite well about Taiji Jinren's affairs with his apprentice. It can be said that Taoist Taiji is a person who takes good care of his apprentices, and Taoist Taiji is involved in everything his apprentices experience. From this, we can see how much the real Taiji dotes on Neza, his precious apprentice. Even if you know that Li Neza did something wrong, you still have to tolerate Neza. Fellow Taoist, you have beaten Empress Sanxiao away. Let's leave quickly. It won't be long before the sage Tantian will come. At that time, the sage will blame us, and it will be difficult for both of us to bear. Master Yuding said to Hephaestus with a worried expression on his face. Ask for flowers. Hearing the concerns of Master Yuding, Hephaestus didn't take it seriously at all. Fellow Taoist, leave here, leave it to me. We are quite familiar with Master Tongtian. Even if I hurt his disciple, he will not blame him, unless I don't give him face and kill Mistress Sanxiao, so that he can't step down. Otherwise, there is no big problem. Hephaestus said to Master Yuding very confidently. When Master Yuding heard what Hephaestus said, he couldn't help feeling anxious for a moment. Fellow Taoist, don't do this. If you go to my master will protect you, fellow Taoist. Even if the sage Tantian comes, you won't be afraid. However, if Taoist friends face the Tantian saint directly, if the Tantian saint blames him, I'm afraid it will be unbearable for you and me. But Hephaestus directly waved his hand at the jade cauldron, indicating that he can leave directly. Since Hephaestus dared to stay here and wait for the leader of Tantian, he naturally had his self-confidence. Otherwise, he would not have died. 3. Chapter 298. Talk, but if you don't like it, you don't like it. It's better than nothing. What Hephaestus really wanted was the supernatural powers of Master Lu Yu's Book of 7 Arrows. Only Hephaestus can see this kind of supernatural power, but now Hephaestus obviously doesn't have that kind of luck, so he can only do so. Empress Sanxiao came to this Bo palace, directly met with the leader of Tantian, and told the leader of Tantian that they were defeated by Hephaestus. Is there such a thing? Is this Mo Changfeng really so powerful? Even the 3 of you can defeat him. This person's strength is really extraordinary. If the 3 of you are no match for him, I'm afraid none of the disciples I have taught will be his match. Master Tantian was a little surprised by Hephaestus' strength. He knew how powerful Hephaestus was, but he didn't expect to be so powerful that his 3 disciples were no match for him. He was very clear about the strength of Empress Sanxiao 17. With such powerful 3 disciples, even the 12 golden immortals they taught were no match for them. But these 3 proud disciples were defeated by Hephaestus. How could he not be surprised? Master, you must avenge your disciples and others. Not only did they provoke me to stop teaching for no reason, they even kidnapped Shiji, and now Shiji's life and death are unknown. That cultivator named Mo Changfeng defeated the elder brother a while ago, and now he has come to bully the 3 of us. The 3 of us are really angry, so I hope that Master can help us get rid of this anger. Empress Yunxiao said to the master of Tantian's sect. Hearing what Empress Yunxiao said, Master Tantian immediately said, "It's wrong for him to provoke you. I'll tell him. Let's go. I'll be with you. I'll educate Mo Changfeng." When Yunxiao Bixiao and Empress Qiongxiao saw the words of Master Tantian, they couldn't react for a while. If the 3 of them were bullied, according to their master's character, they should be furious and then go down and teach Mo Changfeng a lesson. However, this did not happen. Instead, his master seemed a little indifferent. But they didn't dare to ask more questions, since their master had already said that it would be a good thing to go out and teach them a lesson. So what else could they say? Can't say much more. Thank you, master. Although the three of them felt a little strange, they still thanked their master in unison. The speed of several people is very fast. It didn't take long before they arrived at their dojo. Empress Yunxiao saw that Hephaestus still hadn't left and couldn't help being furious. Okay, you dare to be so reckless. You dare to stay here. You are courting death. As she said that, she wanted to rush up. But before she rushed up, she heard Master Tontian say, "Stop." When Master Tontian said this, even Empress Yunxiao was extremely reluctant in her heart. But there was nothing he could do. He could only obey obediently. Master. Empress Yunxiao felt a little reconciled. She was about to say something, but was interrupted by Master Tontian. Don't talk too much. I will give you justice in this matter. As for Mo Changfeng, you don't want to conflict with him. When Mistress Sanxiao heard that the master of Tontian actually called fellow Taoist Hephaestus, all of them couldn't help opening their mouths. This news was too surprising for them. After all, if the leader of the Tontian sect calls Hephaestus fellow Taoist, it means that he is ready to address him as Hephaestus' peer. They had never seen such a thing. It would be fine if they were strong men like Kuanping Demon Master and Mingi Patriarch who existed in ancient times. Hephaestus is obviously a guy who didn't know where he got out recently, but in such a short period of time, he is commensurate with the peer of the leader of Tontian. It's really incredible. However, since the leader of Tontian is commensurate with Hephaestus's peers, it shows that there is a certain way in it. But even the three of them don't know about this doorway. Under such circumstances, the extremely intelligent Empress Sanxiao naturally wouldn't ask any more questions. I had to listen to what my master would say. Friend Taoist, you are here. Hephaestus said to Master Tontian. I don't know why fellow Taoist Mo wants to hurt my disciple and do such a thing for no reason. Help that evil beast and bully my apprentice. No matter what the Master Tontian said, he was slightly biased towards his disciples. He was upset if he didn't ask clearly about some things. Hearing the question from Master Tontian, Hephaestus fortunately told him the truth directly. Neza shouldn't be arrested by Sister Sanxiao now, but Sister Sanxiao actually took action directly. I can't tolerate this. What's more, Li Neza's matter is of great importance. He cannot just be taken away by the Sanxiao sisters for torture, and punishment is not what they should be on guard against. As for Empress Shurji, although she had a miserable fate, she is probably dead now. But this is also the fate she will inevitably experience. Taoist friends must also know that her Biwei boy was stolen from Shintang when shot him. In such a far place, it is a coincidence that an arrow shot at random hit her boy. Haven't fellow Taoists figured out the cause and effect in it? Hephaestus has already prepared how to explain to the leader of Tontian. 7:30, so when the Master Tontian asked, instead of losing face, he would throw the question to the Master Tontian. Hiss. Hearing what Hephaestus said, Master Tontian couldn't help but fell into deep thought. He knew how much Hephaestus could have predicted this god-emperor tribulation, but he didn't expect Hephaestus to say such a remark, and after a little thought, he could know that there must be something in it. How alert was he, a saint, to understand Hephaestus' implication so easily? Fellow Taoist, do you mean that the calamity has already begun? And it has something to do with Nezali? After thinking for a moment, the leader of Tontian said suddenly. Hephaestus nodded in satisfaction when he saw that Master Tontian had figured it out. It seems that fellow Taoists see it clearly, and it's true. The details need to be discussed in a place where no one is around. This is not the best place to discuss issues. Hearing what Hephaestus said, Master Tontian immediately said to Empress Sanxiao, what happened before is to save my teacher's face, so let's forget it. What fellow Taoist Mo said is of great importance. If my teacher finds out, it will be for the entire Jiejiao. That's all very important. So, can we just leave the previous things for now? Chapter 299. Whole Mistress Sanxiao has heard the words of Master Tontian. Even if she is dissatisfied with Hephaestus, there is nothing she can do. Master, since you have said so, it would be ignorant for the three of us to continue to quarrel. Since what Master said is of great importance, then the three of us can't say anything more. Naturally, it will be revealed at this time. Seeing that Empress Sanxiao is so knowledgeable, Master Tontian is also very satisfied. Then you three go back to your dojo, and don't come out without my order. Remember, even if you encounter similar things again, you can only report to me, but you can't go out directly and help the disciples out without permission. Do you understand? The apprentice knows. Afterwards, Empress Sanxiao returned directly to her dojo. Although there are still many questions, but since my master has already said, don't ask more questions. No matter how many questions the three of them have, they can only swallow them in their stomachs. With the intelligence of the three of them, they naturally knew how extraordinary Hephaestus was. After all, there must be something unique about being able to get along with the leader of the Tongtion sect in the same generation. If you are sensible, then don't provoke him. Let's go. I hope fellow Taoists will go to my Bo palace to discuss this matter. Master Tongtion invited Hephaestus. Hephaestus was also polite and followed the Master Tongtion and set off for Bo camp. After arriving at Bo palace, Hephaestus said to Master Tongtion, "Fellow Taoist, is there any change?" Hearing what Hephaestus said, Master Tongtion looked at Hephaestus with some strange eyes and then asked, "How did fellow Taoist know?" Hephaestus smiled slightly and then said, "Neza is a node of God-conferred tribulation, which is why I don't let Empress Sanxiao take action to trap Neza, which will affect the future trend. According to the original direction, Neza shouldn't be trapped by Mistress Sanxiao. As for the fellow Taoists, surely someone will summon a few saints together." Seeing Hephaestus like this, Master Tongtion was really a little stunned. Fellow Taoist is indeed a god in man, so I can guess that. That's right, Master will summon us to Zixiao Palace tomorrow, and I don't know the specific reason. However, I faintly feel something is wrong, and I don't know how this feeling appeared. Hearing the words of Master Tongtion, Hephaestus straightforwardly told Master Tongtion why such a thing happened. The reason is very simple. The God-conferred calamity is about to start, and you are the first to bear the brunt. After all, you are already in the realm of a saint. The induction in the dark will make you feel a sense of crisis, which is bound to happen. Then how to solve it? If you want me to tell you these things, then you need to hand over the innate treasure, fellow Taoist. Otherwise, I won't tell these secrets. When the leader of Tongtion heard that Hephaestus asked him for the innate treasure again, he was slightly disappointed in his heart. This congenital treasure was extremely precious. Even he was unwilling to just give it to Hephaestus, although he really wanted Hephaestus' information very much. However, it is impossible to directly give him an innate treasure because of this matter. Don't fellow Taoists have any other solutions? Master Tongtion looked at Hephaestus with a puzzled expression. Hephaestus shook his head directly. It's still the same sentence. Why didn't I go to the second sage of the West? Why didn't I go to your boss, your second child? There is a reason for this. I can't tell you the specific reason, because I want to use this to exchange for an innate treasure from you. I won't say anything without giving me the innate treasure. Hephaestus knew that this secret was indeed worth an innate treasure, so he bit him to death that he had to ask for an innate treasure, otherwise he wouldn't say anything. There is nothing wrong with exchanging this news for a congenital treasure, but the most important thing is to see if Master Tongtion is willing to exchange it. Hephaestus still hopes that the leader of Tongtion can be changed. This is good for both of them. If he is not willing to change, Hephaestus will not feel bad after all. If he is unwilling to change, he can only make himself a little more troublesome. Let yourself stay in this prehistoric world for a few more years. That's nothing. After all, he would lose his own life, but when the conferred god tribulation started, it would cost him half his life. Hephaestus can also take this opportunity to learn more, but he can't get the innate treasure. Others don't matter. Seeing the appearance of Hephaestus, Master Tongtion really felt a little embarrassed, and he knew who was embarrassed. He could already vaguely sense that he would suffer heavy losses in this catastrophe, so he was eager to learn the 10 o'clock news from Hephaestus. But looking at the appearance of Hephaestus, it seems that he is not given the innate treasure, and he will not tell himself what happened next. After thinking for a moment, Master Tongtion gritted his teeth and then said, "Could you give me some pointers on the next sentence? It doesn't take much, just one sentence will do. Although I don't want to give fellow Taoists the innate treasure, but as long as fellow Taoists give some hints in the next sentence, how about letting fellow Taoists choose the supernatural powers and magic weapons in the lower treasure house?" After speaking, he looked at Hephaestus anxiously, as if he hoped that Hephaestus would agree with what he said. Looking at the appearance of the leader of Tongtion, Hephaestus fell into thinking. He was also thinking about whether to tell Master Tongtion about this matter. If he didn't tell him, he would not get anything, zhao hao hao, and he would not change the next thing. If you say it, but you don't have the innate treasure, it will look cheap if you say it. After thinking for a long time, Hephaestus would like to mention Master Tongtion. One is to prove one's ability. After all, if one can predict other things can be classified as guesses. If one can predict things about Patriarch Hanjun, then it is not a simple guess. He must know something, and even Hephaestus didn't get any benefit from the leader of Tongtion. If the leader of Tongtion, he must pay attention. If you don't say anything to exchange the innate treasure with yourself, won't he get nothing at all? If this goes on like this, his empty glove white wolf won't get any benefit at all. Thinking of this, Hephaestus decided to tell Master Tontion some more, to prove his ability, so that he could obediently take out the innate treasure. Chapter 300. 1 or 2 points. Since fellow Taoist wants to know so much, then I will switch with fellow Taoist this time. Seeing that Hephaestus agreed with what he said, the leader of Tontion couldn't help being a little happy. If next, what Hephaestus said came true again, he really had to consider whether to exchange the innate treasure for the next information. Since it's just a small point, I don't need to hide it. Fellow Taoist, I'm going to meet your master and other saints tomorrow. Remember one thing, that is, no matter what those saints and your master ask you to sign, don't sign it, you know? Even if you turn against other saints tomorrow, don't sign it if you get into a fight, understand? If fellow Taoists sign rashly, don't say that I know the future. Even if I have the power of a saint, that catastrophe, fellow Taoist, you will inevitably suffer great hardships because of it. Hearing what Hephaestus said, Master Tontion couldn't help but fell into thinking. But before he could think more, Hephaestus said to him directly, "Let me get the reward. Other things are up to you to think for yourself. There are some things you can't understand today. Tomorrow will be gathered by the saints. At that time, you will understand a lot about what I said." Hearing what Hephaestus said, Master Tontion stopped thinking about 003 and then asked Hephaestus to choose some supernatural powers and spells and sent Hephaestus away directly. As for Hephaestus, he happily took these items and left directly. If what happened tomorrow really comes true, then the Master Tontion will definitely find him. In this case, Hephaestus doesn't need to think about it at all, just wait for things to come true. Regarding the acquisition of the innate treasure, Hephaestus also intensified his belief in it. On the second day, Master Tontion came to the gate of this small palace anxiously. At the same time, the rest of the sages also came to the gate of this small palace one after another. Recalling what Hephaestus said to him yesterday, he couldn't help but make him look forward to what will happen next. What are those things that Hephaestus said were signed? At this time, everyone stood obediently in front of the gate of this small palace, waiting for the fate of Patriarch Hongjun. Under such circumstances, these unusually noble saints in the past are also like his disciples. Be very honest, waiting for my master to summon me. But they didn't wait long, and soon, Ancestor Hongjun was summoned. At this moment, everyone looked at each other and walked towards the small palace without saying a word. Meet Master Sanqing, the second saint of the West, and Empress Nuwa all paid homage to Patriarch Hongjun. After paying homage to him, a sage who was uneasy in his heart couldn't help asking Patriarch Hongjun, "I don't know this time. Master asked me to come here. What advice do you have?" Seeing that Master Tontion was so earnest, Patriarch Hongjun glanced at him, and then said calmly, "Function kills the generals. This is a catastrophe for the world. Too many cultivators in the world, causing the world to have a killing intent. This is also my business. If this side is in a hurry, you may fall into this murder if you wait with me." Because of this, the body died and the Tao disappeared. So I called you here this time to agree on how to survive this murder. Hearing what Ancestor Hongjun said, Master Tontion couldn't help but feel a little confused, but he didn't know that what Ancestor Hongjun said was to survive the catastrophe. How to spend it? How should we spend it? I don't know, Master. How should I survive this murder? Empress Nuwa was the first to ask Patriarch Hongjun. Surviving the killing calamity is nothing more than the fact that there are too many monks in this world, and more monks need to be dealt with. The higher the cultivation level of these monks, the better. However, if those cultivators are not high enough, it's okay to find some who are still relatively shallow. If you use these people whose cultivation level is still relatively low, you will need a huge amount. We need to survive this catastrophe. We need to do everything possible to escape the scrutiny of the world. I have already drawn up the list of gods, after signing it. The monks who die next will all be included in this list of gods. Although their physical bodies are dead, they can be rebuilt by virtue of the list of gods. It's still the same as it was in life, so we can survive the murder. I don't know what you think of this method. Hearing Ancestor Hongjun say this, everyone looked at each other one after another. As for Master Tontion, he frowned. The saying of Hephaestus was fulfilled. He was actually quite reluctant, and if what Hephaestus said didn't come true, he could take what Hephaestus said as nonsense. But obviously, even he didn't know about the signing this time, but this Hephaestus actually knew. This can't help but make people feel a little surprised. If Hephaestus could guess the whereabouts of Hongjun Patriarch, wouldn't he be stronger than their saints? But obviously, Hephaestus is only a quasi-saint existence, and it is impossible to predict such a thing. If he could really predict the upcoming great tribulation of conferred gods through some method, it would be really unbelievable. And through his master's narration, the leader of Tontian confirmed that what Hephaestus said was true. Everyone has their own ideas about the matter of signing the list of gods. At this moment, these saints have their own little calculations in their hearts. They are naturally very clear about this kind of thing. There are some things that can be understood after a deep thought. This list of gods is not so simple. If it is really so simple, why doesn't my master let them enter this list of gods together? It stands to reason that if the 6 saints enter the list of gods together, the heavenly emperor Shaju will naturally disappear. However, his master did not let them enter the list of gods. That means there is some way here. Being able to live from the beginning of the world to the present and become a saint, each of them is not a fool. And because of this, at this moment, they all began to think in their hearts, should they sign the list of gods? And also thinking about the pros and cons of this list of gods. And among them, their master did not tell them the way. There must be some kind of pit here. It depends on who will jump into it. Because of this, everyone was silent for a short time.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.